This is Audible.
Macmillan Audio presents A Conjuring of Light by V.E. Schwab. Read for you by Michael Kramer and Kate Redding.
Pure magic has no self. It simply is, a force of nature, the blood of our world, the marrow of our bones. We give it shape, but we must never give it soul. Master Tyrrell, head priest of the London Sanctuary. 1. World in Ruin. 1. Delilah Bard, always a thief, recently a magician, and one day, hopefully, a pirate, was running as fast as she could. "Hold on, Kel," she thought, as she sprinted through the streets of Red London, still clutching the shard of stone that had once been part of Astrid Dane's mouth. A token stolen in another life, when magic and the idea of multiple worlds were new to her, when she had only just discovered that people could be possessed, or bound like rope, or turned to stone. Fireworks thundered in the distance, met by cheers and chants and music, all the sounds of a city celebrating the end of the Essentash, the tournament of magic, a city oblivious to the horror happening at its heart. And back at the palace, the Prince of Arns, Rye, was dying, which meant that somewhere, a world away, so was Kel. Kel. The name rang through her with all the force of an order, a plea. Lila reached the road she was looking for and staggered to a stop, knife already out, blade pressing to the flesh of her hand. Her heart pounded as she turned her back on the chaos and pressed her bleeding palm, and the stone still curled within it, to the nearest wall. Twice before, Lila had made this journey, but always as a passenger, always using Kel's magic, never her own, and never alone. But there was no time to think, no time to be afraid, and certainly no time to wait. Chest heaving and pulse high, Lila swallowed and said the words, as boldly as she could, words that belonged only on the lips of a blood magician, an Antari, like Holland, like Kel. As Travars! The magic sang up her arm and through her chest, and then the city lurched around her, gravity twisting as the world gave way. Lila thought it would be easy, or, at least, simple. Something you either survived or did not. She was wrong.
2. A world away, Holland was drowning. He fought to the surface of his own mind, only to be forced back down into the dark water by a will as strong as iron. He fought and clawed and gasped for air, strength leaching out with every violent thrash, every desperate struggle. It was worse than dying, because dying gave way to death, and this did not. There was no light, no air, no strength. It had all been taken, severed, leaving only darkness and, somewhere beyond the crush, a voice shouting his name. Kel's voice. Too far away. Holland's grip faltered, slipped, and he was sinking again. All he had ever wanted was to bring the magic back, to see his world spared from its slow, inexorable death, a death caused first by the fear of another London, and then by the fear of his own. All Holland wanted was to see his world restored, revived. He knew the legends, the dreams of a magician powerful enough to do it, strong enough to breathe air back into its starved lungs, to quicken its dying heart. For as long as Holland could remember, that was all he'd wanted. And for as long as Holland could remember, he had wanted the magician to be him. Even before the darkness bloomed across his eye, branding him with the mark of power, he'd wanted it to be him. He'd stood on the banks of the Silt as a child, skating stones across the frozen surface, imagining that he would be the one to crack the ice. Stood in the silver wood as a grown man, praying for the strength to protect his home. He'd never wanted to be king, though in the stories the magician always was. He didn't want to rule the world. He only wanted to save it. Athos Dane had called this arrogance, that first night when Holland was dragged, bleeding and half-conscious, into the new king's chambers. Arrogance and pride, he'd chided, as he carved his curse into Holland's skin. Things to be broken. And Athos had. He'd broken Holland one bone, one day, one order at a time, until all Holland wanted, more than the ability to save his world, more than the strength to bring the magic back, more than anything, was for it to end. It was cowardice, he knew, but cowardice came so much easier than hope. And in that moment by the bridge, when Holland lowered his guard and let the spoiled princeling Kell drive the metal bar through his chest, the first thing he felt, the first and last and only thing he felt, was relief. That it was finally over. Only it wasn't. It is a hard thing to kill an Antari. When Holland woke, lying in a dead garden, in a dead city, in a dead world, the first thing he felt then was pain. The second thing was freedom. Athos Dane's hold was gone, and Holland was alive. Broken, but alive. And stranded. Trapped in a wounded body in a world with no door, at the mercy of another king. But this time he had a choice, a chance to set things right. He'd stood, half dead, before the onyx throne and spoken to the king carved in stone, and traded freedom for a chance to save his London, to see it bloom again. Holland made the deal, paid with his own body and soul, and with the Shadow King's power he had finally brought the magic back, seen his world bloom into color, his people's hope revived, his city restored. He'd done everything he could, given up everything he had to keep it safe. But still it was not enough. Not for the Shadow King, who always wanted more, who grew stronger every day and craved chaos, magic in its truest form, power without control. Holland was losing hold of the monster in his skin, and so he'd done the only thing he could. He'd offered Osaran another vessel. "Very well," said the king, the demon, the god. "But if they cannot be persuaded, I will keep your body as my own." And Holland agreed. How could he not? Anything for London. And Kell, spoiled, childish, headstrong Kell, broken and powerless and snared by that damned collar, had still refused. Of course he had refused. Of course the Shadow King had smiled then with Holland's own mouth, and he had fought with everything he could summon. But a deal was a deal, and the deal was done, and he felt Osaran surge up, that single, violent motion, and Holland was shoved down into the dark depths of his own mind, forced under by the current of the Shadow King's will. Helpless, trapped within a body, within a deal, unable to do anything but watch and feel and drown. "Holland!" Kell's voice cracked as he strained his broken body against the frame, the way Holland had once, when Athos Dane first bound him, broke him. The cage leached away most of Kell's power, the collar around his throat cut off the rest. There was a terror in Kell's eyes, a desperation that surprised him. "Holland, you bastard!" Fight back!" He tried, but his body was no longer his, and his tired mind was sinking down. "Give in," said the Shadow King. "Show me you're not weak," Kel's voice pushed through. "Prove you're not still a slave to someone else's will." "You cannot fight me." "Did you really come all the way back to lose like this?" "I've already won." "Holland!" Holland hated Kel, and in that moment the hatred was almost enough to drive him up. But even if he wanted to rise to the other Antares bait, Oseran was unyielding. Holland heard his own voice then, but of course it wasn't his. A twisted imitation by the monster wearing his skin. In Holland's hand a crimson coin, a token to another London, Kel's London, and Kel was swearing and throwing himself against his bonds until his chest heaved and his wrists were bloody. Useless. It was all useless. Once again a prisoner in his own body. Kel's voice echoed through the dark. "You've just traded one master for another." They were moving now, Oseran guiding Holland's body. The door closed behind them, but Kel's screams still hurled themselves against the wood, shattering into broken syllables and strangled cries. Oshka stood in the hall, sharpening her knives. She looked up, revealing the crescent scar on one cheek and her two-toned eyes, one yellow, the other black. An Antari forged by their hands, by their mercy. "Your Majesty," she said, straightening. Holland tried to rise up, tried to force his voice across his lips. But when speech came, the words were Oseran's. "Guard the door. Let no one pass." A flicker of a smile across the red slash of Oshka's mouth. "As you wish." The palace passed in a blur, and then they were outside, passing the statues of the Dane twins at the base of the stairs, moving swiftly beneath a bruised sky through a garden now flanked by trees instead of bodies. What would become of it without Oseran, without him? Would the city continue to flourish, or would it collapse like a body stripped of life? "Please," he begged silently. "This world needs me." "There is no point," said Oseran aloud, and Holland felt sick to be the thought in their head instead of the word. "It is already dead," continued the king. "We will start over. We will find a world worthy of our strength." They reached the garden wall, and Oseran drew a dagger from the sheath at their waist. The bite of steel on flesh was nothing, as if Holland had been cut off from his very senses, buried too deep to feel anything but Oseran's grip. But as the Shadow King's fingers streaked through the blood and lifted Kel's coin to the wall, Holland struggled up one last time. He couldn't win his body back, not yet, not all of it. But perhaps he didn't need everything. 1 hand, 5 fingers. He threw every ounce of strength, every shred of will into that one limb, and halfway to the wall it stopped, hovering in the air. Blood trickled down his wrist. Holland knew the words to break a body, to turn it to ice or ash or stone. All he had to do was guide his hand to his own chest. All he had to do was shape the magic. Holland could feel the annoyance ripple through Oseran. Annoyance, but not rage, as if this last stand, this great protest, was nothing but an itch. How tedious. Holland kept fighting, even managed to guide his hand an inch, 2. "Let go, Holland," warned the creature in his head. Holland forced the last of his will into his hand, dragging it another inch. Oseran sighed. "It did not have to be this way." Oseran's will hit him like a wall. His body didn't move, but his mind slammed backward, pinned beneath a crushing pain. Not the pain he'd felt 100 times, the kind he'd learned to exist beyond, outside, the kind he might escape. This pain was rooted in his very core. It lit him up, sudden and bright, every nerve burning with such searing heat that he screamed and screamed and screamed inside his head, until the darkness finally, mercifully closed over him, forcing him under and down. And this time, Holland didn't try to surface. This time, he let himself drown. 3. Kel kept throwing himself against the metal cage long after the door slammed shut and the bolt slid home. His voice still echoed against the pale stone walls. He had screamed himself hoarse, but still no one came. Fear pounded through him, but what scared Kel most was the loosening in his chest, the unhinging of a vital link, the spreading sense of loss. He could hardly feel his brother's pulse, could hardly feel anything but the pain in his wrists and a horrible, numbing cold. He twisted against the metal frame, fighting the restraints, but they held fast. Spellwork was scrawled down the sides of the contraption, and despite the quantity of Kel's blood smeared on the steel, there was the collar circling his throat, cutting off everything he needed, everything he had, everything he was. The collar cast a shadow over his mind, an icy film over his thoughts, cold dread and sorrow, and, through it all, an absence of hope, of strength. "Give up," it whispered through his blood. "You have nothing. You are nothing. Powerless." He'd never been powerless. He didn't know how to be powerless. Panic rose in place of magic. He had to get out of this cage, out of this collar, out of this world. Rye had carved a word into his own skin to bring Kel home, and he'd turned around and left again. Abandoned the prince, the crown, the city. Followed a woman in white through a door in the world because she told him he was needed, told him he could help, told him it was his fault, that he had to make it right. Kel's heart faltered in his chest. No, not his heart. Rye's. A life bound to his with magic he no longer had. The panic flared again, a breath of heat against the numbing cold, and Kel clung to it, pushing back against the collar's hollow dread. He straightened in the frame, clenched his teeth, and pulled against his cuffs until he felt the crack of bone inside his wrist, the tear of flesh. Blood fell in thick red drops to the stone floor, vibrant but useless. He bit back a scream as metal dragged over and into skin. Pain knifed up his arm, but he kept pulling, metal scraping muscle and then bone before his right hand finally came free. Kel slumped back with a gasp and tried to wrap his bloody, limp fingers around the collar. But the moment they touched the metal, a horrible pins-and-needles cold seared up his arm, swam in his head. "Steno," he pleaded. "Break." Nothing happened. No power rose to meet the word. Kel let out a sob and sagged against the frame. The room tilted and tunneled, and he felt his mind sliding toward darkness, but he forced his body to stay upright, forced himself to swallow the bile rising in his throat. He curled his skinned and splintered hand around his still-trapped arm and began to pull. It was minutes, but it felt like hours, years, before Kel finally tore himself free. He stumbled forward out of the frame and swayed on his feet. The metal cuffs had cut deep into his wrists, too deep, and the pale stone beneath his feet was slick with red. "Is this yours?" whispered a voice. A memory of Rye's young face, twisted in horror at the sight of Kel's ruined forearms. The blood streaked across the prince's chest. "Is this all yours?" Now the collar dripped red as Kel frantically pulled on the metal. His fingers ached with cold as he found the clasp and clawed at it, but still it held. His focus blurred. He slipped in his own blood and went down, catching himself with broken hands. Kel cried out, curling in on himself, even as he screamed at his body to rise. He had to get up. He had to get back to Red London. He had to stop Holland, stop Oseron. He had to save Rye. He had to. But in that moment, all Kel could do was lie on the cold marble, warmth spreading in a thin red pool around him. 4. The prince collapsed back against the bed, soaked through with sweat, choking on the metal taste of blood. Voices rose and fell around him, the room a blur of shadows, shards of light. A scream tore through his head, but his own jaw locked in pain. Pain that was and wasn't his. Kel. Rye doubled over, coughing up blood and bile. He tried to rise. He had to get up, had to find his brother, but hands surged from the darkness, fought him, held him down against silk sheets, fingers digging into shoulders and wrists and knees, and the pain was there again, vicious and jagged, peeling back flesh, dragging its nails over bone. Rye tried to remember. Kel, arrested. His cell, empty. Searching the sun-dappled orchard, calling his brother's name. Then out of nowhere, pain, sliding between his ribs just as it had that night. A horrible severing thing. And he couldn't breathe. He couldn't. "Don't let go," said a voice. "Stay with me. Stay." Rye learned early the difference between want and need. Being the son and heir, the only heir of the Maresh family, the light of Arns, the future of the Empire, meant that he had never, as a nursery minder once informed him before being removed from the royal service, experienced true need. Clothes, horses, instruments, fineries, all he had to do was ask for a thing and it was given. And yet the young prince wanted deeply a thing that could not be fetched. He wanted what coursed in the blood of so many low-born boys and girls, what came so easily to his father, to his mother, to Kel. Rye wanted magic. Wanted it with a fire that rivaled any need. His royal father had a gift for metals, and his mother an easy touch with water. But magic wasn't like black hair or brown eyes or elevated birth. It didn't follow the rules of lineage, wasn't passed down from parent to child. It chose its own course. And already at the age of 9 it was beginning to look as though magic hadn't chosen him at all. But Rye Maresh refused to believe that he'd been passed over entirely. It had to be there, somewhere within him, that flame of power waiting for a well-timed breath, a poker's nudge. After all, he was a prince, and if magic would not come to him, he'd go to it. It was that logic that had brought him here, to the stone floor of the sanctuary's drafty old library, shivering as the cold leached through the embroidered silk of pant legs, designed for the palace where it was always warm. Whenever Rye complained about the chill in the sanctuary, old Tyrion would crinkle his brow. Magic makes its own warmth, he'd say, which was well and good if you were a magician. But then Rye wasn't. Not yet. This time he hadn't complained, hadn't even told the head priest he was here. The young prince crouched in an alcove at the back of the library, hidden behind a statue and a long wooden table, and spread the stolen parchment on the floor. Rye had been born with light fingers, but of course being royal he almost never had to use them. People were always willing to offer things freely, indeed leaping at the ready to deliver, from a cloak on a chilly day to a frosted cake from the kitchens. But Rye hadn't asked for the scroll. He'd lifted it from Tyrion's desk, one of a dozen tied with the thin white ribbon that marked a priest's spell. None of them were all that fancy or elaborate, much to Rye's chagrin. Instead they focused on utility. Spells to keep the food from spoiling, spells to protect the orchard trees from frost, spells to keep a fire burning without oil. And Rye would try every single one until he found a spell that he could do, a spell that would speak to the magic surely sleeping in his veins, a spell that could wake it up. A breeze whipped through the sanctuary as he dug a handful of red linen from his pocket and weighted the parchment to the floor. On its surface, in the head priest's steady hand, was a map, not like the one in his father's war room that showed the whole kingdom. No, this was a map of a spell, a diagram of magic. Across the top of the scroll were 3 words in the common tongue. Is Onos Vol, read Rye. the eternal flame. Beneath those words was a pair of concentric circles linked by delicate lines and dotted with small symbols, the condensed shorthand favored by the spellmakers of London. Rye squinted, trying to make sense of the scrawl. He had a knack for languages, picking up the airy cadence of the Faroan tongue, the choppy waves made by each Vescan syllable, the hills and valleys of Arns's own border dialects. But the words on the parchment seemed to shift and blur before his eyes, sliding in and out of focus. He chewed his lip. It was a bad habit, one his mother was always warning him to break because it wasn't princely, then planted his hands on either side of the paper, fingertips brushing the outer circle, and began the spell. He focused his eyes on the center of the page as he read, sounding out each word, the fragments clumsy and broken on his tongue. His pulse rose in his ears, the beat at odds with the natural rhythm of the magic. But Rye held the spell together, pinned it down with sheer force of will, and as he neared the end, a tingling of heat started in his hands. He could feel it trickling through his palms, into his fingers, brushing the circle's edge, and then nothing. No spark, no flame. He said the spell once, twice, 3 more times, but the heat in his hands was already fading, dissolving into an ordinary prickle of numbness. Dejected, he let the words trail off, taking the last of his focus with them. The prince sagged back onto the cold stones. "Sanct," he muttered, even though he knew it was bad form to swear, and worse to do it here. "What are you doing?" Rye looked up and saw his brother standing at the mouth of the alcove, a red cloak around his narrow shoulders. Even at 10 3/4, Kell's face had the set of a serious man, down to the furrow between his brows. Kell's red hair glinted even in the gray morning light, and his eyes, one blue, the other black as night, made people look down, away. Rye didn't understand why, but he always made a point of looking his brother in the face, to show Kell it didn't matter. Eyes were eyes. Kell wasn't really his brother, of course. Even a passing look would mark them as different. Kell was a mixture, like different kinds of clay twined together. He had the fair skin of a Vescan, the lanky body of a Faroan, and the copper hair found only on the northern edge of Arns. And then, of course, there were his eyes. One natural, if not particularly Arnesian, and the other Antari, marked by magic itself as Aben, blessed. Rye, on the other hand, with his warm brown skin, his black hair and amber eyes, was all London, all Moresh, all royal. Kell took in the prince's high color, and then the parchment spread out before him. He knelt across from Rye, the fabric of his cloak pooling on the stones around him. "Where did you get this?" he asked, a prickle of displeasure in his voice. "From Tyrone," said Rye. His brother shot him a skeptical look, and Rye amended, "From Tyrone's study." Kell skimmed the spell and frowned. An eternal flame? Rye absently plucked one of the linen from the floor and shrugged. "First thing I grabbed." He tried to sound as if he didn't care about the stupid spell, but his throat was tight, his eyes burning. "Doesn't matter," he said, skipping the coin across the ground as if it were a pebble on water. "I can't make it work." Kell shifted his weight, lips moving silently as he read over the priest's scrawl. He held his hands above the paper, palms cupped as if cradling a flame that wasn't even there yet, and began to recite the spell. When Rye had tried, the words had fallen out like rocks, but on Kell's lips they were poetry, smooth and sibilant. The air around them warmed instantly, steam rising from the penned lines in the scroll before the ink drew in and up into a bead of oil and lit. The flame hovered in the air between Kell's hands, brilliant and white. He made it look so easy, and Rye felt a flash of anger toward his brother, hot as a spark, but just as brief. It wasn't Kell's fault Rye couldn't do magic. Rye started to rise when Kell caught his cuff. He guided Rye's hands to either side of the spell, pulling the prince into the field of his magic. Warmth tickled Rye's palms, and he was torn between delight at the power and knowledge that it wasn't his. "It isn't right," he murmured. "I'm the Crown Prince, the heir of Maxim Moresh. I should be able to light a blasted candle." Kell chewed his lip. Mother never chided him for the habit, and then said, "There are different kinds of power. I would rather have magic than a crown," sulked Rye. Kell studied the small white flame between them. "A crown is a sort of magic, if you think about it. A magician rules an element. A king rules an empire. Only if the king is strong enough." Kell looked up then. "You're going to be a good king. If you don't get yourself killed first." Rye blew out a breath, shuddering the flame. "How do you know?" At that, Kell smiled. It was a rare thing, and Rye wanted to hold fast to it. He was the only one who could make his brother smile, and he wore it like a badge. But then Kell said, "Magic," and Rye wanted to slug him instead. "You're an arse," he muttered, trying to pull away, but his brother's fingers tightened. "Don't let go." "Get off," said Rye, first playfully, but then, as the fire grew brighter and hotter between his palms, he repeated in earnest, "Stop! You're hurting me." Heat licked his fingers, a white-hot pain lancing through his hands and up his arms. "Stop!" he pleaded. "Kell, stop!" But when Rye looked up from the glowing fire to his brother's face, it wasn't a face at all. Nothing but a pool of darkness. Rye gasped, tried to scramble away, but his brother was no longer flesh and blood, but stone, hands carved into cuffs around Rye's wrists. This wasn't right, he thought. It had to be a dream, a nightmare. But the heat of the fire and the crushing pressure on his wrists were both so real, worsening with every heartbeat, every breath. The flame between them went long and thin, sharpening into a blade of light. Its tip pointed first at the ceiling, and then, slowly, horribly, at Rye. He fought and screamed, but it did nothing to stop the knife as it blazed and buried itself in his chest. Pain. "Make it stop." It carved its way across his ribs, lit his bones, tore through his heart. Rye tried to scream and retched smoke. His chest was a ragged wound of light. Kell's voice came not from the statue, but from somewhere else, somewhere far away and fading. "Don't let go." But it hurt. It hurt so much. "Stop." Rye was burning from the inside out. "Please." Dying. "Stay." Again. For a moment the black gave way to streaks of color, a ceiling of billowing fabric, a familiar face hovering at the edge of his tear-blurred sight, stormy eyes wide with worry. "Luke," rasped Rye. "I'm here," answered Alucard. "I'm here. Stay with me." He tried to speak, but his heart slammed against his ribs as if trying to break through. It redoubled, then faltered. "Have they found Kell?" said a voice. "Get away from me!" ordered another. "Everyone out!" Rye's vision blurred. The room wavered, the voices dulled, the pain giving way to something worse, the white-hot agony of the invisible knife dissolving into cold as his body fought and failed and fought and failed and failed and— "No," he pleaded. But he could feel the threads breaking one by one inside him until there was nothing left to hold him up, until Alucard's face vanished and the room fell away, until the darkness wrapped its heavy arms around Rye and buried him. 5. Alucard Emery wasn't used to feeling powerless. Mere hours earlier he'd won the Essentosh and been named the strongest magician in the 3 empires. But now, sitting by Rye's bed, he had no idea what to do, how to help, how to save him. The magician watched as the prince curled in on himself, deathly pale against the tangled sheets, watched as Rye cried out in pain, attacked by something even Alucard couldn't see, couldn't fight. And he would have gone to the end of the world to keep Rye safe. But whatever was killing him, it wasn't here. "What is happening?" he'd asked a dozen times. What can I do?" But no one answered. So he was left piecing together the Queen's pleas and the King's orders, Lila's urgent words and the echoes of the royal guard's searching voices, all of them calling for Kell. Alucard sat forward, clutching the prince's hand, and watched the threads of magic around Rye's body fray, threatening to snap. Others looked at the world and saw light and shadow and color, but Alucard Emery had always been able to see more, had always been able to see the warp and weft of power, the pattern of magic. Not just the aura of a spell, the residue of an enchantment, but the tint of true magic circling a person, pulsing through their veins. Everyone could see the Isle's red light, but Alucard saw the entire world in streaks of vivid color. Natural wells of magic glowed crimson. Elemental magicians were cloaked in green and blue. Curses stained purple. Strong spells burned gold. And Antari? They alone shone with a dark but iridescent light. Not one color, but every color folded together, natural and unnatural, shimmering threads that wrapped like silk around them, dancing over their skin. Alucard now watched those same threads fray and break around the prince's coiled form. It wasn't right. Rye's own meager magic had always been a dark green. He'd told the prince once, only to watch his features crinkle in distaste. Rye had never liked the color. But the moment he'd set eyes on Rye again after 3 years away, Alucard had known the prince was different. Changed. It wasn't the set of his jaw, the breadth of his shoulders, or the new shadows beneath his eyes. It was the magic bound to him. Power lived and breathed, was meant to move in the current of a person's life. But this new magic around Rye lay still, threads wrapped tight as rope around the prince's body. And each and every one of them shone like oil on water, molten color and light. That night in Rye's chamber, when Alucard slid the tunic aside to kiss the prince's shoulder, he'd seen the place where the silvery threads knitted into Rye's skin, woven straight into the scarred circles over his heart. He didn't have to ask who'd made the spell. Only one Antari came to mind. But Alucard couldn't see how Kell had done it. Normally he could pick apart a piece of magic by looking at its threads, but the strands of the spell had no beginning, no end. The threads of Kell's magic plunged into Rye's heart and were lost. No, not lost. Buried. The spellwork stiff, unshakable. And now, somehow, it was crumbling. The threads snapped one by one under an invisible strain, every broken cord eliciting a sob, a shuddering breath from the half-conscious prince. Every fraying tether— that's what it was, he realized. Not just a spell, but a kind of link. To Kell. He didn't know why the prince's life was bound to the Antares, didn't want to imagine, though he now saw the scar between Rye's trembling ribs, as wide as a dagger's edge, and the understanding reached him anyway, and he felt sick and helpless. But the link was breaking, and Alucard did the only thing he could. He held the prince's hand and tried to pour his own power into the fraying threads, as if the storm-blue light of his magic could fuse with Kell's iridescence instead of wicking uselessly away. He prayed to every power in the world, to every saint and every priest and every blessed figure, the ones he believed in and the ones he didn't, for strength. And when they didn't answer, he spoke to Rye instead. He didn't tell him to hold on, didn't tell him to be strong. Instead, he spoke of the past, their past. "Do you remember the night before I left?" He fought to keep the fear from his voice. "You never answered my question." Alucard closed his eyes, in part so he could picture the memory, and in part because he couldn't bear to watch the prince in so much pain. It had been summer, and they'd been lying in bed, bodies tangled and warm. He'd drawn a hand along Rye's perfect skin, and when the prince had preened, he'd said, "One day you will be old and wrinkled, and I will still love you." "I'll never be old," said the prince with the certainty mustered only by the young and healthy and terribly naive. "So you plan to die young, then?" he'd teased, and Rye had given an elegant shrug. "Or live forever?" "Oh, really?" The prince had swept a dark curl from his eyes. "Dying is so mundane." "And how exactly," said Alucard, propping himself on one elbow, "do you plan to live forever?" Rye had pulled him down then, and ended their conversation with a kiss. Now he shuddered on the bed, a sob escaping through clenched teeth. His black curls were matted to his face. The queen called for a cloth, called for the head priest, called for Kell. Alucard clutched his lover's hand. "I'm sorry I left. I'm sorry. I'm here now." "So you can't die," he said, his voice finally breaking. "Don't you see how rude that would be, when I've come so far?" The prince's hand tightened as his body seized. Rye's chest hitched up and down in a last violent shudder. And then he stilled. And for a moment Alucard was relieved because Rye was finally resting, finally asleep. For a moment everything was all right. For a moment, then it shattered. Someone was screaming. The priests were pushing forward, the guards were pulling him back. Alucard stared down at the prince. He didn't understand. He couldn't understand. And then Rye's hand slipped from his and fell back to the bed. Lifeless. The last silver threads were losing their hold, sliding off his skin like sheets in summer. And then he was screaming. Alucard didn't remember anything after that.
6. For a single horrifying moment, Lila ceased to exist. She felt herself unravel, breaking apart into a million threads, each one stretching, fraying, threatening to snap as she stepped out of the world, out of life, and into nothing. And then, just as suddenly, she was staggering forward onto her hands and knees in the street. She let out a short, involuntary cry as she landed, limbs shaking, head ringing like a bell. The ground beneath her palms, and there was ground, so that at least was a good sign, was rough and cold. The air was quiet. No fireworks, no music. Lila dragged herself back to her feet, blood dripping from her fingers, her nose. She wiped it away, red dots speckling the stone as she drew her knife and shifted her stance, putting her back to the icy wall. She remembered the last time she'd been here, in this London, the hungry eyes of men and women starved for power. A splash of color caught her eye, and she looked up. The sky overhead was streaked with sunset, pink and purple and burnished gold. Only white London didn't have color, not like this, and for a terrible second she thought she'd crossed into yet another city, another world, had trapped herself even farther from home, wherever that was now. But no. Lila recognized the road beneath her boots, the castle rising to Gothic points against the setting sun. It was the same city, and yet entirely changed. It had only been 4 months since she'd set foot here. 4 months since she and Kell had faced the Dane twins. Then it had been a world of ice and ash and cold white stone. And now a man walked past her on the street, and he was smiling. Not the rictus grin of the starving, but the private smile of the content, the blessed. This was wrong. 4 months, and in that time she'd learned to sense magic, its presence if not its intent. She couldn't see it, not the way Alucard did, but with every breath she took she tasted power on the air as if it were sugar, sweet and strong enough that it was cloying. The night air shimmered with it. What the hell was going on? And where was Kell? Lila knew where she was, or at least where she'd chosen to pass through. and so she followed the high wall around a corner to the castle gates. They stood open, winter ivy winding through the iron. Lila dragged to a stop a second time. The stone forest, once a garden filled with bodies, was gone, replaced by an actual stretch of trees, and by guards in polished armor flanking the castle steps, all of them alert. Kell had to be inside. A tether ran between them, thin as thread but strangely strong, and Lila didn't know if it was made by their magic or something else, but it drew her toward the castle like a weight. She tried not to think about what it meant, how much farther she would have to go, how many people she'd have to fight to find him. Wasn't there a locator spell? Lila dragged her mind for the words. Travars had carried her between worlds. And Tassen, that was the way to move between different places in the same world. But what if she wanted to find a person, not a place? She cursed herself for not knowing, never asking. Kell had told her once of finding Rye after he'd been taken as a boy. What had he used? She dragged her memory. Something Rye had made. A wooden horse? Another image sprang to mind of the kerchief, her kerchief, clenched in Kell's hand when he first found her at the stone's throw. But Lila didn't have anything of his. No tokens, no trinkets. Panic welled, and she fought it down. So she didn't have a charm to guide her. People were more than what they owned, and surely objects weren't the only things that held a mark. They were made of pieces, words, memories, and Lila had those. She pressed her still bloody hand to the castle gate, the cold iron biting at the shallow wound as she squeezed her eyes shut and summoned Kell. First with the memory of the night they'd met, in the alley when she'd robbed him, and then later when he'd walked through her wall. A stranger tied to her bed, the taste of magic, the promise of freedom, the fear of being left behind. Hand in hand through one world and then another, pressed together as they hid from Holland, faced down sly Fletcher, fought the not Rye. The horror at the palace and the battle in White London, Kell's blood-streaked body wrapped around hers in the rubble of the stone forest, the broken pieces of their lives cast apart, and then returned. A game played behind masks, a new embrace, his hand burning on her waist as they danced, his mouth burning against hers as they kissed, bodies clashing like swords on the palace balcony. The terrifying heat, and then, too soon, the cold, her collapse in the arena, his anger hurled like a weapon before he turned away, before she let him go. But she was here to take him back. Lila steeled herself again, jaw clenched against the expectation of the pain to come. She held the memories in her mind, pressed them to the wall as if they were a token, and said the words, Tassen Kell. Against her hand, the gate shuddered and the world fell away, as Lila staggered through, out of the street and into the pale, polished chamber of a castle hallway. Torches burned in sconces along the walls. Footsteps sounded in the distance, and Lila allowed herself the briefest moment of satisfaction, maybe even relief, before realizing Kell wasn't here. Her head was pounding, a curse halfway to her lips, when beyond a door to her left, she heard a muffled scream. Lila's blood went cold. Kell. She reached for the door's handle, but as her fingers closed around it, she caught the low whistle of metal singing through the air. She cut to the side as a knife buried itself in the wood where Lila had been a moment before. A black cord drew a path from the hilt, back through the air, and she turned, following the line to a woman in a pale cloak. A scar traced the other woman's cheekbone, but that was the only ordinary thing about her. Darkness filled one eye, and spilled over like wax, running down her cheek and up her temple, tracing the line of her jaw, and vanishing into hair so red, redder than Kell's coat, redder even than the river in Arns. It seemed to singe the air, a color too bright for this world, or at least too bright for the world it had been. But Lila felt the wrongness here, and it was more than vivid colors and ruined eyes. This woman reminded her not of Kell or even of Holland, but of the stolen black stone from months ago. That strange pull, a heavy beat. With a flick of the wrist, a second knife appeared in the stranger's left hand, hilt tethered to the cord's other end. A swift tug and the first knife freed itself from the wood and went flying back into the fingers of her right, graceful as a bird gliding into formation. Lila was almost impressed. "Who are you supposed to be?" she asked. "I am the messenger," said the woman, even though Lila knew a trained killer when she saw one. "And you?" Lila drew two of her own knives. "I am the thief. You cannot go in." Lila put her back to the door, Kell's power like a dying pulse against her spine. "Hold on," she thought desperately, and then aloud, "Try and stop me." "What is your name?" asked the woman. "What's it to you?" She smiled then, a murderous grin. "My king will want to know who I've—" But Lila didn't wait for her to finish. Her first knife flew through the air, and as the woman's hand moved to deflect it, Lila struck with the second. She was halfway to meeting flesh when the corded blade came at her and she had to dodge, diving out of the way. She spun, ready to slash again, only to find herself parrying another scorpion strike. The cord between the knives was elastic, and the woman wielded the blades the way Jinnar did wind, Alucard water, or Kisimir earth. The weapons wrapped in will so that when they flew, they had both the force of momentum and the elegance of magic. And on top of it all, the woman moved with a disturbing grace, the fluid gestures of a dancer with two very sharp blades. Lila ducked, the first blade biting through the air beside her face. Several strands of dark hair floated to the floor. The weapons blurred with speed, drawing her attention in different directions. It was all Lila could do to dodge the glinting bits of silver. She'd been in her fair share of knife fights, had started most of them herself. She knew the trick was to find the guard and get behind it, to force a moment of defense, an opening for attack. But this wasn't hand-to-hand combat. How was she supposed to fight a woman whose knives didn't even stay in her hands? The answer, of course, was simple. The same way she fought anyone else. Quick and dirty. After all, the point wasn't to look good. It was to stay alive. The woman's blades lashed out like vipers, striking forward with sudden terrifying speed. But there was a weakness. They couldn't change course. Once a blade flew, it flew straight. And that was why a knife in the hand was better than one thrown. Lila feinted right, and when the first blade came, she darted the other way. The second followed, charting another path, and Lila dodged again, carving a third line while the blades were both trapped in their roots. "Got you!" she snarled, lunging for the woman. And then, to her horror, the blades changed course. They veered mid-air and plunged, Lila taking frantic flight as both weapons buried themselves in the floor where she'd been crouched a second earlier. Of course. A metal worker. Blood ran down Lila's arm and dripped from her fingers. She'd been fast, but not quite fast enough. Another flick of a wrist, and the knives flew back into the other woman's hands. "Names are important," she said, twirling the cord. "Mine is Oshka, and I have orders to keep you out." Beyond the doors, Kell let out a scream of frustration, a sob of pain. "My name is Lila Bard," she answered, drawing her favorite knife. "And I don't give a damn." Oshka smiled and attacked. When the next strike came, Lila aimed not at flesh or blade, but the cord in between. Her knife's edge came down on the stretched fabric and bit in, but Oshka was too fast. The metal barely grazed the cord before it snapped back toward the fighter's fingers. "No!" growled Lila, catching the material with her bare hand. Surprise flashed across Oshka's face, and Lila let out a small triumphant sound right before pain lanced up her leg as a third blade, short and viciously sharp, buried itself in her calf. Lila gasped, staggered. Blood speckled the pale floor as Lila pulled the knife free and straightened. Beyond that door, Kel screamed. Beyond this world, Rai died. Lila didn't have time for this. She dragged her knives together and they sparked, caught fire. The air seared around her, and this time when Oshka threw her blade, the burning edges of Lila's own met the length of cord, and the fire caught. It wicked along the tether, and Oshka hissed as she pulled herself back. Halfway to her hand the cord snapped, and the knife faltered, missing its return to her fingers. A dancer, off cue. The assassin's face burned with anger as she closed the distance to her opponent, now armed with only a single blade. Despite that, Oshka still moved with the terrifying grace of a predator, and Lila was so focused on the knife in the woman's hand that she forgot the room was filled with other weapons for a magician to use. Lila dodged a flash of metal and tried to leap back, but a low stool caught her behind the knees, and she stumbled, balance lost. The fire in her hands went out, and the red-haired woman was on her before she hit the floor, blade already arcing down toward her chest. Lila's arms came up to block the knife as it slashed down, their hilts crashing together in the air above her face. A wicked smile flashed across Oshka's lips as the weapon in her hand suddenly extended, metal thinning into a spike of steel that drove toward Lila's eyes. Her head snapped sideways as metal struck glass, and the sound of a sharp crack reverberated through her skull. The knife, having skidded off her false eye, made a deep scratch across sweat-slicked marble. A droplet of blood ran down her cheek where the blade had sliced skin. A single crimson tear. Lila blinked, dismayed. The bitch had tried to drive a knife through her eye. Fortunately, she'd picked the wrong one. Oshka stared down, caught in an instant of confusion. And an instant was all Lila needed. Her own knife, still raised, now slashed sideways, drawing a crimson smile across the woman's throat. Oshka's mouth opened and closed in a mimicry of the parted skin at her neck, as blood spilled down her front. She fell to the floor beside Lila, fingers wrapped around the wound, but it was wide and deep, a killing blow. The woman twitched and stilled, and Lila shuffled backward out of the spreading pool of blood, pain still singing through her wounded calf, her ringing head. She got to her feet, cupping one hand against her shattered eye. Her lost second blade jutted from a sconce, and she pried it free, trailing a line of blood in her wake as she stumbled over to the door. It had gone quiet beyond. She tried the handle, but found it locked. There was probably a spell, but Lila didn't know it, and she was too tired to summon air or wood or anything else, so instead she simply summoned the last of her strength and kicked the door in.
7. Kel stared up at the ceiling, the world so far above, and getting farther with every breath. And then he heard a voice, Lila's voice, and it was like a hook, wrenching him back to the surface. He gasped and tried to sit up, failed, tried again. Pain shuddered through him as he got to one knee. Somewhere far away he heard the crack of a boot on wood, a lock breaking. He made it to his feet as the door swung open, and there she was, a shadow traced in light. And then his vision slid away and she became a blur rushing toward him. Kel managed a halting step forward before his boots slipped in the pool of blood, and shock and pain plunged him briefly into black. He felt his legs buckling, then warm arms snaking around his waist as he fell. "I've got you," said Lila, sinking with him to the floor. His head slumped against her shoulder, and he whispered hoarsely into her coat, trying to form the words. When she didn't seem to understand, he dragged his bloody broken hands and numbed fingers once more around the collar at his throat. "Take it off," choked Kel. Lila's gaze, was there something wrong with her eyes, flicked over the metal for an instant before she wrapped both hands around the collar's edge. She hissed when her fingers met the metal, but didn't let go, grimacing as she cast her hands around until she found the clasp at the base of Kel's neck. It came free, and she hurled the collar across the room. Air rushed back into Kel's lungs, heat pouring through his veins. For an instant, every nerve in his body sang, first with pain and then power, as the magic returned in an electric surge. He gasped and doubled over, chest heaving and tears running down his face as the world around him pulsed and rippled and threatened to catch fire. Even Lila must have felt it, leaping back out of the way as Kel's power surfaced, settled, every stolen drop reclaimed. But something was still missing. "No," thought Kel. "Please, no." The echo. The second pulse. He looked down at his ruined hands, wrists still dripping blood and magic, and none of it mattered. He tore at his chest, tunic ripping over the seal, which was still there, but beneath the scars and the spell work, only one heartbeat. Only one. "Rye," he said, the word a sob, a plea. "I can't. He's—" Lila grabbed him by the shoulders. "Look at me," she said. "Your brother was still alive when I left. Have a little faith." Her words were hollow, and his own fear ricocheted inside them, filling the space. "Besides," she added, "you can't help him from here." She looked around the room at the metal frame, cuffs slick with red, at the table beside it, littered with tools, at the metal collar lying on the floor, before her attention returned to him. There was something wrong with her eyes. One was its usual brown, but the other was full of cracks. "Your eye," he started, but Lila waved her hand. "Not now." She rose. "Come on. We have to go." But Kel knew he was in no shape to go anywhere. His hands were broken and bruised, blood still running in ropes from his wrists. His head spun every time he moved, and when she tried to help him up, he only made it halfway to his feet before his body swayed and buckled again. He let out a strangled gasp of frustration. "This isn't a good look on you," she said, pressing her fingers to a gash above her ankle. "Hold still. I'm going to patch you up." Kel's eyes widened. "Wait," he said, twitching back from her touch. Lila's mouth quirked. "Don't you trust me?" "No." "Too bad," she said, pressing her bloody hand against his shoulder. "What's the word, Kel?" The room rocked as he shook his head. "Lila, I don't—" "What's the fucking word?" He swallowed and answered shakily. "Asari. Az-Asari." "All right," she said, tightening her grip. "Ready?" And then, before he could answer, she cast the spell. "Az-Asari." Nothing happened. Kel's eyes fluttered in relief, exhaustion, pain. Lila frowned. "Did I do it right?" Light exploded between them, the force of the magic hurling them in opposite directions, like shrapnel from a blast. Kel's back hit the floor, and Lila's thudded against the nearest wall. He lay there, gasping, so dazed that for a second he couldn't tell if it had actually worked. But then he flexed his fingers and felt the wreckage of his hands and wrists knitting back together, skin smooth and warm beneath the trails of blood, felt the air move freely in his lungs, the emptiness filled, the broken made whole. When he sat up, the room didn't spin. His pulse pounded in his ears, but his blood was back inside his veins. Lila was slumped at the base of the wall, rubbing the back of her head with a low groan. "Fucking magic," she muttered, as he knelt beside her. At the sight of him intact, she flashed a triumphant smirk. "Told you it would work." Kel cut her off, taking her face in his stained hands and kissing her once, deeply, desperately. A kiss laced with blood and panic, pain and fear and relief. He didn't ask her how she'd found him, didn't berate her for doing it, only said, "You are mad." She managed a small, exhausted smile. "You're welcome." He helped her to her feet and retrieved his coat, which sat crumpled on the table where Holland, Oseran, had dropped it. Again Lila scanned the room. "What happened, Kel? Who did this to you?" "Holland." He saw the name land like a fist, imagined the images filling her mind, the same ones that had filled his when he found himself face to face with the new White London king and saw not a stranger at all, but a familiar foe. The Antari with the two-toned eyes, one emerald, the other black. The magician bound to serve the Dane twins, the one he'd slain and pushed into the abyss between worlds. But Kel knew that Lila had another image in her mind, of the man who'd killed Baron and thrown the blood-stained watch at her feet as a taunt. "Holland's dead," she said icily. Kel shook his head. "No. He survived. He came back. He's—" Shouts sounded beyond the door, footsteps pounding on stone. "Damn it," snarled Lila, gaze flicking to the hall. "We really have to go." Kel spun toward the door, but she was a step ahead, a red London lin in one bloody hand as she reached for his and brought her other hand down on the table. "Oz," she started. Kel's eyes went wide. "Wait! You can't just— Travars!" The guards burst in as the room dissolved. The floor gave way, and they were falling. Down through one London and into another. Kel braced himself, but the ground never caught them. It wasn't there. The castle became the night, the walls and floor replaced by nothing but cold air, the red light of the river and the bustling streets and the steepled roofs reaching for them as they fell. There were rules when it came to making doors. The first, and in Kel's opinion most important, was that you could either move between two places in the same world, or two worlds in the same place, the same exact place, which was why it was so important to make sure that your feet were on the ground, and not on, say, the floor of a castle chamber 2 stories up, because chances were there would be no castle floor a world away. Kel had tried to tell Lila this, but it was too late. The blood was already on her hand, the token already in her palm, and before he could get the words out, before he could say more than "don't," they were falling. They plunged down through the floor, through the world, and through several feet of winter night before hitting the slanted roof of a building. The tiles were half frozen, and they skidded down another few feet before finally catching themselves against the drain. Or rather, Kel caught himself. The metal beneath Lila's boots buckled sharply, and she would have tumbled over the side if he hadn't grabbed her wrist and hauled her back up onto the shingles beside him. For a long moment, neither spoke, only lay back against the angled roof, huffing unsteady plumes of breath into the night. "In the future," said Kel finally, "do make sure you're standing on the street." Lila exhaled a shaky cloud. "Noted." The cold roof burned against his flushed skin, but Kel didn't move. Not right away. He couldn't. Couldn't think, couldn't feel, couldn't bring himself to do anything but look up and focus on the stars. Delicate dots of light against a blue-black sky. His sky, lined with clouds, their edges tinged red from the river, everything so normal, untouched, oblivious. And suddenly he wanted to scream because even though Lila had healed his body, he still felt broken and terrified and hollow, and all he wanted to do was close his eyes and sink again, to find that dark and silent place beneath the surface of the world, the place where Rye... He forced himself to sit up. He had to find Oseran. "Kel!" started Lila, but he was already pushing himself forward off the roof, dropping to the street below. He could have summoned the wind to ease the fall, but he didn't, barely felt the pain lancing up his shins when he landed on the stones. A moment later, he heard the soft whoosh of a second body, and Lila landed in a crouch beside him. "Kel," she said again, but he was already crossing to the nearest wall, digging his knife from his coat pocket and carving a fresh line in his newly healed skin. "Damn it, Kel!" She caught his sleeve, and there he was again, staring into those brown eyes, one whole, the other shattered. How could he have known? How could he have not? "What do you mean, Holland's back?" Something splintered inside him, and Kel was back in the courtyard with the red-haired woman, Ushka, following her through a door in the world into a London that made no sense, a London that should have been broken but wasn't, a London with too much color. And there stood the new king, young and healthy, but unmistakable. Holland. Then, before Kel could process the Antari's presence, the horrible cold of the spilled collar, the stunning pain of being torn away from himself, away from everything, the metal cage cutting into his wrists, and the look on Holland's face as it became someone else's, the jagged sound of Kel's own voice pleading as the second heart failed within his chest, and the demon turned away, and Kel recoiled suddenly. He was back in the street, blood dripping from his fingers, and Lila was inches from his face, and he couldn't tell if she'd kissed him or struck him. Only knew his head was ringing and something deep inside him was screaming still. "It's him," he said hoarsely. "But it's not. It's—" He shook his head. "I don't know, Lila. Somehow Holland made it to Black London, and something got inside. It's like Vitari, but worse, and it's wearing him." "So the real Holland is dead?" asked Lila as he drew a sigil on the stones. "No," said Kel, taking her hand. "He's still in there somewhere. And now they're here." Kel pressed his bloody palm flat to the wall, and this time when he said the spells, the magic rose effortlessly, mercifully to his touch.
8. Emira refused to leave Rai's side. Not when his screams gave way to hitching sobs. Not when his fevered skin went pale, his features slack. Not when his breathing stopped and his pulse failed. Not when the room went still, and not when it exploded into chaos, and the furniture shook, and the windows cracked, and the guards had to force Alucard Emery from the bed, and Maxim and Tyrion tried to draw her hands away from his body because they didn't understand. A queen could leave her throne, but a mother never leaves her son. "Kel will not let him die," she said in the quiet. "Kel will not let him die," she said in the noise. "Kel will not let him die," she said, over and over to herself when they stopped listening. The room was a storm, but she sat perfectly still beside her son. Emira Maresh, who saw the cracks in beautiful things and moved through life afraid of making more. Emira Nassaro, who hadn't wanted to be queen, hadn't wanted to be responsible for legions of people, their sorrows, their follies, who'd never wanted to bring a child into this dangerous world, who now refused to believe that her strong and beautiful boy, her heart— "He is dead," said the priest. "No. He is dead," said the king. "No. He is dead," said every voice but hers, because they didn't understand that if Rai was dead, then so was Kel, and that wouldn't happen. That couldn't happen. And yet, her son wasn't moving, wasn't breathing. His skin, so newly cool, had taken on a horrible gray pallor, his body skeletal and sunken, as if he'd been gone for weeks, months, instead of minutes. His shirt lay open, revealing the seal against his chest, the ribs so wrongly visible beneath his once brown skin. Her eyes blurred with tears, but she wouldn't let them fall, because crying would mean grieving, and she wouldn't grieve her son because he was not dead. "Emira," pleaded the king, as she bowed her head over Rai's too still chest. "Please," she whispered, and the word wasn't for fate or magic, the saints or the priests or the Isle. It was for Kel. "Please." When she dragged her eyes up, she could almost see a glint of silver in the air, a thread of light, but with every passing second the body on the bed bore less resemblance to her son. Her fingers moved to brush the hair from Rai's eyes, and she fought back a shudder at the brittle locks, the papery skin. He was falling apart before her eyes, the silence punctuated only by the dry crack of settling bones, the sound like embers in a dying fire. "Amira, please, your Majesty, please, my queen, please." She began to hum, not a song or a prayer, but a spell, one she learned when she was just a girl, a spell she'd sung to Rai 100 times when he was young, a spell for sleep, for gentle dreams, for release. She was nearly to the end when the prince gasped.
9. One moment Alucard was being dragged from the prince's room, and the next he was forgotten. He didn't notice the sudden absence of weight on his arms, didn't notice anything but the glitter of luminescent threads and the sound of Rai's breath. The prince's gasp was soft, almost inaudible, but it rippled through the room, picked up by every body, every voice, as the queen and the king and the guards inhaled in shock, in wonder, in relief. Alucard braced himself in the doorway, his legs threatening to give. He'd seen Rai die, seen the last threads vanish into the prince's chest, seen the prince go still, seen the impossible, immediate decay. But now, as he watched, it was undone. Before his eyes the spell returned, a flame coaxed suddenly back from embers, no, from ash. The threads surged up like water over a broken levee before wrapping fierce, protective arms around Rai's body, and he breathed a second time, and a third, and between every inhale and exhale the prince's corpse returned to life. Flesh grew taut over bone, color flooded into hollow cheeks. As quickly as the prince had decayed, he now revived, all signs of pain and strain smoothed into a mask of calm. His black hair settled on his brow in perfect curls, his chest rose and fell with the gentle rhythm of deep sleep. And as Rai calmly slept, the room around him was plunged into chaos. Alucard staggered forward. Voices spoke over one another, layered into meaningless sound. Some shouted, and others whispered words of prayer, blessings for what they'd just seen, or protection from it. Alucard was halfway to Rai's side when King Maxim's voice cut through the noise. "No one is to speak of this," he said, his voice unsteady as he drew himself to full height. "The winner's ball has started, and it must finish." "But, sir," started a guard as Alucard reached Rai's bed. "The prince has been ill," the king cut in. "Nothing more." His gaze landed hard on each of them. "There are too many allies in the palace tonight, too many potential enemies." Alucard did not care about the ball or the tournament or the people beyond this room. He only wanted to touch the prince's hand, to feel the warmth of his skin and assure his own shaking fingers, his own aching heart, that it was not some horrible trick. The room emptied around him, the king first and then the guards and priests, until only the queen and Alucard stood, silently staring at the prince's sleeping form. Alucard reached out then, his hand closing over Rai's, and as he felt the pulse flutter in the prince's wrist, he didn't dwell on the impossibility of what he'd seen, didn't wonder at what forbidden magic could be strong enough to bind life to the dead. All that mattered, all that would ever matter, was this: Rai was alive. 10. Kell staggered out of the street and into his palace chamber, caught by the sudden light, the warmth, the impossible normalcy. As if a life hadn't shattered, a world hadn't broken. Gossamer billowed from the ceiling, and a massive curtained bed stood on a dais on one wall, the furniture dark wood trimmed in gold, and overhead he could hear the sounds of the winner's ball on the roof. How could it still be happening? How could they not know? Of course the king would have the winner's ball go on as planned, Kell thought bitterly. Hide his own son's situation from the prying eyes of Vesk and Pharaoh. "What do you mean Holland's here?" demanded Lila. "Here as in London, or here as in here?" She trailed in his wake, but Kell was already to his chamber doors and through. Rai's room stood at the end of the hall, rosewood and gold doors shut fast. The space between their rooms was littered with men and women, guards and vestra and priests. They turned sharply at the sight of Kell, bare-chested beneath his coat, hair plastered and skin streaked with blood. In their eyes he read the shock and horror, surprise and fear. They moved, some toward him and others away, but all in his path, and Kell summoned a gust of wind, forcing them aside as he surged through the mass to the prince's doors. He didn't want to go in. He had to go in. The screaming in his head was worsening with every step as Kell threw open the doors and skidded into the room, breathless. The first thing he saw was the Queen's face, blanched with grief. The second was his brother's body, stretched out on the bed. The third, and last, was the slow rise and fall of Rye's chest. At that small, blessed movement, Kell's own chest lurched. The storm in his head, held so brittly at bay, now broke, the sudden violent flush of fear and grief and relief and hope giving way to jarring calm. His body folded with relief. Rye was alive. Kell simply hadn't felt the faint return of Rye's heart through the raging and erratic pulse of his own. Even now it was too soft to sense. But Rye was alive. He was alive. He was alive. Kell sank to his knees, but before they hit the floor she was there. Not Lila this time, but the Queen. She didn't stop him from falling, but sank gently with him. Her fingers clutched at his front, tightened in the folds of his coat, and Kell braced himself for the words, the blow. He had left. He had failed her son. He had nearly lost Rye again. Instead, Amira Maresh bent her head against his bare and blood-stained chest and cried. Kell knelt there, frozen, before lifting his tired arms and wrapping them gingerly around the Queen. "I prayed," she whispered, over and over and over as he helped her to her feet. The king was there then, in the doorway, breathless, as if he'd run the length of the palace, Tyrion at his side. Maxim stormed forward, and again Kell braced himself for the attack, but the king said nothing, only folded Kell and Amira both into a silent hug. It was not a gentle thing, that embrace. The king held on to Kell as if he were the only stone structure in a violent storm, held so hard it hurt, but Kell didn't pull away. When at last Maxim withdrew, taking Amira with him, Kell went to his brother's bed, to Rye, brought a hand to the prince's chest just to feel the beat, and there it was, steady, impossible, and as his own heart finally began to slow, he felt rise again behind his ribs, nestled against his, an echo, still distant but growing nearer with every beat. Kell's brother did not look like a man close to death. The color was high in Rye's cheeks, the hair curling against his brow a glossy black, rich, at odds with the mussed cushions and wrinkled sheets that spoke of suffering, of struggle. Kell ducked his head and pressed his lips to Rye's brow, willing him to wake and make some tease about damsels in distress, or spells and magic kisses. But the prince didn't stir. His eyelids didn't flutter. His pulse didn't lift. Kell squeezed his brother's shoulder gently, but still the prince didn't wake, and he would have shaken Rye if Tyrion hadn't touched Kell's wrist, guided his hand away. "Be patient," said the Avan Essen gently. Kell swallowed and turned back toward the room, suddenly aware of how quiet it was, despite the presence of the king and queen, the growing audience of priests and guards, including Tyrion and Hostra, the latter now in common clothes. Lila hung back in the doorway, pale with exhaustion and relief. And in the corner stood Alucard Emery, whose reddened eyes had turned storm-dark irises to sunset blue. Kell couldn't bear to ask what had happened, what they'd seen. The whole room wore the pall of the haunted, the two still features of the shocked. It was so quiet Kell could hear the music of the damned winner's ball still trilling on overhead. So quiet he could, finally, hear Rye's breathing, soft and steady. And Kell so badly wished they could stay in this moment, wished he could lie down beside the prince and sleep and avoid the explanations, the accusations of failure and betrayal. But he could see the questions in their eyes as they looked from Lila to him, taking in his sudden return, his bloody state. Kell swallowed and began to speak. 11. The boundary between the worlds gave way like silk beneath a sharpened blade. Oseran met no resistance, nothing but shadow and a step, a moment of nothing, that narrow gap between the end of one world and the beginning of the next, before Holland's boot, his boot, found solid ground again. The way between his London and Holland's had been hard, the spells old but strong, the gates rusted shut. But like old metal there were weaknesses, cracks, and in those years of questing from his throne Oseran had found them. That doorway had resisted, but this one gave unto something marvelous. The castle was gone, the cold less brittle, and everywhere he looked was the pulse of magic. It trailed in lines before his eyes, rising off the world like steam. So much power, so much potential. Oseran stood in the middle of the street and smiled. This was a world worth shaping, a world that worshipped magic, and it would worship him. Music drifted on the breeze, as faint as far-off chimes, and all around was light and life. Even the darkest shadows here were shallow pools compared to his world, to Holland's. The air was rich with the scent of flowers and winter wine, the hum of energy, the heady pulse of power. The coin hung from Oseran's fingers, and he tossed it away, drawn toward the blooming light at the center of the city. With every step he felt himself grow stronger, magic flooding his lungs, his blood. A river glowed red in the distance, its pulse so strong, so vital, while Holland's voice was a fading heartbeat in his head. Azanase, it whispered over and over, trying to dispel Oseran as if he were a common curse. Holland, he chided, I am not a piece of spell work to be undone. A scrying board hung nearby, and as his fingers brushed it, they snagged the threads of magic, and the spellwork shuddered and transformed, the words shifting into the Antari mark for darkness, for shadow, for him. As Oseran passed lantern after lantern, the fires flared, shattering glass and spilling into night, while the street beneath his boots turned smooth and black, darkness spreading like ice. Spells unraveled all around him, elements morphed from one into another as the spectrum tilted, fire into air, air into water, water into earth, earth into stone, stone into magic, magic, magic. A shout behind him and the clatter of hooves as a carriage reared. The man clutching the reins spat at him in a language he'd never heard, but words were threaded together just like spells, and the letters unraveled and rewove in Oseran's head, taking on a shape he knew. "Get out of the way, you fool!" Oseran narrowed his eyes, reaching for the horse's reins. "I'm not a fool," he said. "I am a god." His grip tightened on the leather straps. "And gods should be worshipped." Shadow spread up the reins as fast as light. It closed over the driver's hands, and the man gasped as Oseran's magic slid under skin and into vein, wrapped around muscle and bone and heart. The driver didn't fight the magic, or if he did, it was a battle quickly lost. He half leaped, half fell from the carriage seat to kneel at the Shadow King's feet, and when he looked up, Oseran saw the smoky echo of his own true form, twining in the man's eyes. Oseran considered him. The threads of power running beneath his own command were dull, weak. So, he thought, this is a strong world, but not all are strong within it. He would find a use for the weak, or weed them out. They were kindling, dry but thin, quick to burn, but not enough to keep him burning long. "Stand," he commanded, and when the man clambered to his feet, Osaron reached out and wrapped his fingers loosely around the driver's throat, curious what would happen if he poured more of himself into such a modest shell, wondering how much it could hold. His fingers tightened, and the veins beneath them bulged, turning black and fracturing across the man's skin. Hundreds of tiny fissures shone as the man began to burn with magic, his mouth open in a silent, euphoric scream. His skin peeled away, and his body flickered ember red, and then black, before he finally crumbled. Osaron's hand fell away, ash trailing through the night air. He was so caught up in the moment that he almost didn't notice Holland trying once again to surface, to claw his way through the gap in his attention. Osaron closed his eyes, turning his focus inward. "You're becoming unpleasant." He wrapped the threads of Holland's mind around his fingers and pulled until, deep in his head, the Antari let out a guttural scream, until the resistance and the noise finally crumbled like the driver in the road, like every mortal thing that tried to stand in the way of a god. In the ensuing quiet, Osaron turned his attention back to the beauty of his new kingdom. The streets alive with people, the sky alive with stars, the palace alive with light. Osaron marveled at this last, for it was not a squat stone castle like in Holland's world, but an arcing structure of glass and gold that seemed to pierce the sky, a place truly fit for a king. The rest of the world seemed to blur around the dazzling point of that palace as he made his way through the streets. The river came into view, a pulsing red, and the air caught in his chest. Beautiful. Wasted. We could be so much more. A market burned in shades of crimson and gold along the river bank, and ahead the palace stairs were strewn with bouquets of frost-laced flowers. As his boots hit the first step, a row of flowers lost their icy sheen and blossomed back into vivid color. Too long he'd been holding back. Too long. With every step, the color spread. The flowers grew wild, blossoms bursting and stems shining with thorns, all of it spilling down the stairs in carpets of green and gold, white and red. And all of it thrived. He thrived in this strange, rich world, so ripe and ready for taking. Oh, he would do such wondrous things. In his wake, the flowers changed again and again and again, petals turning now to ice, now to stone, a riot of color, a chaos of form, until finally, overcome by their euphoric transformation, they went black and smooth as glass. Osaron reached the top of the stairs and came face to face with a huddle of men waiting for him before the doors. They were speaking to him, and for a moment he simply stood and let the words spill tangled into the air, nothing but inelegant sounds cluttering his perfect night. Then he sighed and gave them shape. "I said stop!" one of the guards was warning. "Don't come any closer," ordered a second as he drew a sword, its edge glinting with spellwork. To weaken magic. Osaron almost smiled, though the gesture still felt stiff on Holland's face. There was only one word for stop in his tongue, anase, and even that meant only to unravel, undo. One word for ending magic, but so many to make it grow, spread, change. Osaron lifted one hand, a casual gesture, power spiraling down around his fingers toward these men in their thin metal shells, where it... An explosion tore through the sky above. Osaron craned his neck and saw, over the crown of the palace, a sphere of colored light, and then another and another, in bursts of red and gold. Cheers reached him on the wind, and he felt the resonant beat of bodies overhead. Life. Power. "Stop!" said the men in their clumsy tongue. But Osaron was just getting started. The air swirled around his feet, and he rose up into the night.
2. City in Shadow. 1. Kisimir Vazrin was a little drunk. Not unpleasantly so, just enough to dull the edges of the winner's ball, smooth the faces on the roof, and blur the mindless chatter into something more enjoyable. She could still hold her own in a fight. That was how she judged it. Not by how many glasses she'd gone through, but how quickly she could turn the contents of her glass into a weapon. She tipped the goblet, poured the wine straight out, and watched it freeze into a knife before it landed in her other hand. There, she thought, leaning back against the cushions. Still good. "You're sulking," said Lowson from somewhere behind the couch. "Nonsense," she drawled. "I'm celebrating." She tipped her head back to look at her protégé and added dryly, "Can't you tell?" The young man chuckled, eyes alight. "Suit yourself, Mas Arna." Arna? Saints! When had she gotten old enough to be called a mistress? She wasn't even 30. Lowson swept away to dance with a pretty young noble, and Kisimir drained her glass and settled back to watch, gold tassels jingling in her ropes of hair. The rooftop was a pretty enough place for a party. Pillars rising into pointed crowns against the night sky, spheres of hearth fire warming the late winter air, and marble floors so white they shone like moonlit clouds. But Kisimir had always preferred the arena. At least in a fight she knew how to act, knew the point of the exercise. Here in society she was meant to smile and bow, and even worse, mingle. Kisimir hated mingling. She wasn't Vestra or Ostra, just old-fashioned London stock. Flesh and blood and a good turn of magic. A good turn honed into something more. All around her the other magicians drank and danced, their masks mounted like brooches on their shoulders, or worn like hoods thrown back atop their hair. The faceless ones registered as ornament, while the more featured cast unnerving expressions on the backs of heads and cloaks. Her own feline mask sat beside her on the couch, dented and singed from so many rounds in the ring. Kisimir wasn't in the mood for a party. She knew how to feign grace, but inside she was still seething from the final match. It had been close. There was that much. But of all the people to lose to, it had to be that obnoxious pretty boy noble, Alucard Emery. Where was the bastard, anyway? No sign of him. Or the king and queen, for that matter. Or the prince. Or his brother. Strange. The Vescan prince and princess were here, roaming as if in search of prey, while the Pharaohan regent held his own small court against a pillar. But the Arnesian royal family was nowhere to be seen. Her skin prickled in warning, the way it did the instant before a challenger made their move in the ring. Something was off. Wasn't it? Saints. She couldn't tell. A servant in red and gold swept past, and she plucked a fresh drink from the tray, spiced wine that tickled her nose and warmed her fingers before it touched her tongue. 10 more minutes, she told herself, and she could go. She was, after all, a victor, even if she hadn't won this year. Mistress Casimir? She looked up at the young Vestra, beautiful and tan, eyelids painted gold to match his sash. She cast a look around for Lowson, and sure enough found her protégé watching, looking smug as a young cat offering up a mouse. "I'm Viken Rozek," started the noble. "And I'm not in the mood to dance," she cut in. "Perhaps, then," he said coyly, "I could keep your company here." He didn't wait for permission. She could feel the sofa dip beside her, but Casimir's attention had already drifted past him, to the figure standing at the roof's edge. 1 minute that stretch was empty, dark, and the next, as a last firework lit the sky, he was there. From here the man was nothing but a silhouette against the darker night. but the way he looked around, as if taking in the rooftop for the first time, set her on edge. He wasn't a noble or tournament magician, and he didn't belong to any of the entourages she'd seen throughout the Essentage. Curiosity piqued, she rose from the couch, leaving her mask on the cushions beside Vicken as the stranger stepped forward between two pillars, revealing skin as fair as a Vescon's, but hair blacker than her own. A midnight blue half-cloak spilled over his shoulders, and on his head, where a magician's mask might be, was a silver crown. A royal? But she'd never seen him before. Never caught this particular scent of power, either. Magic rippled off him with every step, wood smoke and ash and fresh-turned earth, at odds with the flowered notes that filled the room around them. Kisimir wasn't the only one to notice. One by one the faces at the ball turned toward the corner. The stranger's own head was bowed slightly, as if considering the marble floor beneath his polished black boots. He passed a table on which someone had left a helmet, and drew a finger almost absently along the metal jaw. As he did, it crumbled to ash. No, not ash, but sand. 1,000 glittering specks of glass. A cold breeze brushed them away. Kisimir's heart quickened. Without thinking, her own feet carried her forward, matching him step for step as he crossed the roof, until they both stood at opposite edges of the broad, polished circle used for dancing. The music stopped abruptly, broke off into half-formed chords, and then silence, as the strange figures strode into the center of the floor. "Good evening," said the stranger. As he spoke, he raised his head, black hair shifting to reveal 2 all-black eyes, shadows twisting in their depths. Those close enough to meet his gaze tensed and recoiled. Those farther afield must have felt the ripple of unease, because they too began to edge away. The Faroans watched, gems dancing in their darkened faces as they tried to understand if this was some kind of show. The Vescans stood stock still, waiting for the stranger to draw a weapon. But the Arnesians roiled. 2 guards peeled away to send word through the palace below. Kisimir held her ground. "I hope I haven't interrupted," he continued, his voice becoming 2, one soft, the other resonant, one scattered on the air like that pile of sand, the other crystal clear inside her head. His black eyes tracked over the roof. "Where is your king?" The question rang through Kisimir's skull, and when she tried to force his presence back, the stranger's attention flicked toward her, landing like a stone. "Strong," he mused. "Everything here is strong." "Who are you?" demanded Kisimir, her own voice sounding thin by comparison. The man seemed to consider this a moment and then said, "Your new king." That sent a ripple through the crowd. Kisimir stretched out one arm, and the nearest pitcher of wine emptied, its contents sailing toward her fingers and hardening into an icy spear. "Is that a threat?" she said, trying to focus on the man's hands instead of those eerie black eyes, that resonant voice. "I am a high magician of Arns, a victor of the Essentage. I bear the favored sigil of the house of Maresh, and I will not let you harm my king." The stranger cocked his head, amused. "You are strong, mage," he said, spreading his arms as if to welcome her embrace. His smile widened. "But you are not strong enough to stop me." Kisimir spun her spear once, almost idly, and then lunged. She made it 2 steps before the marble floor splashed beneath her feet, stone one instant and water the next, and then, before she could reach him, stone again. Kisimir gasped, her body shuddering to a halt as the rock hardened around her ankles. Losen was starting toward her, but she held a hand up. without taking her gaze off the stranger. It wasn't possible. The man hadn't even moved, hadn't touched the stone or said anything to change its shape. He'd simply willed it, out of one form and into another as if it were nothing. "It is nothing," he said, words filling the air and slinking through her head. "My will is magic, and magic is my will." The stone began to climb her shins as he continued forward, crossing to her in long, slow strides. Behind him, Jinar and Brost moved to attack. They made it to the edge of the circle before he sent them back with a flick of his wrist, their bodies crashing hard into pillars. Neither rose. Kisimir growled and summoned the other facet of her power. The marble rumbled at her feet. It cracked and split, and still the stranger came toward her. By the time she staggered free, he was there, close enough to kiss. She didn't even feel his fingers until they were already circling her wrist. She looked down, shocked by the touch, at once feather-light and solid as stone. "Strong," he mused again. "But are you strong enough to hold me?" Something passed between them, skin to skin, and then deeper, spreading up her arm and through her blood. Strange and wonderful, like light, like honey in her veins, sweet and warm and— "No!" She pushed back, trying to force the magic away, but his fingers only tightened. And suddenly, the pleasant heat became a burn. The light became a fire. Her bones went hot. Her skin cracked. Every inch of her ablaze, and Kisimir began to scream.
2. Kel told them everything, or at least everything they needed to know. He didn't say that he'd gone with Ushka willingly, still fuming from his imprisonment and his fight with the king. He didn't say that he'd condemned the prince's life and his own rather than agreeing to the creature's terms. And he didn't say that, at some point, he'd given up. But he did tell the king and queen of Lila, and how she'd saved his life, and Rise, and brought him home. He told them of Holland's survival, and Oseron's power, of the cursed metal collar, and the red London token in the demon's hand. "Where is this monster now?" demanded the king. Kel sagged. "I don't know." He needed to say more, to warn them of Oseron's strength, but all he could manage was, "I promise, Your Majesty, I will find him." His anger didn't rage, he was too tired for that, but it burned coldly in his veins. "And I will kill him." "You will stay here," said the king, gesturing to the prince's bed. "At least until Rai wakes." Kel started to protest, but Tyrion's hand settled again on his shoulder, and he felt himself sway beneath the priest's influence. He sank into a chair beside his brother's bed as the king left to summon his guards. Beyond the windows the fireworks had begun, showering the sky in red and gold. Hostra, who hadn't taken his eyes from the sleeping prince, stood against the wall nearby, whispering softly. His brown curls were touched with gold in the lamplight, and he was turning something over and over in his fingers. A coin. And at first Kel thought the words were some spell for calm, remembering that Hostra had once been destined for the sanctuary, but soon the words registered as simple Arnesian. It was a prayer of sorts, but he was asking for, of all things, forgiveness. "What's wrong?" asked Kel. Hostra reddened. "It's my fault she found you," whispered his former guard. "My fault she took you." She. Hostra meant Ushka. Kel rubbed his eyes. "It's not," he said. But the youth just shook his head stubbornly, and Kel couldn't bear the guilt in his eyes, too close a mirror of his own. He glanced instead at Tyrion, who now stood with Lila, her chin in his hand, as he tilted her head to see the damage to her eye, not even the hint of surprise in his own. Alucard Emery still lurked, half in shadow, in the corner beyond the royal bed, his gaze leveled not on Kel or the rest of the room, but but on Rye's chest as it rose and fell. Kell knew of the captain's gift, his ability to see the threads of magic. Now Alucard stood, perfectly still, only his eyes following some invisible spectre as it wove around the prince. "Give him time," murmured the captain, answering a question Kell hadn't yet asked. Kell took a breath, hoping to say something civil, but Alucard's attention flicked suddenly to the balcony doors. "What is it?" asked Kell as the man pushed off the wall, peering out into the red-tinged night. "I thought I saw something." Kell tensed. "Saw what?" Alucard didn't answer. He brushed his hand along the glass, clearing the steam. After a moment he shook his head. "Must have been a trick of the—" He was cut off by a scream, not in the room, not in the palace at all, but overhead, on the roof, the winner's ball. Kell was on his feet before he knew if he could stand. Lila, always the faster, had her knife out, even though no one had seen to her wounds. "Osaran?" she demanded as Kell surged toward the door. Alucard was on his heels, but Kell spun and forced him back with a single vicious shove. "No, not you. You can't expect me to stay. I expect you to watch over the prince." "I thought that was your job," snarled Alucard. The blow landed, but Kell still barred the captain's path. "If you go upstairs, you will die." "And you won't," he challenged. Behind Kell's eyes, the image flared of the darkness swarming in Holland's eyes, the hum of power, the horror of a curse noose tight around his neck. Kell swallowed. "If I don't go, everyone will die." He looked to the Queen, who opened her mouth and closed it several times as if searching for an order, a protest. But in the end, she said only, "Go." Lila hadn't waited around for permission. She was halfway up the stairs when he caught her, and he wouldn't have if not for her injured leg. "How did he get up there?" muttered Kell. "How did he get out of Black London?" countered Lila. "How did he cut off your power? How did he—" "Fine," growled Kell. "Point taken." They shoved past the mounting guards, launching themselves up flight after flight. "Just so we're clear," said Lila, "I don't care if Holland's still in there. If I get a chance, I'm not sparing him." Kell swallowed. "Agreed." When they reached the rooftop doors, Lila grabbed his collar, hauling his face toward hers. Her eyes bore into his, one smooth, the other fractured into shadow and light. Beyond the doors, the scream had stopped. "Are you strong enough to win?" she asked. Was he? This wasn't a tournament magician. Wasn't even a sliver of magic like Vitari. Osaran had destroyed an entire world, changed another on a whim. "I don't know," he said honestly. Lila flashed a glimmer of a smile, sharp as glass. "Good," she answered, pushing open the door. "Only fools are certain." Kell didn't know what he expected to find on the roof. Blood, bodies, a sick version of the stone forest that had once stretched at the feet of White London's castle, with its petrified corpses. What he saw instead was a crowd caught between confusion and terror, and at its center, the Shadow King. Kell felt the blood drain from his face, replaced by cold hatred for the figure in the middle of the roof, the monster wearing Holland's skin, as he turned in a slow circle considering his audience. Surrounded by the most powerful magicians in the world, and not a hint of fear in those black eyes. Only amusement, and the sharp edge of want threaded through it. Standing there in the center of the marble circle, Osaran seemed the center of the world, unmovable, invincible. The scene shifted, and Kell saw Kisimir Vazaran lying on the ground at Osaran's feet. At least what was left of her. One of the strongest magicians in Arns, reduced to a scorched black corpse, the metal rings in her hair now melted down to dots of molten light. "Anyone else?" asked Osaran in that sick distortion of Holland's voice, silky and wrong and somehow everywhere at once. The Vescan royals crouched behind their sorcerers, a pair of frightened children cowering in silver and green. Lord Solinar, even for his lack of magic, did not retreat, though his Pharaohan entourage could be seen urging him behind a pillar. At the marble platform's edge, the rest of the magicians gathered, their elements summoned. Flames swirled around fingers, shards of ice held like knives. But no one struck. They were tournament fighters, used to parading around a ring, where the greatest thing at risk was pride. What had Holland said to Kell so many months ago? "Do you know what makes you weak? You've never had to be strong. You've certainly never had to fight for your life." Now Kell saw that flaw in these men and women, their unmasked faces pale with fear. Lila touched his arm, a knife ready in her other hand. Neither spoke, but neither needed to. In palace balls and tournament games they were unmatched, awkward. But they understood each other here and now, surrounded by danger and death. Kell nodded, and without a word Lila slipped thief-smooth into the shadows around the roof's edge. "No one?" goaded the Shadow King. He brought a boot to rest on Kissimir's remains, and they gave way like ash beneath his step. "For all your strength, you surrender so easily." Kell took a single breath and forced himself forward, out of the shelter at the circle's edge and into the light. When Oseran saw him, he actually smiled. "Kell," said the monster, "your resilience surprises me. Have you come to kneel before me? Have you come to beg?" "I've come to fight." Oseran tipped his head. "The last time we met, I left you screaming." Kell's limbs shook, not with fear, but anger. "The last time we met, I was in chains." The air around him sang with power. "Now I'm free." Oseran's smile widened. "But I have seen your heart, and it is bound." Kell's hands curled into fists. The marble beneath his feet trembled and began to splinter. Oseran flicked his wrist, and the night came crashing down on Kell. It crushed the air from his lungs, forcing him toward his knees. It took all his strength to stay upright under the weight, and after a horrible second he realized it wasn't the air straining against him. Oseran's will pressed against his very bones. Kell was Antari. No one had ever managed to will his body against his. Now his joints ground together, his limbs threatening to crack. "I will see you kneel before your king." "No." Kell tried again to summon the marble floor, and the stone trembled as will clashed against will. He kept his feet, but realized by the almost bored expression on the other Antari's face that the Shadow King was toying with him. "Holland," Kell snarled, trying to subdue the horror, "if you're in there, fight! Please, fight!" A sour look crossed Oseran's face, and then something crashed behind Kell, armor against wood as more guards barreled onto the roof, Maxim at their center. The king's voice boomed through the night. "How dare you set foot in my palace?" Oseran's attention flicked to the king, and Kell gasped, suddenly free from the weight of the creature's will. He staggered a step, already freeing his knife and drawing blood, red drops falling to the pale stone. "How dare you claim to be king?" "I have more claim than you." Another twitch of those long fingers, and the king's crown sailed from his head, or it would have if Maxim hadn't snatched it from the air with terrifying speed. The king's eyes glowed as if molten as he crushed the crown between his hands and drew it out into a blade, a single fluid gesture that spoke of days long past, when Maxim Maresh had been the Steel Prince instead of the Golden King. "Surrender, demon," he ordered, "or be slain." At his back the royal guards raised their swords, spellwork scrawled along the edges. The sight of the king and his guards seemed to shake the other magicians from their stupor. Some began to retreat, ushering their own royals off the roof or simply fleeing, while a few were bold enough to advance. But Kell knew why they were no match. Not the guards, not the magicians, not even the king. But the king's appearance had bought Kell something. An advantage. With Oseran's attention still on Maxim, Kell sank into a crouch. His blood had spread in brittle fractures across the stone floor, thin lines of red that reached and wrapped around the monster's boot. "Azanase," he ordered. "Dispel." The words had been enough once to purge Vitari from the world. Now they did nothing. Oseran shot him a pitying glance, shadows twisting in his pitch-black eyes. Kell didn't retreat. He forced his hands flat. "Az steno," he ordered, and the marble floor shattered into 100 shards that rose and hurled themselves at the Shadow King. The first one found home, burying itself in Oseran's leg, and Kell's hopes rose before he realized his mistake. He hadn't gone for the kill. That first stone blade was the only one to land. With nothing but a look, the rest of the shards faltered, slowed, stopped. Kell pushed with all his force, but his own body was one thing to will, and 100 makeshift blades another, and Oseran quickly won, turning the stone fragments outward like the spokes on a wheel, the dazzling edges of a sun. Oseran's hands drifted lazily up, and the shards trembled like arrows on taut strings. But before he could unleash them on the guards and the king and the magicians on the roof, something passed through him. A flinch. A shudder. The shadows in his eyes went green. Somewhere deep inside his body Holland was fighting back. The fragments of stone tumbled to the ground as Oseran stood frozen, all his attention focused inward. Maxim saw the chance and signaled. The royal guards struck, a dozen men falling on one distracted god. And for an instant, Kell thought it would be enough. For an instant, but then Oseran looked up, flashing black eyes and a defiant smile. And let them come. "Wait!" shouted Kell, but it was too late. The instant before the guards fell on the Shadow King, the monster abandoned its shell. Darkness poured from Holland's stolen body as thick and black as smoke. The Antaria collapsed, and the shadow that was Oseran moved, serpentine, across the roof, hunting for another form. Kell spun, looking for Lila, but couldn't see her through the crowd, the smoke. And then, suddenly, the darkness turned on him. No, thought Kell, who had already refused the monster once. He couldn't fathom another collar, the cold horror of a heartbeat stopping in his chest. The darkness surged toward him, and Kell took an involuntary step back, bracing himself for an assault that never came. The shadow brushed his blood-streaked fingers and pulled back, not so much repelled as considering. The darkness laughed, a sickly sound, and began to draw itself together, to coalesce into a column and then into a man. Not flesh and blood, but layered shadow, so dense it looked like fluid stone, some edges sharp and others blurred. A crown sat atop the figure's head, a dozen spires thrust upward like horns, their points faded into smoke. The Shadow King in his true form. Oseran drew in a breath, and the molten darkness at his center flared like embers, heat rippling the air around him. And yet he seemed solid as stone. As Oseran considered his hands, the fingers tapering less to fingertips than points, his mouth stretched into a cruel smile. "It has been a long time since I was strong enough to hold my own shape." His hand shot toward Kell's throat, but was stopped short as steel came singing through the air. Lila's knife caught Oseran in the side of the head, but the blade didn't lodge. It passed straight through. So he wasn't real, wasn't corporeal, not yet. Oseran spared a glance at Lila, who was already drawing another blade. She slammed to a stop under his gaze, her body clearly straining against his hold, and Kell stole his chance once more, pressing his blood-stained palm to the creature's chest. But the shape turned to smoke around Kell's fingers, recoiling from his magic, and Oseran twisted back, annoyance etched across his stone features. Freed once more, Lila reached him, a guard's short sword in one hand, and swung the weapon in a vicious arc, carving down and across and through his body, shoulder to hip. Oseran parted around the blade, and then he simply dissolved. There one moment and gone the next. Kell and Lila stared at each other, breathless, stunned. The guards were hauling an unconscious Holland roughly to his feet, his head lolling as, all around the roof, the men and women stood as if under a spell, though it might have simply been shock, horror, confusion. Kell met King Maxim's eyes across the roof. "You have so much to learn." He spun toward the sound and found Oseran reformed and standing not in the broken center of the roof, but atop the railing at its edge, as if the spine of metal were solid ground. His cloak billowed in the breeze, a spectre of a man, a shadow of a monster. "You do not slay a god," he said. "You worship him." His black eyes danced with dark delight. "Do not worry. I will teach you how. And in time—" Oseran spread his arms. "I will make this world worthy of me." Kel realized too late what was about to happen. He started running just as Oseran tipped backward off the railing and fell. Kel sprinted and got there just in time to see the Shadow King hit the water of the isle far below. His body struck without a splash, and as it broke the surface and sank, it began to plume like spilled ink through the current. Lila pressed against him, straining to see. Shouts were going up over the roof, but the two of them stood and watched in silent horror as the plume of darkness grew and grew and grew, spreading until the red of the river turned black. 3. Alucard paced the prince's room, waiting for news. He hadn't heard anything since that single scream, the first shouts of guards in the hall, the steps above. Rye's lush curtains and canopies, his plush carpets and pillows all created a horrible insulation, blocking out the world beyond and shrouding the room in an oppressive silence. They were alone, the captain and the sleeping prince. The king was gone, the priests were gone, even the queen was gone. One by one they'd peeled away, each casting a glance at Alucard that said, "Sit, stay," as if he would have left. He would have gladly abandoned the maddening quiet and the smothering questions, of course, but not Rye. The queen had been the last to leave. For several seconds she'd stood between the bed and the doors as if physically torn. "Your Majesty," he'd said, "I will keep him safe." Her face had changed then, the regal mask slipping to reveal a frightened mother. "If only you could." "Can you?" he'd asked, and her wide brown eyes had gone to Rye, lingering there for a long moment before at last she'd turned and fled. Something drew his attention to the balcony. Not movement exactly, but a change in the light. When he approached the glass doors, he saw shadows spilling down the side of the palace like a train, a tail, a curtain of glossy black that shimmered, solid, smoke, solid, as it ran from the river bank below all the way to the roof. It had to be magic, but it had no color, no light. If it followed the warp and weft of power, he could not see the threads. Kel had told them about Oseran, the poisonous magic from another London. But how could a magician do this? How could anyone? "It's a demon," Kel had said. "A piece of living, breathing magic." "A piece of magic that thinks itself a man?" asked the king. "No," he'd answered. "A piece of magic that thinks itself a god." Now, staring out at the column of shadow, Alucard understood. This thing wasn't obeying the lines of power at all. It was stitching them from nothing. He couldn't look away. The floor seemed to tilt, and Alucard felt like he was tipping forward toward the glass doors and the curtain of black beyond. If he could get closer, maybe he could see the threads. The captain lifted his hands to the balcony doors, about to push them open when the prince shifted in his sleep. A soft groan beyond him, the subtle hitch of breath, and that was all it took to make Alucard turn back, the darkness beyond the glass momentarily forgotten as he crossed to the bed. "Rye," he whispered. "Can you hear me?" A crinkle between the prince's brows, a ghost of strain along his jaw. Small signs, but Alucard clung to them, and brushed the dark curls from Rye's brow, trying to brush away the image of the prince desiccating atop the royal sheets. "Please wake up." His touch trailed down the prince's sleeve, coming to rest on his hand. Alucard had always loved Rye's hands, smooth palms and long fingers, meant for touching, for talking, for music. He didn't know if Rye played any more, but he had once, and when he did, he played the way he spoke a language, fluently. A ghost of memory behind his eyes, nails dancing over skin. "Play me something," Alucard had said, and Rye had smiled his dazzling smile, the candlelight turning his amber eyes to gold as his fingers drifted, chords flitting over shoulder, ribs, waist. "I'd rather play you." Alucard threaded his fingers through the prince's now, relieved to find them warm, relieved again when Rye's hand tightened ever so slightly on his own. Carefully, Alucard climbed into the bed. Cautiously, he stretched himself beside the sleeping prince. Beyond the glass, the darkness began to splinter, spread. But Alucard's eyes were on Rye's chest as it rose and fell, 100 silver threads knitting slowly, slowly back together. 4. At last, Oseran was free. There had been an instant on the roof, the space between a breath in and a breath out, when it felt as if the pieces of himself might scatter in the wind without flesh and bone to hold them in. But he did not scatter, did not dissolve, did not cease to be. He'd grown strong over the months in that other world, stronger over the minutes in this one. And he was free. A thing so strange, so long forgotten, he hardly knew it. How long had he sat on that throne at the center of a sleeping city, watching the pulse of his world go still, watching until even the snow stopped falling and hung suspended in the air, and there was nothing left to do but sleep and wait and wait and wait and wait. To be free. And now... Oseran smiled, and the river shimmered. He laughed, and the air shook. He flexed, and the world shuddered. It welcomed him, this world. It wanted change. It knew, in its marrow, in its bones, that it could be more. It whispered to him, "Make, make, make." This world burned with promise, the way his own had burned so long ago, before it went to ash. But he had been a young god then, too eager to give, to be loved. He knew better now. Humans did not make good rulers. They were children, servants, subjects, pets, food, fodder. They had a place, just as he had a place. And he would be the god they needed, and they would love him for it. He would show them how. He would feed them power, just enough to keep them bound, a taste of what could be, what they could be. And as he wove around them, through them, he would draw a measure of their strength, their magic, their potential, and it would feed him, stoke him, and they would give it freely because he was theirs and they were his, and together they would make something extraordinary. "I am mercy," he whispered in their ears. "I am power. I am king. I am God. Kneel." And all over the city, his new city, they were kneeling. It was a natural thing to kneel, a matter of gravity, of letting your weight carry you down. Most of them wanted to do it. He could feel their submission. And those who didn't, those who refused, well, there was no place for them in Oseran's kingdom. No place for them at all. 5. 2 cheers to the wind, and 3 to the women, and 4 to the splendid sea. The last word trailed off, dissolving into the coarser sounds of glasses knocking against tables, ale splashing on the floor. "Is that really how it goes?" asked Basri, tipping his head back against the booth. "I thought it was wine, not wind." "Wouldn't be a sea shanty without the wind," said Tav. "Wouldn't be a shanty without the wine," countered Basri, slurring his words. Lenos didn't know if it was for effect or because the sailor, the entire crew for that matter, was soused. The entire crew, that was, except Lenos. He'd never been big on the stuff, didn't like the way it muddled everything and left him feeling ill for days, but nobody seemed to notice whether or not he actually drank, so long as he had a glass in his hand for toasting. And he always did. Lenos had a glass when the crew toasted their captain, Alucard Emery, the victor of the Essen Tosh, and had it still when they kept on toasting him every half hour or so, until they lost track. Now that the tournament was done, most of the pennants sat soaking up ale on tabletops, and the silver and blue flame on Alucard's banner was looking muddier by the round. Their illustrious captain was long gone, probably toasting himself up at the winner's ball. If Lenos strained, he could hear the occasional echo of fireworks over the rattle of the crowd in the wandering road. There'd be a proper parade in the morning and a final wave of celebration, and half of London still in their cups. But tonight, the palace was for the champions, the taverns for the rest. "Any sign of Bard?" asked Tav. Lenos looked around, scanning the crowded inn. He hadn't seen her, not since the first round of drinks. The crew teased him for the way he was around her, mistaking his skittishness for shyness, attraction, even fear. And maybe it was fear, at least a little, but if so, it was the smart kind. Lenos feared Lila the way a rabbit feared a hound, the way a mortal feared lightning after a storm. A shiver ran through him, sudden and cold. He'd always been sensitive to the balance of things. Could have been a priest if he'd had a bit more magic. He knew when things were right, that wonderful feeling like warm sun on a cool day, and he knew when they were oven, like Lila with her strange past and stranger power, and he knew when they were wrong. And right now, something was wrong. Lenos took a sip of ale to steady his nerves, his reflection a frowning amber smudge on its surface, and got to his feet. The spire's first mate caught his eye and rose as well. Strauss knew about his moments, and unlike the rest of the crew, who called him odd, superstitious, Strauss seemed to believe him, or at least not disbelieve him outright. Lenos moved through the room in a kind of daze, caught up in the strange spell of the feeling, the cord of wrongness like a rope tugging him along. He was halfway to the door when the first shout came from the tavern window. "There's something in the river!" "Yeah," Tav called back. "Big floating arenas. Been there all week." But Lenos was still moving toward the tavern's entrance. He pushed open the door, unmoved by the sudden cut of cold wind. The streets were emptier than usual, the first heads just poking out to sea. Lenos walked, Strauss on his heels, until he rounded the corner and saw the edge of the night market, its crowd shifting to the river banks, tilting toward the red water like loose cargo on a ship. His heart thudded in his chest as he pushed forward, his slim body slipping through where Strauss's broad form lodged and stuck. There ahead, the crimson glow of the Isle, and— Lenos stopped. Something was spreading along the river's surface like an oil slick, blotting out the light, replacing it with something black and glistening and wrong. The darkness slipped onto the bank, sloshing up against the dead winter grass, the stone walk, leaving an iridescent streak with every lapping wave. The sight tugged at Lenos's limbs, that same downward pull, easy as gravity, and when he felt himself stepping forward, he tore his gaze away, forced himself to stop. To his right, a man stumbled forward to the river's edge. Lenos tried to catch his sleeve, but the man was already past him, with a woman following close behind. All around, the crowd was torn between staggering back and jostling forward, and Lenos, unable to move away, could only fight to hold his ground. "Stop!" called a guard as the man who'd swept past Lenos sank to one knee and reached out as if to touch the river's surface. Instead, the river touched him. stretched out a hand made of blackish water and wrapped its fingers around the man's arm and pulled him in. Screams went up, swallowing the splash, the instant of struggle before the man went under. The crowd recoiled as the oily sheen began to smooth, went silent as it waited for the man, or his body, to surface. "Out of the way!" demanded another guard, forcing his way forward. He was almost to the bank when the man reappeared. The guard stumbled back in shock as the man came up, not gasping for air or struggling against the river's hold, but calm and slow, as if rising from a bath. Gasps and murmurs as the man climbed out of the river and onto the bank, oblivious to the waterlogged clothes weighing him down. Dripping from his skin, the water looked clean, clear, but when it pooled on the stones it glistened and moved. Strauss's hand was on Lenos's shoulder, straining, but he couldn't take his eyes from the man on the bank. There was something wrong with him, something very wrong. Shadows swirled in his eyes, coiling like wisps of smoke, and his veins stood out against his tan skin, darkening to threads of black. But it was the rictus smile more than anything that made Lenos shiver. The man spread his arms, streaming water, and announced boldly, "The king has come!" He threw his head back and began to laugh as the darkness climbed the banks around him, tendrils of black fog that reached like fingers, clawing their way forward into the street. The crowd was thrown into panic, the ones close enough to see now scrambling to get away, only to be penned in by those behind. Lenos turned, looking for Strauss, but the man was nowhere to be seen. Down the bank another scream. Somewhere in the distance, an echo of the man's words, now on a woman's lips, now a child's. "The king has come! The king has come! The king has come!" said an old man, eyes shining. "And he is glorious!" Lenos tried to get away, but the street was a roiling mass of bodies, crowded in by the shadow's reach. Most fought to get free, but dotting the crowd were those who couldn't tear their eyes from the black river. Those who stood, stiff as stone, transfixed by the glistening waves, the gravity of the spell pulling them down. Lenos felt his own gaze drawn back into the murk and madness, stammered a prayer to the nameless saints even as his long limbs took a single step forward, and then another. His boots sank into the loamy soil of the riverbank, his thoughts quieting, vision narrowing to that mesmerizing dark. At the edge of his mind he heard the rumble of hooves, like thunder, and then a voice cutting through the chaos like a knife. "Get back!" it shouted. And Lenos blinked, stumbling away from the reaching river right before a royal horse could crush him underfoot. The massive steed reared up, but it was the figures mounted on top that held Lenos's attention now. The Antari prince sat astride the horse, disheveled, his black coat open to reveal bare skin, a streak of blood, a detailed scar. And behind the black-eyed prince, clinging to him for dear life, was Lila Bard. "Fucking beast," she muttered, nearly falling as she tried to free herself from the saddle. Kelmaresh Avenvaris hopped easily down, coat billowing around him, one hand resting on the Bard's shoulder, and Lenos couldn't tell if the man was seeking balance or offering it. Bard's eyes scanned the crowd. One of them was decidedly wrong, a starburst of glassy light, before landing on Lenos. She managed a quick, pained smile before someone screamed. Nearby, a woman collapsed, a tendril of shadow wrapping itself around her leg. She clawed at it, but her fingers went straight through. Lila spun toward her, but the Antari prince got there first. He tried to force the fog back with a gust of wind, and when that didn't work, he produced a blade and carved a fresh line across his palm. He knelt, hand hovering over the shadows that ran between the river and the woman's skin. "Razanase," he ordered, but the substance only parted around the blood. The air itself seemed to vibrate with laughter as the shadows seeped into the woman's leg, staining skin before sinking into vein. The Antari swore, and the woman shuddered, clutching at his sliced hand in fear. Blood streaked her fingers, and, as Lenos watched, the shadows suddenly let go, recoiled from their host. Kelmaresh was staring down at the place where his hand met hers. "Lila!" he called, but she'd already had her own knife out. Blood welled across her skin as she shot toward a man on the bank, grabbing him a breath before the shadows could. Again they recoiled. The Antari and No, the two Antari, thought Lenos, for that was what Bard was. That was what she had to be. Began to grab everyone in reach, brushing stained fingers over hands and cheeks. But the blood did nothing to those already poisoned. They only snarled and wiped it away, as if it were filth. And for everyone they marked, 2 more fell before they could. The royal Antari spun, breathless, taking in the scope, the scale. Instead of running from body to body, he held up his hands, palms a span apart. His lips moved, and his blood pooled in the air, gathering itself into a ball. It reminded Lenos of the isle itself, its red glow, an artery of magic, pulsing and vibrant. With a single, surging motion, the sphere rose above the panicked crowds, and— That was all Lenos saw before the shadows came for him. Fingers of night snaked toward him, serpent fast. There was nowhere to go. The Antari was still casting his spell, and Lila was too far away. So Lenos held his breath and began to pray, the way he'd learned back in Olnus when the storms got rough. He closed his eyes and prayed for calm as the shadows broke against him, for balance as they washed, hot and cold at once, over his skin, for stillness as they murmured soft as shore tide in his head. "Let me in, let me in, let me." A drop of rain landed on his hand, another on his cheek, and then the shadows were retreating, taking their whispers with them. Lenos blinked, letting out a shaky breath, and saw that the rain was red. All around him, dew-fine drops dotted faces and shoulders, settled in mist along coats and gloves and boots. Not rain, he realized. Blood. The shadows in the street dissolved beneath the crimson mist, and Lenos looked at the Antari prince in time to see the man sway from the effort. He'd carved a slice of safety, but it wasn't enough. Already the dark magic was shifting focus, form, dividing from a fist into an open hand, fingers of shadow surging inland. "Sanct!" cursed the prince as hooves pounded down the street. A wave of royal guards reached the river and dismounted, and Bard moved quick as light between the armored men, brushing bloodied fingertips against the metal of their suits. "Round up the poisoned!" ordered Kalmaresh, already moving toward his horse. The afflicted souls didn't flee, didn't attack, simply stood there, grinning and saying things about a shadow king who whispered in their ears, who told them of the world as it could be, would be, who played their souls like music and showed them the true power of a king. The Antari prince swung up onto his mount. "Keep everyone away from the banks," he called. Lila Bard hoisted herself up beside him with a grimace, arms wrapped tight around his waist, and Lenos was left standing there, dazed, as the prince kicked the horse into motion, and the two vanished into the streets of London.
6. They had to split up. Kel didn't want to, that much was obvious, but the city was too big, the fog too fast. He took the horse because she refused it. Plenty of other ways to die tonight. "Lila," he'd said, and she'd expected him to chastise her, to order her back to the palace, but he'd only caught her by the arm and said, "Be careful," tipped his forehead against hers and added, almost too low to be heard, "Please." She'd seen so many versions of him in the past few hours. The broken boy, the grieving brother, the determined prince. This Kel was none of those and all of them, and when he kissed her, a quick and desperate kiss, she tasted pain and fear and desperate hope. And then he was gone, a streak of pale skin against the night as he rode for the night market. Lila took off on foot, heading for the nearest cluster of people. The night should have been cold enough to keep them inside, but the last day of the tournament meant the last night of celebration, and the entire city had been in the taverns, ushering out the Essentosh in style. Crowds were spilling out into streets, some drawn by the chaos at the river's edge, and others still oblivious, drinking and humming and stumbling over their own feet. They didn't notice the lack of red light at the city's heart, or the spreading fog, not until it was nearly upon them. Lila dragged the knife down her arm as she raced between them. pain lost beneath panic as blood pooled in her palm and she flicked her wrist, pricks of red lancing like needles through the air, marking skin. Revelers stiffened, shocked, and searching for the source of the assault, but Lila didn't linger. "Get inside!" she called, racing past. "Lock the doors!" But the poisoned night didn't care about locked doors and shuttered windows, and soon Lila found herself pounding on houses trying to beat the darkness in. A distant scream as someone fought back, a laugh as someone fell. Her mind raced, even as her head spun. Her Arnesian wasn't good enough, and the more blood she lost, the worse it got, until her speech dissolved from, "There's a monster in the city moving in the fog, let me help," to simply, "Stay." Most stared at her, wide-eyed, though she didn't know if it was the blood or the shattered eye or the sweat streaming down her face. She didn't care. She kept going. It was a lost cause, all of it, an impossible task when the shadows moved twice as fast as she could, and part of her wanted to give up, to pull back, to save what strength she had. Only a fool fought when they knew they couldn't win. But somewhere out there, Kell was still trying, and she wouldn't give up until he did, so she forced herself on. She rounded the corner and saw a woman lying in the road, pale dress pooling on the cold stones as she curled in on herself and clutched her head, fighting whatever monstrous force had clawed inside. Lila ran, hand outstretched, and was nearly to her when the woman went suddenly still. The fight went out of her limbs, and her breath clouded in the air above her face as she stretched out lazily against the cold stones, oblivious to the biting cold, and smiled. "I can hear his voice," she said, full of rapture. "I can see his beauty." She turned her head toward Lila. Shadows slid through her eyes like a cloud over a field. "Let me show you." Without warning, the woman sprang, lunging for Lila, fingers wrapping around her throat. And for an instant she felt the press of searing heat and burning cold as Oseron's black magic tried to get in. Tried and failed. The woman recoiled violently as if scorched, and Lila struck her hard across the face. The woman crumpled to the ground, unconscious. It was a good sign. If she'd truly been possessed, a blade wouldn't have stopped her, let alone a fist. Lila straightened, aware of the magic as it swept and curled around her. She couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness had eyes, and it was watching, intently. "Come out," she called softly, twirling her knife. The shadows wavered. "What's the matter, Oseron? Feeling shy? A little bear without a body?" She turned in a slow circle. "I'm the one who killed Oshka. I'm the one who stole Kell back." She spun the blade between her fingers, exuding a calm she didn't feel, as the darkness shuddered around her and began to pull itself together, thickening into a column before it grew limbs, a face, a pair of eyes as black as ice at night, and somewhere nearby, a horse whinnied. A shout went up, not the strangled cry of those fighting the spelled fog, but the simple guttural sound of frustration, a voice she knew too well. The shadows collapsed as Lila cut through them, racing toward the sound, toward Kell. She found his horse first, abandoned and galloping down the street toward her, a shallow slice along one flank. "Damn it," she swore, trying to decide whether to bar the horse's path or dive out of the way. In the end, she dove, letting the beast barrel past, then sprinted in the direction it had come. She followed the scent of his magic, rose and soil and leaves, and found Kell on the ground, surrounded not by Oseron's fog, but by men, 3 of them with weapons dangling from their hands, a knife, an iron bar, a plank of wood. Kell was on his feet at least, gripping one shoulder, his face ghostly pale. He didn't look like he had the blood left to stand, let alone strike back at the attackers. It wasn't until she got closer that she recognized one of the men as Tav, her shipmate from the Night Spire, and another as the man who'd played Kamarov at the banner night before the tournament. A third was dressed in the cloak and arms of a royal guard, his half-sword held at the ready. "Listen to me," Kell was saying. "You are stronger than this. You can fight back." The men's faces contorted in glee, surprise, confusion. They spoke in their own voices, not the echoing two-speak Oseron had used on the roof, and yet there was a lilting cadence to their words, a sing-song quality that chilled her. "The king wants you. The king will have you. Come with us. Come and kneel. Come and beg." Kell stiffened, jaw set. "You tell your king he will not take this city. You tell him—" The man with the scrap of wood struck out, swinging at Kell's stomach. He caught the beam, wood lighting and burning to ash in his hands. The circle collapsed, Tav raising the iron bar, the guard stepping forward, but Lila was already kneeling, palms pressed to the cold ground. She remembered the words Kell had used, summoned what was left of her strength. "Az Isara," she said. "Freeze." Ice shot from beneath her hands, gliding along the ground and up men's bodies in a breath. Lila didn't have Kell's control, couldn't tell the ice where to go, but he saw it coming and leaped back out of the spell's path, and when the frozen edge met his boots it melted, leaving him untouched. The other men stood, encased in ice, the shadows still swimming in their eyes. Lila straightened, and the night tilted dangerously beneath her feet, the spell stealing the last power from her veins. Somewhere another scream, and Kell took a step toward it, one knee nearly giving way before he caught himself against the wall. "Enough," said Lila. "You can barely stand. Then you can heal me." "With what?" she rasped, gesturing to her bruised and battered form. "We can't keep this up. We could both bleed ourselves dry and still not mark a fraction of this city." She let out an exhausted, humorless laugh. "You know I'm all for steep odds, but it's too much, too many." It was a lost cause, and if he couldn't see it— but he did, of course. She saw in his eyes, the set of his jaw, the lines in his face, that he knew it too. Knew it, and couldn't let it be, couldn't surrender, couldn't retreat. "Kell," she said gently. "This is my city," he said, shaking visibly. "My home. If I can't protect it—" Lila's fingers inched toward a loose rock in the street. She wouldn't let him kill himself, not like this, not after everything. If he wouldn't listen to reason— Hooves sounded against stone, and a moment later 4 horses rounded the bend, mounted by royal guards. "Master Kell," called the one at the front. Lila recognized the man as one of the guards assigned to Kell. He was older, and he shot a look at Lila, and then, obviously not knowing how to address her, pretended she wasn't there. "The priests have warded the palace, and you are to return at once. King's orders." Kell looked like he was about to curse the king. Instead, he shook his head. "Not yet. We're marking the citizens wherever we can, but we haven't found a way to contain the shadows or shield the city against—" "It's too late," cut in the guard. "What do you mean?" demanded Kell. "Sir," said another voice, and the man at the back took off his helmet. Lila knew him. Hastra, the younger of Kell's guard. When he spoke, his voice was gentle, but his face was tight. "It's over, sir," he said. "The city has fallen."
7. The city has fallen. Hastra's words followed Kell through the streets, up the palace steps, through the halls. They couldn't be right. Couldn't be true. How could a city fall when so many were still fighting? Kell burst into the grand hall. The ballroom glittered, ornate, extravagant, but the mood had altered entirely. The magicians and nobles from the rooftop gala now huddled in the center of the room. The queen and her entourage carried bowls of water and pouches of sand to the priests, drawing amplifiers on the polished marble floor and warding spells along each wall. Lord Solinar stood with his back against a pillar, features grim but unreadable, and Princess Cole and Princess Cora sat on the stairs looking shell-shocked. He found King Maxim by the platform where musicians in gold leaf had played each night, conferring with Master Tyrann and the head of his guard. "What do you mean the city has fallen?" demanded Kell, storming across the marble floor. Between his blood-stained hands and his bare chest on display beneath his open coat, he knew he looked insane. He didn't care. "Why did you call me back?" Tyrann tried to block his path, but Kell pushed past. "Do you have a plan?" "My plan," said the king calmly, "is to stop you from getting yourself killed." "It was working," Kell snarled. "What was working?" asked Maxim. "Opening a vein over London?" "If my blood can shield them—" "How many did you shield, Kell?" demanded the king. 10? 20? 100? There are tens of thousands in this city. Kell felt like he was back in White London, the steel noose cinching around his neck. Helpless, desperate. "It is something." "It is not enough." "Do you have a better idea?" "Not yet." "Then, Sant, let me do what I can." Maxim took him by the shoulders. "Listen to me," the king said, voice low. "What are Osaran's strengths? What are his weaknesses? What is he doing to our people? Can it be undone? How many questions have you failed to ask because you are too busy being valiant? You have no plan, no strategy. You have not found a crack in your enemy's armor, a place to slide your knife. Instead of devising an attack, you are out there slashing blindly, not even able to land a blow because you're spending every drop of precious blood protecting others from an enemy we don't know how to best." Everything in Kell tightened at that. "I was out there trying to protect your people." "And for every one you shielded, a dozen more were taken by the dark." There was no judgment in Maxim's voice, only grim resolve. "The city has fallen, Kell. It will not rise again without your help, but that does not mean you can save it alone." The king tightened his grip. "I will not lose my sons to this." Sons. Kell blinked, shaken by the words, as Maxim released his hold, his anger deflating. "Has Rai woken?" he asked. The king shook his head. "Not yet." His attention slid past Kell. "And you?" Kell turned and saw Lila, hair falling over her shattered eye as she scraped blood from under her nails. She looked up at the summons. "Who are you?" demanded the king. Lila frowned, started to answer. Kell cut her off. "This is Miss Delilah Bard." "A friend to the throne," said Tyrann. "I've already saved your city," added Lila. "Twice." She cocked her head, shifting the dark curtain of hair to reveal the starburst of her shattered eye. Maxim, to his credit, didn't startle. He simply looked at Tyrann. "Is this the one you told me of?" The head priest nodded, and Kell was left wondering what exactly the Avan Essen had said, and how long Tyrann had known what she was. The king considered Lila, his gaze moving from her eyes to her blood-stained fingers before coming to a decision. Maxim raised his chin slightly and said, "Mark everyone here." It was not a request, but the order of a king to a subject. Lila opened her mouth, and for a second Kell thought she might say something awful. But Tyrann's hand came down on her shoulder in the universal sign for "be quiet," and for once Lila listened. Maxim stepped back, voice rising a measure so that others in the hall could overhear. And they were listening, Kell realized. Several heads already turned carefully to catch the words as the king addressed his Antari. "Holland has been taken to the cells." Only hours before, Kell had been the one imprisoned below the palace. "I would have you speak with him. Learn everything you can about the force we're facing." Maxim's expression darkened. "By whatever means." Kell stiffened. The cold press of steel, a collar around his throat, skin shredding against a metal frame. "Your Majesty," said Kell, striving for the proper tone. "It will be done." Kell's boots echoed on the prison stairs, each step carrying him away from the light and heat of the palace's heart. Growing up, Rye's favorite place to hide had been the royal cells. Located directly beneath the guards' hall, carved into one of the massive stone limbs that held the palace up over the river, the cells were rarely filled. They had once been in frequent use, according to Tyrion, back when Arns and Pharaoh were at war, but now they sat abandoned. The royal guards made use of them occasionally, saints knew for what. But whenever Rye ran off with nothing but a laugh or a note, "Come find me," Kell started by going to the cells. They were always cold, the air heavy with the smell of damp stone, and his voice would echo as he called for Rye. "Come out, come out, come out." Kell had always been better at finding than Rye was at hiding, and the games usually dissolved into the two boys tucked into a cell, eating stolen apples and playing hands of Sankt. Rye always loved coming down here, but Kell thought what his brother really loved was the going back upstairs afterwards, the way he could simply shrug off his surroundings when he was done and trade the dank underbelly for lush robes and spiced tea, having been reminded how lucky he was to be a prince. Kell had never been fond of the cells back then. Now he hated them. Revulsion rose in him with every step, revulsion for the memory of his imprisonment, revulsion for the man now sitting in his place. Lanterns cast pale light over the space. It glinted where it struck metal, fanned against stone. 4 guards in full armor stood across from the largest cell, the same one Kell had occupied a few hours before. They had their weapons ready, eyes fixed on the shape beyond the bars. Kell took in the way the guards looked at Holland, the venom in their glares, and knew it was the way some wanted to look at him. All the fear and anger, none of the respect. The white Antari sat on the stone bench at the back of the cell, shackled hand and foot to the wall behind him. A black blindfold was cinched tight over his eyes, but Kell could tell by the subtle shift of his limbs, the incline of his head, that Holland was awake. It had been a short trip from the roof to the cell, but the guards had not been gentle. They'd stripped him to the waist to search for weapons, and fresh bruises blossomed along his jaw and across his stomach and chest, the fair skin revealing every abuse, though they'd taken care to clean the blood away. Several fingers looked broken, and the faint stutter of his chest hinted at cracked ribs. Standing across from Holland, Kell was again taken aback by the changes in the man. The breadth of Holland's shoulders, the lean muscle wrapping his waist, the emotionless set of his mouth, those were all still there. But the newer things, the color in Holland's cheeks, the flush of youth, Osaran had taken those with him when he fled. The Antari's skin looked ashen where it wasn't bruised, and his hair was no longer the glossy black he'd briefly had as king, or even the faded charcoal Kell was more accustomed to. Now it was threaded with silver. Holland looked like someone caught between two selves, the effect eerie, disconcerting. His shoulders rested against the icy stone wall, but if he felt the cold, he didn't let it show. Kell took in the remains of Athos Dane's control spell, carved into the Antari's front, and ruined by the steel bar Kell himself had driven through his chest, before noticing the web of scars that lined Holland's skin. There was order to the mutilations, as if whoever done them had done them carefully, methodically. Kell knew from experience how easily Antari healed. To leave these kinds of scars, the wounds would have to have been very, very deep. In the end, Holland was the one to break the silence. He couldn't see Kell, not through the blindfold, but he must have known it was him because when the older Antari spoke, his voice was laced with disdain. "Come to get your revenge?" Kell took a slow breath, steadying himself. "Leave," he said, gesturing to the guards. They hesitated, eyes flicking between the two Antari. One retreated without hesitation. Two had the decency to grow nervous, and the fourth looked loath to miss the scene. "King's orders," warned Kell, and at last they withdrew, taking with them the clank of armor, the echo of boots. "Do they know?" asked Holland, flexing his ruined fingers. His voice had none of Osaran's echo, only that familiar gravelly tone. "That you abandoned them? Came to my castle of your own free will?" Kell flicked his wrist and the chains around Holland tightened, forcing him back against the cell wall. The gesture earned him nothing. Holland's tone remained cold, unflinching. "I'll take that as a no." Even through the blindfold, Kell could feel Holland's gaze, the black of his left eye scraping against the black of Kell's right. He summoned the king's tone as best he could. "You will tell me everything you know about Osaran." A gleam of bared teeth. "And then you'll let me go?" sneered Holland. "What is he?" A heavy pause, and Kell thought Holland would force him to drag the answers out. But then he answered. "An Oshak." Kell knew that word. It was Moktan for demon, but what it really meant was a piece of incarnated magic. "What are his weaknesses?" "I do not know." "How can he be stopped?" "He can't." Holland twitched the chains. "Does this make us even?" "Even?" snarled Kell. "If I could yet discount the atrocities you committed during the rule of the Danes, it would not change the fact that you are the one who set that Oshak free. You plotted against Red London. You lured me into your city. You bound me, tortured me, purposefully severed me from my magic, and in so doing you nearly killed my brother." A tilt of the chin. "If it's worth anything—" "It isn't," snapped Kell. He began to pace, torn between exhaustion and fury, his body aching but his nerves alight. And Holland, so maddeningly calm. As if he weren't chained to the wall, as if they were standing together in a royal chamber instead of separated by the iron bars of a prison cell. "What do you want, Kell? An apology?" He felt his fraying temper finally snap. "What do I want? I want to destroy the demon you've unleashed. I want to protect my family. I want to save my home." "So did I. I did what I had to—" "No!" snarled Kell. "When the Danes ruled, they may have forced your hand, but this time you chose. You chose to set Osaran free. You chose to be his vessel. You chose to give him—" "Life isn't made of choices," said Holland. "It's made of trades. Some are good, some are bad, but they all have a cost." "You traded away my world's safety." Holland strained forward suddenly against his chains, and even though his voice didn't rise, every muscle in him tightened. "What do you think your London did when the darkness came? When Osaran's magic consumed his world and threatened to take ours with it? You traded away our world's safety for your own, locked the doors and trapped us between the raging water and the rocks. How does it feel now?" Kell wrapped his will around Holland's skull and forced it back against the wall. The slightest clench in Holland's jaw and the flare of his nostrils were the only signs of pain. "Hatred is a powerful thing," continued Holland through gritted teeth. "Hold on to it." And in that moment Kell wanted to. He wanted to keep going, wanted to hear the crack of bone, wanted to see if he could break Holland the way Holland had broken him in White London. But Kell knew he couldn't break Holland. Holland was already broken. It showed not in the scars, but in the way he spoke, the way he held himself in the face of pain, too well acquainted with its shape and scale. He was a man hollowed out long before Osaran, a man with no fear and no hope and nothing to lose. For an instant, Kell tightened his grip anyway, in anger, in spite, and felt Holland's bones groan under the strain. And then he forced himself to let go. 3. Fall or fight. 1. Alucard had been dreaming of the sea when he heard the door open. It wasn't a loud sound, but it was so out of place, at odds with the ocean spray and the summer gulls. He rolled over, lost for a moment in the haze of sleep, his body aching from the abuse of the tournament and his head full of silk. And then a step, wooden boards groaning underfoot. The sudden, very real presence of another person in the room. Rye's room. And the prince, still unconscious, unarmed, beside him. Alucard rose in a single fluid movement, the water from the glass beside the bed rising up and freezing into a dagger against his palm. "Show yourself!" He held the shard in a fighting stance, ready to strike as the intruder continued his slow march forward. The room around them was dim, a lamp burning just behind the intruder's back, casting him in shadow. "Down, dog," said an unmistakable voice. Alucard let out a low curse and slumped back against the side of the bed, heart pounding. "Kell." The Antari stepped forward, light illuminating his grim mouth and narrowed eyes, one blue, the other black. But what caught Alucard's attention, what held it in a vice, was the sigil scrawled over his bare chest. A pattern of concentric circles, an exact replica of the mark over Rye's heart, the one woven through with iridescent threads. Kell flicked his fingers, and Alucard's frozen blade flew from his hand, melting back into a ribbon of water as it returned to its glass. Kell's gaze shifted to the bed, sheets rumpled where Alucard had been lying moments before. "Taking your task seriously, I see." "Quiet. I told you to keep him safe, not cuddle." Alucard spread his hands behind him on the sheets. "I'm more than capable of multitasking." He was about to continue when he registered the pallor of Kell's skin, the blood staining his hands. "What happened?" Kell looked down at himself as if he'd forgotten. "The city is under attack," he said hollowly. Alucard suddenly remembered the pillar of dark magic beyond the window, fracturing across the sky. He spun back toward the balcony and stiffened at the sight. There was no familiar red light against the clouds, no glow from the river below. When he reached for the door, Kell caught his wrist. Fingers ground against bone. "Don't," he ordered in his imperious way. "They're warding the palace to keep it out." Alucard pulled free, rubbing at the smudge left by Kell's grip. "It?" The Antari looked past him. "The infection, or poison, spell, I don't know." He lifted a hand as if to rub his eyes, then realized it was stained and let it fall. "Whatever it is, whatever he's doing, just stay away from the doors and windows." Alucard looked at him, incredulous. "The city is being attacked and we're just going to hole up in the palace and let it happen? There are people out there." Kell's jaw clenched. "We cannot save them all," he said stiffly. "Not without a plan. And until we have one, my crew's out there. My family, too. And you expect me to just sit and watch?" "No," snapped Kell. "I expect you to make yourself useful." He pointed at the door. "Preferably somewhere else." Alucard's eyes went to the bed. "I can't leave Rye." "You've done it before," said Kell. It was a cheap shot, but Alucard still flinched. "I told the Queen I'd—" "Emery," cut in Kell, closing his eyes, and it was only then that he realized how close the magician was to falling over. His face was gray, and it looked like sheer will was keeping him on his feet, but he was beginning to sway. "You're one of the best magicians in this city," said Kell, wincing as if the admission hurt. "Prove it. Go and help the priests. Help the king. Help someone who needs it. You cannot help my brother any more tonight." Alucard swallowed and nodded. "All right." He forced himself to cross the chamber, glancing back only once to see Kell half sinking, half falling into the chair beside the prince's bed. The hall beyond Rye's room was strangely empty. Alucard made it to the stairs before he saw the first servants hurrying past, their arms full of cloth and sand and water basins. Not the tools for binding wounds, but the ones needed for making wards. A guard rounded the corner, his helmet under his arm. There was a line of blood across his forehead, but he didn't appear wounded, and the mark was too deliberate to be the weary wiping of a brow. Through a set of wooden doors, Alucard saw the king surrounded by members of his guard, all of them bent over a large map of the city. Runners carried word of new attacks, and with every one, King Maxim placed a black coin atop the parchment. As Alucard moved through halls, down flights of stairs, he felt like he'd woken from a dream into a nightmare. Hours before, the palace had brimmed with life. Now the only motions were nervous, halting, the faces masked with shock. In a trance, his feet found the Grand, the palace's largest ballroom, and stopped cold. Alucard Emery rarely felt helpless, but now he stood in stunned silence. 2 nights before, men and women had danced here in pools of light as music played from the gold dais. 2 nights before, Rye had stood here, dressed in red and gold, the shining centerpiece of the ball. 2 nights before, this had been a place of laughter and song, crystal glasses and whispered conversation. Now Ostra and Vestra, huddled together in shock, and white-robed priests stood at every window, hands pressed flat against glass as they wove spells around the palace, shielding it against the poisonous night. He could see their magic, pale and shimmering, as it cast its net over the windows and the walls. It looked fragile compared with the heavy shadows that pushed against the glass, wanting in. Standing there at the mouth of the ballroom, Alucard's ears caught slices of information, too thin and all confused, tangling with one another until he couldn't pick the news apart, sort the real from the fabulous, the truth from the fear. The city was under attack. A monster had come to London. A fog was poisoning the people, invading their minds, driving them mad. It was like the Black Night all over again, they said, but worse. That plague had taken 20, 30, and passed by touch. This, it seemed, moved on the air itself. It had taken hundreds, maybe even thousands, and it was spreading. The tournament magicians stood in clusters, some speaking in low, urgent tones, while others simply stared out through the gallery's vaulting windows as tendrils of dark fog wrapped around the palace, blotting out the city in streaks of black. The Pharaohs gathered around Lord Solinar in tight formation as their general spoke in his serpentine tongue, while the Veskans stood in sullen silence, their prince staring into the night, their princess surveying the room. The queen caught sight of Alucard and frowned, pulling away from the knot of Vestra around her. "Is my son awake?" she said under her breath. "Not yet, your majesty," he answered, "but Kell is with him now." A long silence, and then the queen nodded once, attention already shifting away. "Is it true," he asked, "that Rye—" He didn't want to shape the words, didn't want to give them life and weight. He'd picked up fragments in the chaos of Rye's collapse, seen the matching spellwork on Kell's chest. "Someone has wounded you," he'd said nights before, offering to kiss the seal above the prince's heart. But someone had done worse than that. "He will recover now," she said. "That is what matters." He wanted to say something else, to tell her he was worried too. He wondered if she knew, how much she knew, about his summer with her son, how much he cared. But she was already moving away, and he was left with the words going sour on his tongue. "All right, then. Who's next?" said a familiar voice nearby, and Alucard turned again to see his thief surrounded by palace guards. His pulse quickened until he realized Bard wasn't in any danger. The guards were kneeling around her, and Lila Bard, of all people, was touching each of their foreheads as if bestowing a blessing. Head bowed, she almost looked like a saint. If a saint dressed all in black and carried knives. If a saint blessed using blood. He went to her as the guards peeled away, each anointed with a thin line of red. Up close, Bard looked pale, shadows like bruises beneath her eyes, jaw clenched as she wrapped a cut in linen. "Keep some of that in your veins if you can," he said, reaching out to help her tie the knot. She looked up, and he stiffened at the unnatural glint in her gaze. The glass surface of her right eye, once a brown that almost matched her left, was shattered. "Your eye," he said dumbly. "I know. It looks
Dangerous?
painful." His fingertips drifted to the dried blood, caught like a tear in the outer corner of the ruined eye, a nick where a knife had grazed the skin. "Long night?" She let out a single stifled laugh.
"And getting longer."
Alucard's gaze tracked from the guard's marked skin to her stained fingers. "A spell?" Bard shrugged.
"A blessing."
He raised a brow.
"Haven't you heard?"
she added absently.
"I'm Arvin."
"You're certainly something," he said, as a crack snaked up the nearest window and a pair of older priests rushed toward the novice working to ward the glass. He lowered his voice. "Have you been outside?"
"Yes," she said,
features hardening.
It's not good."
She trailed off. Bard had never been chatty, but he didn't think he'd ever seen her at a loss for words. She took a moment, squinting at the odd gathering that they faced here, and began again, her voice low.
"The guards are keeping the people in their homes, but the fog, whatever's in the fog, is poisonous. Most fall within moments of contact. They aren't rotting the way they did in the Black Night," she added, "so it's not possession. But they're not themselves either. And those who fight the hold, they fall to something worse. The priests are trying to learn more, but so far—" She blew out a breath, shifting her hair over her eye. "I caught sight of Lenos in the crowd," she added, "and he looked all right. But Tav—" She shook her head. Alucard swallowed. "Has it reached the northern bank?" he asked, thinking of the Emery estate, of his sister. When Bard didn't answer, he twisted toward the door. "I have to go." "You can't," she said, and he expected a reprimand, a reminder there was nothing he could do. But this was Bard, his Bard, and can't meant something simple. "There are guards on the doors," she explained. "They've strict orders not to let anyone in or out."
"You never let that stop you?" The ghost of a smile.
"True."
And then,
"I could stop you."
"You could try." And she must have seen the steel in his eyes, because the smile flickered and went out.
"Come here."
She tangled her fingers in his collar and pulled his face toward hers, and for a strange, disorienting second he thought she meant to kiss him. The memory of another night flared in his mind, a point made with bodies pressed together, an argument punctuated with a kiss. But now she simply pressed her thumb to his forehead and drew a short line above his brows. He lifted a hand to his face, but she swatted it away.
"It's supposed to shield you," she said, nodding at the windows, "from whatever's out there."
"I thought that's what the palace was for," he said darkly. Lila cocked her head.
"Perhaps," she said, "but only if you plan to stay inside."
Alucard turned to go.
"God be with you,"
said Bard dryly. "What?" he asked, confused.
"Nothing," she muttered. "Just try to stay alive." 2. Amira Maresh stood in the doorway to her son's chamber and watched the two of them sleep. Kel was slumped in a chair beside Rye's bed, his coat cast off and a blanket around his bare shoulders, his head resting on folded arms atop the bedsheets. The prince lay stretched out on the bed, one arm draped across his ribs. The color was back in his cheeks, and his eyelids fluttered, lashes dancing the way they did when he dreamed. In sleep they both looked so peaceful. When they were children, Amira used to slip from room to room like a ghost after they'd gone to bed, smoothing sheets and touching hair and watching them fall asleep. Rye wouldn't let her tuck him in. He claimed it was undignified, and Kel, when she'd tried, had only stared at her with those large, inscrutable eyes. He could do it himself, he'd insisted, and so he had. Now Kel shifted in his sleep, and the blanket began to slip from his shoulders. Amira, unthinking, reached to resettle it, but when her fingers brushed his skin, he started and shot upright as if under attack, eyes bleary, face contorted with panic. Magic was already singing across his skin, flushing the air with heat. "It's only me," she said softly, but even as recognition settled in Kel's face, his body didn't loosen. His hands returned to his sides, but his shoulders stayed stiff, his gaze landing on her like stones, and Amira's escaped to the bed, to the floor, wondering why he was so much harder to look at when he was awake. "Your Majesty," he said, reverent but cold. "Kel," she said, trying to find her warmth. She meant to go on, meant his name to be the beginning of a question. "Where did you go? What happened to you, to my son?" But he was already on his feet, already taking up his coat. "I didn't mean to wake you," she said. Kel scrubbed at his eyes. "I didn't mean to sleep." She wanted to stop him, and couldn't, didn't. "I'm sorry," he said from the doorway. "I know it's my fault." "No," she wanted to say, and yes. Because every time she looked at Kel, she saw Rye, too, begging for his brother, saw him coughing up blood from someone else's wound, saw him still as death, no longer a prince at all, but a body, a corpse, a thing long gone. But he'd come back, and she knew it was Kel's spell that had done it. She had seen now what Kel had given the prince, and what the prince was without it, and it terrified her, the way they were bound. But her son was lying on the bed, alive, and she wanted to cling to Kel and kiss him and say, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." She forgave him nothing. She owed him everything. And before she could say so, he was gone. When the door shut behind him, Amira sank into Kel's abandoned seat. Words waited in her mouth, unsaid. She swallowed them, wincing as though they scratched on the way down. She leaned forward, resting one hand gently over Rye's. His skin was smooth and warm, his pulse strong. Tears slid down her cheek and froze as they fell, tiny beads of ice landing in her lap, only to melt again into her dress. "It's all right," she finally managed, though she didn't know if the words were for Kel or Rye or herself. Amira had never wanted to be a mother. She'd certainly never planned on being queen. Before she married Maxim, Amira had been the second child of Volnasaro, fourth noble line from the throne behind the Maresh and the Emry and the Lorraine. Growing up, she was the kind of girl who broke things, eggs and glass jars, porcelain cups and mirrors. "You could break a stone," her father used to tease, and she didn't know if she was clumsy or cursed, only that in her hands things always fell apart. It had seemed a cruel joke when her element proved to be neither steel nor wind, but water. Ice. Easily made. Easily ruined. The idea of children had always terrified her. They were so small, so fragile, so easily broken. But then came Prince Maxim, with his solid strength, his steel resolve, his kindness like running water under heavy winter snow. She knew what it meant to be a queen, what it entailed, though even then she'd secretly hoped it wouldn't happen, couldn't happen. But it did. And for 9 months she'd moved as if cupping a candle in a very strong wind. For 9 months she'd held her breath, buoyed only by the knowledge that if anyone came for her son, they would have to go through her. For 9 months she'd prayed to the sources and the nameless saints and the dead Nasaro to lift her curse or stay its hand. And then Rai was born, and he was perfect, and she knew she would spend the rest of her life afraid. Every time the prince tumbled, every time he fell, she was the one fighting tears. Rai would spring up with a laugh, rubbing bruises away like dirt, and be off again, charging toward the next catastrophe, and Amira would be left standing there, hands still outstretched as if to catch him. "Relax," Maxim would say. "Boys don't break so easily. Our son will be as strong as forged steel and thick ice." But Maxim was wrong. Steel rusted, and ice was only strong until a crack sent it shattering to the ground. She lay awake at night, waiting for the crash, knowing it would come. And instead came Kel. Kel, who carried a world of magic in his blood. Kel, who was unbreakable. Kel, who could protect her son. "At first I wanted to raise you as brothers." Amira didn't know when she had started talking instead of thinking, but she heard her voice echo gently through the prince's chamber. "You were so close in age. I thought it would be nice. Maxim had always wanted more than one, but I couldn't bring myself to have another." She leaned forward. "I worried, that you might not get along. Kel was so quiet, and you so loud, like morning and midnight, but you were thick as vines from the start. And it was well enough when the only danger came from slick stairs and bruised knees. But then the shadows came and stole you away, and Kel wasn't there because you two were playing one of your games. And after that, I realized you didn't need a brother. You needed a guardian. I tried to raise Kel as a ward then, not a son. But it was too late. You were inseparable. I thought that maybe as you aged, you would drift. Kel to magic and you to the crown. You're so different. I hoped that time would carve some space between you. But you grew together instead of apart." A flutter of movement on the bed. The shift of legs against sheets, and she was up, brushing the dark curls from his cheek, whispering, "Rai, Rai." His fingers curled in the sheets, his sleep growing shallow, restless. A word escaped his lips, little more than an exhale, but she recognized the sound and shape of Kel's name before, at last, her son woke up.
3. For a moment, Rai was caught between sleep and waking, impenetrable darkness and a riot of color. A word sat on his tongue, the echo of something already said, but it melted away, thin as a wafer of sugar. Where was he? Where had he been? In the courtyard, searching for Kel, and then falling straight through the stone floor and into the dark place, the one that reached for him every time he slept. It was dark here, too, but the subtle, layered dark of a room at night. The red cushions of his bed, with their honeyed trim, were cast in various shades of gray, the bed-sheets mussed beneath him. Dreams clung to Rai like cobwebs, dreams of pain, of strong hands holding him up, holding him down, dreams of ice-cold collars and metal frames, of blood on white stone, but he couldn't hold on to their shape. His body hurt with the memory of hurting, and he collapsed back against the pillows with a gasp. "Easy," said his mother, "easy." Tears were spilling down her cheeks, and he reached out to catch one, marveling at the crystal of ice quickly melting in his palm. He didn't think he'd ever seen her cry. "What's wrong?" She let out a stifled sound, something caught between a laugh and a sob and verging on hysterical. "What's wrong?" she echoed with a shudder. "You left. You were gone. I sat here with your corpse." Rai shivered at that word, the darkness catching, trying to drag his mind back down into the memory of that place without light, without hope, without life. His mother was still shaking her head. I thought he healed a wound. I thought he brought you back. I didn't realize he was the only thing keeping you here. That you had really—" Her voice hitched. "I'm here now," he soothed, even though part of him still felt caught somewhere else. He was pulling free of that place, moment by moment, inch by inch. "And where is Kel?" The Queen tensed and pulled away. "What happened?" pressed Rai. "Is he safe?" Her face hardened. "I watched you die because of him." Frustration hit Rai in a wave, and he didn't know if it was only his or Kel's as well, but the force was rocking. "I am alive again because of him," he snapped. "How can you hate Kel after all of this?" Elmira rocked back as if struck. "I do not hate him, though I wish I could. You have a blindness when it comes to each other, and it terrifies me. I don't know how to keep you safe." "You don't have to," said Rai, getting to his feet. "Kel has done it for you. He's given his life, and saints know what else, to salvage me. Not because I am his prince, but because I am his brother. And I will spend every day of this borrowed life trying to repay him for it." "He was not meant to be your shield," she murmured. "Your shelter. You were never meant to be his." Rai shook his head, exasperated. "Kel isn't the only one you fail to understand. My bond with him didn't start with this curse. You wanted him to kill for me, die for me, protect me at all costs. Well, Mother, you got your wish. You simply failed to realize that that kind of love, that bond, it goes both ways. I would kill for him, and I would die for him, and I will protect him however I am able, from Pharaoh and Vesk, from White London and Black London, and from you." Rai went to the balcony doors and threw open the curtains, intending to shower the room in the aisle's red light. Instead he was met with a wall of darkness. His eyes went wide, anger dissolving into shock. "What's happened to the river?"
4. Lila rinsed the blood from her hands, amazed that she had any left. Her body was a patchwork of pain. Funny how it still found ways to surprise her. And under that, a hollowness she knew from hungry days and freezing nights. She stared down into the bowl, her focus sliding. Tierin had seen to her calf, where Oshka's knife had gone in, her ribs where she'd hit the roof, her arm where she'd drawn blood after blood after blood, and when he was done, he'd touched his fingers to her chin and tipped it up, his gaze await, solid but strangely welcome. "Still in one piece?" he'd asked, and she remembered her ruined eye. "More or less." The room had swayed a little then, and Tierin had steadied her. "You need to rest," he'd said. She'd knocked his hand away. "Sleep is for the rich and the bored," she'd said. "I am neither, and I know my limits." "You might have known them before you came here," he lectured, "before you took up magic. But power has its own boundaries." She'd brushed him off, though in truth she was tired in a way she'd rarely known, a tired that went down far past skin and muscle and even bone, dragged its fingers through her mind, until everything rippled and blurred. A tired that made it hard to breathe, hard to think, hard to be. Tieran had sighed and turned to go as she dug the stone shard of Astrid's cheek from her coat pocket. "I guess I've answered the question."
"When it comes to you and questions, Miss Bard," said the priest without looking back, "I think we've only just begun."
Another drop of blood hit the water, clouding the basin, and Lila thought of the mirror in the black market at Sassenroche, the way it had nicked her fingers, taken blood in trade for a future that could be hers. On one side the promise, on the other the means. How tempting it had been to turn the mirror over, not because she wanted what she'd seen, but simply because there was power in the knowing. Blood swirled in the bowl between her hands, twisting into almost shapes before dissolving into a pinkish mist. Someone cleared their throat, and Lila looked up. She'd nearly forgotten the boy standing by the door. Astra. He'd led her here, given her a silver cup of tea, which sat abandoned on the table, filled the basin, then taken up his place by the door to wait. "Are they afraid I'll steal something? Or run away?" she'd asked, when it was clear he'd been assigned to mind her. He'd flushed, and after a moment said bashfully, "Bit of both, I think." She'd nearly laughed. "Am I a prisoner?" she'd asked, and he'd looked at her with those wide, earnest eyes, and said in an English softened by his smooth Arnesian accent, "We are all prisoners, Miss Bard. At least for tonight." Now he fidgeted, looking toward her, then away, then back again, eyes snagging now on the reddening pool, now on her shattered eye. She'd never met a boy who wore so much on his face. "Something you wanted to ask me?" Astra blinked, clearing his throat. At last he seemed to find the nerve.
"Is it true, what they say about you?"
"What is it they say?" she asked, rinsing the final cut.
The boy swallowed. "That you're the third Antari."
It gave her a shiver to hear the words.
"The one from the other London."
"No idea," she said, wiping her arm with a rag.
"I do hope you're like him," the boy pressed on.
"Why's that?"
His cheeks flushed. "I just think Master Kell shouldn't be alone. You know, the only one."
"Last time I checked," said Lila, "you have another in the prison. Maybe we could start bleeding him instead."
She wrung the rag, red drops falling to the bowl.
Astra flushed.
"I only meant—"
He pursed his lips, looking for the words, or perhaps the way to say them in her tongue.
"I'm glad that he has you."
"Who says he does?"
But the words had no bite.
Lila was too tired for games. The ache in her body was dull but persistent, and she felt bled dry in more ways than one. She stifled a yawn.
"Even Antari needs sleep," said Astra gently.
She waved the words away. "You sound like Tieran."
His face lit up as if it were praise. "Master Tieran is wise."
"Master Tieran is a nag," she shot back, her gaze drifting again to the reflection in the clouded pool. Two eyes stared up, one ordinary, the other fractured, one brown, the other just a starburst of broken light. She held her gaze, something she'd never been keen to do, and found that strangely it was easier now, as if this reflection were somehow closer to the truth. Lila had always thought of secrets, like gold coins. They could be hoarded or put to use, but once you spent them or lost them, it was a beast to get your hands on more. Because of that, she'd always guarded her secrets, prized them above any take. The fences back in grey London hadn't known she was a street rat. The street patrols hadn't known she was a girl. She herself didn't know what had happened to her eye, but no one knew it was fake. Lila dragged her fingers through the water one last time. So much for that secret, she thought, and she was running out of ones to keep. "What now?" she asked, turning toward the boy. "Do I get to inflict wounds on someone else? Make some trouble? Challenge this Oseron to a fight? Or shall we see what Kel is up to?" As she ticked off the options, her fingers danced absently over her knives, one of which was missing. Not lost, simply loaned. Astra held the door for her, looking balefully back at the abandoned cup. "Your tea." Lila sighed and took up the silver cup, its contents long cold. She drank, cringing at the bitter dregs before setting it aside and following Hastra out.
5. Kel didn't realize he was looking for Lila, not until he collided with someone who wasn't her.
"Oh,"
said the girl, resplendent in a green and silver dress. He caught her, steadying them both as the Vescan princess leaned into him instead of away. Her cheeks were flushed as if she'd been running, her eyes glassy with tears. At only 16, Cora still had the long-limbed gait of youth and the body of a young woman. When he first saw her, he'd been struck by that contrast, but now she looked all child. A girl playing dress-up in a world she wasn't ready for. He still couldn't believe that this was the one Rye had been afraid of. "Your Highness?"
"Master Kel," she answered breathlessly. "What is going on? They won't tell us anything. But the man on the roof and that awful fog, now the people in the streets, I saw them through the window before Cole pulled me away."
She spoke quickly, her Vescan accent making her trip every few words.
"What will happen to the rest of us?"
She was flush against him now, and he was grateful he'd stopped at his own room to put on a shirt. He eased her back gently.
"So long as you stay in the palace, you will be safe."
"Safe," she echoed, gaze slanting toward the nearest doors, glass panes frosted with winter chill and streaked with shadow.
"I think I'd only feel safe," she added, "with you beside me."
"How romantic," said a dry voice, and Kel turned to see Lila leaning against the wall, Hastra a few steps behind. Cora stiffened in Kel's arms at the sight of them. "Am I interrupting?" asked Lila. Cora said yes at the same time Kel said no. The princess shot him a wounded look, then turned her annoyance on Lila. "Leave," she ordered in the imperious tone peculiar to royalty and spoiled children. Kel cringed, but Lila only raised a brow. "What was that?" she asked, strolling forward. She was half a head taller than the Vescan royal. To her credit, Cora didn't retreat.
"You are in the presence of a princess. I suggest you learn your place."
"And where is that princess?"
"Beneath me."
Lila smiled at that, one of those smiles that made Kel profoundly nervous, the kind of smile usually followed by a weapon.
"Setach, Cora."
Her brother Cole rounded the corner, his face tight with anger. At 18, the prince had none of his sister's childlike features, none of her lithe grace. The last traces of youth lingered in his darting blue eyes, but in every other way he was an ox, a creature of brute strength.
"I told you to stay in the gallery. This isn't a game."
A storm cloud crossed Cora's face.
"I was looking for the Antari."
"And now you have found him." He nodded once at Kel, then took his sister's arm.
"Come."
Despite the difference in size, Cora wrenched free, but that was the sum of her defiance. She shot Kel an embarrassed look and Lila a venomous one before following her brother out. "Don't kill the messenger," said Lila when the two were gone. "But I think the princess is trying to get into your—" her gaze trailed Kel up and down. "Good graces." He rolled his eyes. "She's just a child." Baby vipers still have fangs. Lila trailed off, swaying on her feet, the gentle rock of a body trying to find balance. She braced herself against the wall. "Lila?" He reached to steady her. "Have you slept?" "Not you too," she snapped, flicking a hand dismissively at him, and then back toward Hostra. "What I need is a stiff drink and a solid plan." The words tumbled out in their usual acerbic way, but she didn't look well. Blood dotted her cheekbones, but it was her eyes, again her eyes, that caught him. One warm and brown, the other a burst of jagged lines. It looked wrong and yet right, and Kell couldn't tear his gaze away. Lila didn't even try. That was the thing about her. Every glance was a test, a challenge. Kell closed the gap between them and brought his hand to her face, the beat of her pulse and power strong against his palm. She tensed at the touch, but didn't pull away. "You don't look well," he whispered, his thumb tracing her jaw. "All things considered," she murmured, "I think I'm holding my own." Several feet away, Hostra looked like he was trying to melt into the wall. "Go on," Kell told him without taking his eyes off Lila. "Get some rest." Hostra stiffened. "I can't, sir," he said. "I'm to escort Miss Bard—" "I'll take that charge," cut in Kell. Hostra bit his lip and retreated several steps. Lila let her forehead come to rest against his, her face so close the features blurred. And yet that fractured eye shone with frightening clarity. "You never told me," he whispered. "You never noticed," she answered. And then, "Alucard did." The blow landed, and Kell started to pull away when Lila's eyelids fluttered and she swayed dangerously. He braced her. "Come on," he said gently. "I have a room upstairs. Why don't we—" A sleepy flicker of amusement. "Trying to get me into bed?" Kell mustered a smile. "It's only fair. I've spent enough time in yours." "If I remember correctly," she said, her voice dreamy with fatigue, "you were on top of the bed the entire time." "And tied to it," observed Kell. Her words were soft at the edges. "Those were the days," she said, right before she fell forward. It happened so fast, Kell could do nothing but throw his arms around her. "Lila?" he asked, first gently and then more urgently. "Lila?" She murmured against his front, something about sharp knives and soft corners, but didn't rouse, and Kell shot a glance at Hostra, who was still standing there, looking thoroughly embarrassed. "What have you done?" demanded Kell. "It was just a tonic, sir," he fumbled. "Something for sleep." "You drugged her?" "It was Tyrann's order," said Hostra, chastised. "He said she was mad and stubborn and no use to us dead." Hostra lowered his voice when he said this, mimicking Tyrann's tone with startling accuracy. "And what do you plan to do when she wakes back up?" Hostra shrank back. "Apologize?" Kell made an exasperated sound as Lila nuzzled, actually nuzzled, his shoulder. "I suggest," he snapped at the young man, "you think of something better, like an escape route." Hostra paled, and Kell swept Lila up into his arms, amazed at her lightness. She took up so much space in the world. In his world, it was hard to imagine her being so light. In his mind, she was made of stone. Her head lolled against his chest. He realized then that he'd never seen her sleep. Without the edge to her jaw, the crease in her brow, the glint in her glare, she looked startlingly young. Kell swept through the halls until he reached his room and lowered Lila onto the couch. Hostra handed him a blanket. "Shouldn't you take off her knives?" "There's not enough tonic in the world to risk it," said Kell. He started to drape the blanket over her, then paused, frowning at the holsters that lined Lila's arms and legs. One of them was empty. It was probably nothing, he told himself, tucking her in, but the prickle of doubt followed to his feet, a nagging worry that faded to a whisper as he stepped into the hall. Probably nothing, he thought as he sagged against the door and scrubbed the dregs of sleep from his eyes. He hadn't meant to fall asleep earlier in Rye's room, had only wanted a moment of quiet, a second to catch his breath, to steady himself for all that was to come. Now he heard someone clear their throat and looked up to see Hastra, one hand still turning a coin over and over between his fingers. "Let it go," said Kell. "I can't," said the former guard. Kell willed the coin from Hastra's fingers into his. The guard made a small yelp, but didn't try to take it back. Up close, Kell saw it wasn't an ordinary coin. It was of white London make, a wooden disc with the remains of a control spell etched into its face. What had Hastra said? "It's my fault she found you." So this was how Ushka had done it. This was why Hastra blamed himself. Kell closed his hand over the coin and summoned fire, letting the flames devour the coin. "There," he said, tipping ash from his palm. He pushed himself off the floor, but Hastra's gaze stayed stuck to the tiles. "Is the prince truly alive?" he whispered. Kell pulled back as if struck. "Of course. Why would you ask?" Hastra's wide brown eyes were tight with worry. "You didn't see him, sir, the way he was, before he came back. He wasn't just gone. It was like he'd been gone. Gone for a long time. Like he'd never come back." Kell stiffened, but Hastra kept talking, his voice low but urgent, the color high in his cheeks. "And the queen, she wouldn't leave his body. She kept saying over and over that he would come back, because you would come back. And I know you two have the same scar. I know you're bound together somehow, life to life, and well, I know it's not my place. I know it's not. But I have to ask. Is it some cruel illusion? Is the real prince—" Kell brought his hand to the guard's shoulder and felt the quiver in it, the genuine fear for Rye's life. For all his foolishness, these people loved his brother. He pointed down the hall. "The real prince," he said firmly, "sleeps beyond that door. His heart beats as strongly in his chest as my heart does in mine, and it will until the day I die." Kell was pulling away when Hastra's voice drew him back, soft but insistent. "There is a saying in the sanctuary. Is Avenstran." "The blessed thread," translated Kell. Hastra nodded eagerly. "Do you know what it means?" His eyes brightened as he spoke. "It's from one of the myths, the origin of the magician. Magic and man were brothers, you see, only they had nothing in common, for each's strength was the other's weakness. And so one day magic made a blessed thread and tied itself to man so tightly that the thread cut into their skin." Here he turned his hands up, flexing his wrists to show the veins. "And from that day, they shared their best and worst, their strength and weakness." Something fluttered in Kell's chest. "How does the story end?" he asked. "It doesn't," Hastra said. "Not even if they part?" Hastra shook his head. "There's no they anymore, Master Kell. Magic gave so much to man and man so much to magic that their edges blurred and their threads all tangled, and now they can't be pulled apart. They're bound together, you see, life to life, halves of a whole. If anyone tried to part them, they'd both unravel." 6. Alucard knew the Maresh Palace better than he should have. Rye had shown him a dozen ways in and out. Hidden doors and secret halls, a curtain pulled aside to reveal a stairwell, a door set flush within the wall. All the ways a friend could sneak into a room, or a lover into a bed. The first time Alucard had snuck into the palace, he'd been so turned around he'd nearly walked in on Kell instead. He would have, if the Antari had actually been in his rooms, But the chamber was empty, the candlelight dancing over a bed still made, and Alucard had shuddered and slipped back the way he'd come and fallen into Rye's arms several minutes later, laughing with relief until the prince pressed a palm over his mouth. Now he raked his mind, trying to remember the nearest escape. If the doors had been made by, or cloaked with, magic, he'd have seen the threads, but the palace portals were simple, wood and stone and tapestry, forcing him to find his way by touch and memory instead of sight. A hidden door led from the first floor down into the undercarriage of the palace. 6 pillars held the massive structure up, solid bases from which the ethereal arch of the Maresh residence vaulted up against the sky. 6 pillars of hollowed rock with a network of tunnels where they met the palace floor. It was a simple matter of remembering which one to take. He descended into what he thought was the old sanctuary and found it converted into a kind of training chamber. The concentric circles of a meditation ring were still set into the floor, but the surfaces bore the scorches and stains befitting a sparring hall. A lone torch with its enchanted white fire cast the space in shades of gray, and in the colorless haze Alucard saw weapons scattered on one table, and elements on another, bowls of water and sand, shards of stone. Amid them all, a small white flower was growing in a bowl of earth, its leaves spilling over the sides of the pot, a tame thing gone wild. Alucard took the stairwell on the opposite side of the room, pausing only when he reached the door at the top. Such a thin line, he thought, between inside and out, safe and exposed. But his family, his crew, waited on the other side. He touched the wood, summoning his strength, and the door opened with a groan onto darkness. Darkness, and before it a web of light. Alucard hesitated, face to face with the fabric of the priest's protection spell. It looked like spider silk, but when he passed through, the veil didn't tear, it simply shuddered and settled back into shape. Alucard stepped forward into the fog, half expecting it to fold around him, and yet the shadows wicked off his coat, washed up against his boots and sleeves and collar, only to fall away rebuffed, retreating with every step, but not far, never far. His forehead itched, and he remembered Lila's touch, the streak of blood now dry across his brow. It was a thin protection, the shadows trying again and again to find their way in. How long would it last? He pulled his jacket close and quickened his pace. Oseran's magic was everywhere, but instead of the threads of spell work, Alucard saw only heavy shadow, charcoal streaked across the city, the stark absence of light like spots across his vision. The darkness moved around him, every shadow swaying, dipping, and rolling the way a room did after too many drinks, and woven through it all, the colliding scents of wood fire and spring blossom, snow melt and poppy, pipe smoke and summer wine. At turns, sickly sweet and bitter, and all of it dizzying. The city was something out of a dream. London had always been made of sound as much as magic, the music drifting on the air, the singing glass and laughing crowds, the carriages and the bustle of the market. The sounds he heard now were all wrong. The wind was up, and on it he heard the hooves of guards on horseback, the clank of metal and the multitude of ghostly voices, an echo of words that all broke down before they reached him, forming a terrible music. Voices, or maybe one voice repeating, looping over and under itself until it seemed like a chorus, the words just out of reach. It was a world of whispers, and part of Alucard wanted to lean in, to listen, to strain until he could make out what it was saying. Instead, he said the names of everyone who needed him, and everyone he needed, and everyone he wouldn't lose. Anissa, Stross, Lenos, Vasri, Jenar, Rai, Delilah. The tournament tents sat empty, the fog reaching inside for signs of life. The streets were abandoned, the citizens forced into their homes as if wood and stone would be enough to stop the spell. Maybe it would, but Alucard doubted it. Down the road, the night market was on fire. A pair of guards worked furiously to put out the blaze, summoning water from the lightless aisle while two more tried to wrangle a group of men and women. The dark magic scrawled itself across their bodies, smudging out Alucard's vision, engulfing the light of their own energy, blues and greens and reds and purples, swallowed up with black. One of the women was crying. Another was laughing at the flames. A man kept making for the river, arms outstretched, while another knelt silently, head tipped back toward the sky. Only the guards' mounts seemed immune to the magic. The horses snorted and flicked their tails, whinnying and stamping hooves at the fog as if it were a snake. Barras and Anissa waited across the river. The night spire bobbed in its berth. But Alucard felt himself moving toward the burning market and the guards as a man rushed toward one of them, a metal rod in his hands. "Rassal!" called Alucard, ripping the pole from the man's grip right before it met the guard's neck. It went skittering away, but the sight of it had given the others an idea. Those on the ground began to rise, their movements strangely fluid, almost coordinated, as if guided by the same invisible hand. The guard shot toward his horse, but there wasn't time. They were on him, hands tearing blindly at the armor as Alucard surged toward them. A man was beating the guard's helmeted head against the stones, saying, "Let him in! Let him in! Let him in!" Alucard tore the man off, but instead of letting go, tumbling away, the man held fast to Alucard's arm, fingers digging in. "Have you met the Shadow King?" he asked, eyes wide and swirling with fog, veins edging toward black. Alucard drove his boot into the man's face, tearing himself free. "Get inside," ordered the second guard. "Quickly before—" His voice was cut off by the scrape of metal and the wet sound of a blade finding flesh. He looked down at the royal half-sword, his sword, protruding from his chest. As he slumped to his knees, the woman holding the sword's hilt flashed Alucard a dazzling smile. "Why won't you let him in?" she asked. The two guards lay dead on the ground, and now a dozen pairs of poisoned eyes swiveled toward him. Darkness webbed across their skin. Alucard scrambled to his feet and began to back away. Fire was still tearing through the market tents, exposing the metal cords that kept the fabric taut, the steel turning red with heat. They came at him in a wave. Alucard swore and flicked his fingers, and metal snapped free as they fell on him. The cords snaked through the air, first toward his hands and then sharply away. It caught the men and women in its metal grip, coiling around arms and legs, but if they felt its bite or burn, it didn't show. "The king will find you," snarled one as Alucard lunged for the guard's mount. "The king will get in," said a second as he swung up and kicked the horse into motion. Their voices trailed in his wake. All hail the Shadow King. "Barras!" called Alucard as he rode through unlocked gates. "Anissa!" His childhood home loomed before him, lit like a lantern against the night. Despite the cold, Alucard's skin was slick with sweat from riding hard. He'd crossed the copper bridge, held his breath for the full stretch as the oily slick of poisoned magic roiled on the surface of the river below. He'd hoped, desperately, dumbly, that the sickness, whatever it was, hadn't reached the northern bank. But the moment his mount's hooves touched solid earth, those hopes crumbled. More chaos. The people moved in mobs. The marked, from the shawl alongside the nobles in their winter fineries, still done up from the last of the tournament balls, all searching out those who hadn't fallen to the spell and dragging them under. And through it all the same haunting chant. "Have you met the king? Anissa, Stros, Lenos." Alucard spurred the horse on. Basri, Janar, Rai, Delilah. Alucard swung down from the borrowed horse and hurried up the steps. The front door was ajar. The servants were gone. The front hall sat empty save for the fog. "Anissa!" he called again, moving from the foyer into the library into the dining room into the salon. In every room the lamps were lit, the fires burned, the air stifling with heat. In every room the low fog twisted around table legs and through chairs, crept the walls like trellis vines. "Barris!" "For saint's sake, be still," growled a voice behind him. Alucard spun to find his older brother, one shoulder tipped against the door. A wine-glass hung, as it always did, from his fingers, and his chiseled face held its usual disdain. Barris. Ordinary, impertinent Barris. Relief knocked the air from Alucard's lungs. "Where are the servants? Where is Anissa?" "Is that how you greet me?" "The city is under attack." "Is it?" Barris asked absently, and Alucard hesitated. There was something wrong with his voice. It held a lightness bordering on amusement. Barris Emery was never amused. He should have known then that it was wrong. All wrong. "It isn't safe here," said Alucard. Barris shifted forward. "No, it isn't. Not for you." The light caught his brother's gaze, snagging on the ropes of fog that shimmered in his eyes, turning them glassy, the beads of sweat beginning to pool in the hollows of his face. Beneath his tan skin his veins were edging black, and if Barris Emery had had more than an ounce of magic to start with, Alucard would have seen it winking out, smothered by the spell. "Brother," he said slowly, though the word tasted wrong in his mouth. Once Barris would have knocked the term aside. Now he didn't even seem to notice. "You're stronger than this," said Alucard, even though Barris had never been the master of his temper or his moods. "Come to claim your laurels," continued Barris. "One more title to add to the stack." He lifted his glass and then, discovering it empty, simply let it fall. Alucard caught it with his will before it could shatter against the inlaid floor. "Champion," drawled Barris, ambling toward him. "Nobleman, pirate, whore." Alucard tensed, the last word finding its mark. "You think I didn't know all along?" "Stop," he whispered, the word lost beneath his brother's steps. In that moment Barris looked so much like their father. A predator. "I'm the one who told him," said Barris, as if reading his mind. "Father wasn't even surprised, only disgusted. 'What a disappointment,' he said." "I'm glad he's dead," snarled Alucard. "I only wish I could have been in London when it happened." Barris's look darkened, but the lightness in his voice, a hollow ease, remained. "I went to the arena, you know," he rambled. "I stayed to watch you fight. Every match, can you believe it? I didn't carry your pennant, of course. I didn't come to see you win. I just hoped that someone would beat you, that they would bury you." Alucard had learned how to take up space. He had never felt small, except here in this house with Barris, and despite years of practice he felt himself retreating. "It would have been worth it," continued Barris, "to see someone knock that smug look off your face." A muffled sound from upstairs, the thud of a weight hitting the floor. "Anissa!" called Alucard, taking his eyes off Barris for an instant. It was a foolish thing to do. His brother slammed him back into the nearest wall, a mountain of muscle and bone. Growing up without magic, his brother knew how to use his fists, and he used them well. Alucard doubled over, the air rushing from his lungs as knuckles cracked into ribs. "Barris," he said with a gasp, "listen to—" "No, you listen to me, little brother. It's time to set things straight. I'm the one Father wanted. I'm already the heir of House Emery, but I could be so much more. And I will be, once you're gone." His meaty fingers found Alucard's throat. "There is a new king rising." Alucard had never been one to fight dirty, but he'd spent enough time recently watching Delilah Bard. He brought his hands up swiftly, palm crunching into the base of his brother's nose. A blinder, she'd called that move. Tears and blood spilled down Barris's face, but he didn't even flinch. His fingers only tightened around Alucard's throat.
"Bear us!"
gasped Alucard, reaching for glass, for stone, for water. Even he wasn't strong enough to call an object to hand without seeing it, and with Barris blocking his way and his vision tunneling, Alucard found himself reaching futilely for anything and everything. The whole house trembled with the pull of Alucard's power, his carefully honed precision lost in the panic, the struggle for air. His lips moved, silently summoning, pleading. The walls shook, the windows shattered. Nails jerked free of boards and wood cracked as it peeled up from the floor. For one desperate instant, nothing happened. And then the world came hurtling in toward a single point. Tables and chairs, artwork and mirrors, tapestries and curtains, pieces of wall and floor and door all crashed into Barris with blinding force. The massive hands fell away from Alucard's throat as Barris was driven back by the whirlwind of debris twining around his arms and legs, dragging him down. But still he fought, with the blind strength of someone severed from thought, from pain, until at last the chandelier came down, tearing long cracks in the ceiling as it fell and burying Barris in iron and plaster and stone. The whirlwind fell apart, and Alucard gasped, hands on his knees. All around him the house still groaned. From overhead, nothing. Nothing. And then he heard his sister scream. He found Anissa in an upstairs room, tucked in a corner with her knees drawn up, her eyes wide with terror. Terror he soon realized at something that wasn't there. She had her hands pressed over her ears, her head buried against her knees, whispering over and over, "I'm not alone, I'm not alone, I'm not alone." "Anissa," he said, kneeling before her. Her face flushed, veins climbing her throat, darkness clouding her blue eyes.
"Alucard?"
Her voice was thin, her whole body shook.
"Make him stop."
"I did," he said, thinking she meant Barris. But then she shook her head and said,
"He keeps trying to get in."
The Shadow King. He scanned the air around her, could see the shadows tangling in the green light of her power. It looked like a storm was trapped in the unlit room, the air flickering with mottled light as her magic fought against the intruder.
"It hurts,"
she whispered, curling in on herself.
"Don't leave me. Please, don't leave me alone with him."
"It's all right," he said, lifting his little sister into his arms. "I'm not going anywhere. Not without you." The house groaned around them as he carried Anissa through the hall. The walls fissured and the stairs began to splinter beneath his feet. Some deep damage had been done to this house, a mortal wound he couldn't see but felt with every tremor. The Emery estate had stood for centuries, and now it was coming down. Alucard had ruined it, after all. It took all his strength to hold the structure up around them, and by the time they crossed the threshold he was dizzy from the effort. Anissa's head lolled against his chest. "Stay with me, niece," he said. "Stay with me." He mounted his horse with the aid of a low wall and kicked the beast into motion, riding through the gate as the rest of the estate came tumbling down.
4. Weapons at hand. 1. White London. Nassie stood before the platform and did not cry. She was 9 winters old for Crow's sake, and had long ago learned to look composed, even if it was fake. Sometimes you had to pretend. Everyone knew that. Pretend to be happy. Pretend to be brave. Pretend to be strong. If you pretended long enough, it eventually came true. Pretending not to be sad was the hardest, but looking sad made people think you were weak. And when you were already a foot too short and a measure too small, and a girl on top of that, you had to work twice as hard to convince them it wasn't true. So even though the room was empty, save for Nassie and the corpse, she didn't let the sadness show. Nassie worked in the castle, doing whatever needed to be done, but she knew she wasn't supposed to be in here, knew the northern hall was off-limits, the private quarters of the king. But the king was missing, and Nassie had always been good at sneaking. And anyway, she hadn't come to snoop or steal. She'd only come to see, and to make sure the woman wasn't lonely. Which Nassie knew was ridiculous, because dead people probably didn't feel things like cold, or sad, or lonely. But she couldn't be sure, and if it was her, she'd have wanted someone there. Besides, this was the only quiet room left in the castle. The rest of the place was plunging into chaos, everyone shouting and searching for the king. But not in here. In here, candles burned, and the heavy doors and walls held in all the quiet. In here, at the center of the chamber, on a platform of beautiful black granite, lay Oshka. Oshka, laid out in black, hands open at her sides, a blade resting in each palm. Vines, the first things to bloom in the castle gardens, were wound around the platform's edge, a dish of water at Oshka's head, and a basin of earth at her feet, places for the magic to go when it left her body. A black cloth was draped over her eyes, and her short red hair made a pool around her head. A piece of white linen had been wrapped tight around her neck, but even in death, a line of blackish red stained through where someone had cut her throat. Nobody knew what had happened, only that the king was missing, and the king's chosen knight was dead. Nassie had seen the king's prisoner, the red-haired man with his own black eye, and she wondered if it was his fault, since he was missing too. Nassie clenched her hands into fists, and felt the sudden bite of thorns. She'd forgotten about the flowers, wild things plucked from the edge of the castle yard. The prettiest ones hadn't blossomed yet, so she'd been forced to dig up a handful of pale buds, studded with vicious thorns. "Naik shost," she murmured, setting the bundle of flowers on the platform, the tail of her braid brushing Oshka's arm as she leaned forward. Nassie used to wear her hair loose, so it covered the scars on her face. It didn't matter that she could barely see through the pale curtain, that she was always tripping and stumbling. It was a shield against the world. And then one day Oshka passed her in the corridor and stopped her, and told her to pull the hair off her face. She hadn't wanted to, but the king's knight stood there, arms crossed, waiting for her to obey, and so she had, cringing as she tied back the strands. Oshka surveyed her face, but didn't ask her what had happened, if she'd been born that way. She hadn't. Or caught off-turn in the Kosik. She had. Instead, the woman had cocked her head and said, "Why do you hide?" Nassie could not bring herself to answer Oshka, to tell the king's knight that she hated her scars, when Oshka had darkness spilling down one side of her face, and a silver line carving its way from eye to lip on the other. When she didn't speak, the woman crouched in front of her and took her firmly by the shoulders. "Scars are not shameful," said Oshka. "Not unless you let them be." The knight straightened. "If you do not wear them, they will wear you." And with that, she'd walked away. Nassie had worn her hair back ever since. And every time Oshka had passed her in the halls, her eyes, one yellow, the other black, had flicked to the braid, and she'd nodded in approval, and everything in Nassie had grown stronger, like a starving plant, fed water drop by drop. "I wear my scars now," she whispered in Oshka's ear. Footsteps sounded beyond the doors, the heavy tread of the iron guard, and Nassie pulled back hastily, nearly tipping over the bowl of water when she snagged her sleeve on the vines coiled around the platform. But she was only 9 winters old, and small as a shadow, and by the time the doors opened, she was gone.
2. In the Maresh dungeons, sleep eluded Holland. His mind drifted, but every time it began to settle, he saw London, his London, as it crumbled and fell. Saw the colours fade back to grey, the river freeze, and the castle? Well, thrones did not stay empty. Holland knew this well. He pictured the city searching for its king, heard the servants calling out his name before new blades found their throats. Blood staining white marble, bodies littering the forest as boots crushed everything he'd started, like new grass underfoot. Holland reached out automatically for Ushka, his mind stretching across the divide of worlds, but found no purchase. The prison cell he currently occupied was a stone tomb, buried somewhere deep in the bones of the palace. No windows, no warmth. He had lost track of the number of stairs when the Arnesian guards dragged him in, half-conscious, mind still gutted from Oseron's intrusion and sudden exit. Holland barely processed the cells, all empty. The animal part of him had struggled at the touch of cold metal closing around his wrists, and in response they'd slammed his head against the wall. When he'd surfaced, everything was black. Holland lost track of time. Tried to count, but without any light his mind skipped, stuttered, fell too easily into memories he didn't want. "Kneel," whispered Ostrid in one ear. "Stand," goaded Athos in the other. "Bend. Break." "Stop," he thought, trying to drag his mind back to the cold cell. It kept slipping. "Pick up the knife. Hold it to your throat. Stay very still." He'd tried to will his fingers, of course, but the binding spell held, and when Athos had returned hours, sometimes days later, and plucked the blade from Holland's hand and given him permission to move again, his body had folded to the floor, muscles torn, limbs shaking. "That is where you belong," Athos had said. "On your knees." "Stop." Holland's growl vibrated through the quiet of the prison, answered only by its echo. For a few breaths his mind was still, but soon, too soon, it all began again, the memories seeping in through the cold stone and the iron cuffs and the silence. The first time someone tried to kill Holland, he was barely 9 years old. His eye had turned black the year before, pupil widening day by day until the darkness overtook the green and then the white, slowly poisoning him lash to lid. His hair was long enough to hide the mark as long as he kept his head down, which Holland always did. He woke to the hiss of metal, lunged to the side in time to almost miss the blade. It grazed his arm before burying itself in the cot. Holland tumbled to the floor, hitting his shoulder hard, and rolled, expecting to find a stranger, a mercenary, someone marked with the brand of thieves and killers. Instead, he saw his older brother, twice his size, with his father's muddy green eyes and their mother's sad mouth, the only blood Holland had left. "Alex?" he gasped, pain burning up his injured arm. Bright red drops flecked the floor of their room before Holland managed to press his hand over the weeping wound. Alex stood over him, the veins on his throat already edging toward black. At 15, he had taken on a dozen marks, all to help bend will and bind escaping magic. Holland was on his back on the floor, blood still spilling between his fingers, but he didn't cry out for help. There was no one to cry out to. Their father was dead. Their mother had disappeared into the show dens, drowned herself in smoke. "Hold still, Holland," muttered Alex, dragging the blade free of the cot. His eyes were red with drink or spell work. Holland didn't move, couldn't move, not because the blade was poisoned, though he feared it was, but because every night he dreamed of would-be attackers, given them 100 names and faces, and none of them had ever been Alex. Alex, who told him stories when he couldn't sleep, tales of the someday king, the one with enough power to bring the world back. Alex, who used to let him sit on makeshift thrones in abandoned rooms and dream of better days. Alex, who had first seen the mark in his eye and promised to keep him safe. Alex, who now stood over him with a knife.
"Vosk,"
pleaded Holland now. "Stop." "It isn't right," his brother slurred, intoxicated by the knife, the blood, the nearness of power. "That magic isn't yours." Holland's bloody fingers went swiftly to his eye.
"But it chose me."
Alex shook his head slowly, ruefully. "Magic doesn't choose, Holland." He swayed. "It doesn't belong to those who have. It belongs to those who take." With that, Alex brought the knife down.
"Vosk!"
begged Holland, bloody hands outstretched. He caught the blade, pushing back with every ounce of strength, not on the weapon itself, but on the air, the metal. It still bit in, blood ribboning down his palms. Holland stared up at Alex, pain forcing the words across his lips.
"As sorrow."
The words surfaced on their own, rising from the darkness of his mind like a dream suddenly remembered. And with them, the magic surged up through his torn hands and around the blade and wrapped around his brother. Alex tried to pull away, but it was too late. The spell had rolled over his skin, turning flesh to stone as it spread over his stomach, climbed his shoulders, wrapped around his throat. A single gasp escaped, and then it was over, body to stone in the time it took a drop of blood to hit the floor. Holland lay there beneath the precarious weight of his brother's statue. With Alex frozen on one knee, Holland could look his brother in the eyes, and he found himself staring up into his brother's face, his mouth open and his features caught between surprise and rage. Slowly, carefully, Holland slid free, inching his body out from beneath the stone. He got to his feet, dizzy from the sudden use of magic, shaking from the attack. He didn't cry, didn't run. He simply stood there surveying Alex, searching for the change in his brother, as if it were a freckle, a scar, something he should have seen. His own pulse was settling, and something else, something deeper, was beginning to steady too, as if the spell had turned part of himself to stone as well. "Alex," he said, the word barely an exhale as he reached out and touched his brother's cheek, only to recoil from the hardness. His fingers left a rust-red smear against the marble face. Holland leaned forward to whisper in his brother's stone ear. "This magic," he said, putting his hand on Alex's shoulder, "is mine." He pushed, letting gravity tip the statue until it fell and shattered on the floor. Footsteps sounded on the prison stairs, and Holland straightened, his senses snapping back to the cell. At first he assumed the visitor would be Kell, but then he counted the footfalls. 3 sets. They were speaking Arnesian, running the words together so Holland couldn't catch them all. He forced himself still as the lock ground free and his cell door swung open. Forced himself not to lash out when an enemy hand wrapped around his jaw, pinning his mouth shut. "Let's see. Eyes." Rough fingers tangled in his hair, and the blindfold came free, and for an instant the world was gold. Lantern light cast halos over everything before the man forced his face up. "Should we carve?" "Doesn't look to me." They weren't wearing armor, but all 3 had the stature of palace guards. The first let go of Holland's jaw and started rolling up his sleeves. Holland knew what was coming even before he felt the vicious pull on the chains, shoulders straining as they hauled him to his feet. He held the guard's eyes right up until the first punch landed, a brutal blow between his collar and his throat. He followed the pain like a current, tried to ground it. It really was nothing he hadn't felt before. Athos's cold smile surfaced in Holland's mind, the fire of that silver whip. "No one suffers," he staggered as his ribs cracked, "as beautifully as you." Blood filled Holland's mouth. He could have spat it in their faces and used the same breath to turn them to stone, leave them broken on the floor. Instead, he swallowed. He would not kill them. But he would not give them the satisfaction of display either. And then, a glint of steel, unexpected, as a guard drew out a knife. When the man spoke, it was in the common tongue of kings. "This is from Delilah Bard," he said, driving the dagger toward Holland's heart. Magic rose in him, sudden and involuntary, the dampening change too weak to stop the flood as the knife plunged toward his bare chest. The guard's body slowed as Holland forced his will against metal and bone. But before he could stop the blade, it flew from the guard's hand, out of Holland's own control, and landed with a snap against Kell's palm. The guard spun, shock quickly replaced by fear as he took in the man at the base of the stairs, the black coat blending into shadow, the red hair glinting in the light. "What is this?" asked the other Antari, his voice sharp. "Master Ke." The guard went flying backward and struck the wall between two lanterns. He didn't fall, but hung there, pinned, as Kell turned toward the other two. Instantly they let go of Holland's chains, and he half sat, half fell back against the bench, locking his teeth against the jolt of pain. Kell released his hold on the first guard, and the man went crashing to the floor. The air in the room was frosting over as Kell considered the knife in his hand. He brought the tip of his finger to the point of the blade and pressed down, drawing a single bead of red. The guards recoiled as one, and Kell glanced up as if surprised. "I thought you wanted blood sport." "Soles," said the first guard, rising to his feet. "Soles, Masveres." The others bit their tongues. "Go," ordered Kell. "The next time I see any of you down here, you will not leave." They fled, leaving the cell door open as they went. Holland, who had said nothing since the first footsteps drew him from reverie, leaned his head back against the stone wall. "My hero." The blindfold hung around his neck, and for the first time since the roof their eyes met as Kell reached out and swung the cell door closed between them. He nodded at the stairs. "How many times has that happened?" Holland said nothing. "You didn't fight back." Holland's swollen fingers curled around the chains as if to say, "How could I?" And Kell raised a brow as if to say, "Those make a difference?" Because they both knew the simple truth. A prison could not hold an Antari unless he let it. Kell turned his attention back to the blade, clearly recognizing the make. "Lila," he muttered. "Should have realized sooner. Miss Bard does not care for me. Not since you killed her only family." "The man in the tavern," said Holland thoughtfully. "She killed him when she took what wasn't hers, when she led me to her home. If she'd been a better thief, perhaps he would still be alive." "I'd keep that opinion to yourself," said Kell, "if you want to keep your tongue." A long silence. In the end, Holland was the one to break it. "Have you finished sulking?" "You know," snapped Kell, "you're very good at making enemies. Have you ever tried to make a friend?" Holland cocked his head. "What use are those?" Kell gestured to the cells. Holland didn't rise to the bait. He changed course. "What is happening beyond the palace?" Kell pressed a palm between his eyes. When he was tired, his composure slipped, the cracks on display. "Oseran is free," he said. Holland listened, brows drawn, as Kell went on about the blackened river, the poisoned fog. When he was done, he stared at Holland, waiting for some answer to a question he'd never asked. Holland said nothing, and at last Kell made an exasperated sound. "What does he want?" demanded the young Antari, clearly resisting the urge to pace. Holland closed his eyes and remembered Oseran's rising temper, his echo of more, more, more. We could do more, be more. "More," he said simply. "What does that mean?" demanded Kell. Holland weighed the words before he spoke. "You asked what he wants," he said. "But for Oseron, it's not about want so much as need. Fire needs air, earth needs water, and Oseron needs chaos. He feeds on it, the energy of entropy." Every time Holland had found steady ground, every time things had begun to settle, Oseron had forced them back into motion, into change, into chaos. "He's much like you," he added as Kell paced. "He cannot bear to be still." The cogs were turning behind Kell's eyes, thoughts and emotions flickering across his face like light. Holland wondered if he knew how much he showed. "Then I must find a way to make him still," said the young Antari. "If you can," said Holland. "That alone won't stop him, but it will force him to be reckless. And if reckless humans make mistakes, then so will reckless gods." "Do you truly believe that he's a god?" Holland rolled his eyes. "It doesn't matter what someone is, only what they think they are." A door ground open overhead, and Holland tensed reflexively, hating the subtle but traitorous rattle of his chains, but Kell didn't seem to notice. Moments later a guard appeared at the base of the stairs. Not one of Holland's attackers, but an older man, temples silver. "What is it, Stuff?" asked Kell. "Sir," answered the man gruffly, no love for the Antari prince. "The king has summoned you." Kell nodded and turned to leave. He hesitated at the edge of the room. "Do you care so little for your own world, Holland?" He stiffened. "My world," he said slowly, "is the only thing I care about." "Yet you stay here, helpless, useless." Somewhere deep in Holland, someone, the man he used to be, before Oseron, before the Danes, was screaming, fighting. He held still, waited for the wave to pass. "You told me once," said Kell, "that you were either magic's master or its slave. So which are you now?" The screaming died in Holland's head, smothered by the hollow quiet he'd trained to take its place. "That's what you don't understand," said Holland, letting the emptiness fold over him. "I've only ever been its slave." 3. The royal map room had always been off-limits. When Kell and Rye were young, they'd played in every palace chamber and hallway, but never here. There were no chairs in this room, no walls of books, no hearth fire or cells, no hidden doors or secret passages. Only the table with its massive map, Arns rising from the surface of the parchment like a body beneath a taut sheet. The map spanned the table edge to edge, in full detail, from the glittering city of London at its center to the very edges of the empire. Tiny stone ships floated on flat seas, and tiny stone soldiers marked the royal garrisons stationed at the borders, and tiny stone guards patrolled the streets in troops of rose quartz and marble. King Maxim told them that the pieces on this board had consequences, that to move a chalice was to make war, to topple the ship was to doom the vessel, to play with the men was to play with lives. The warning was a sufficient deterrent. Whether or not it was true, neither Rye nor Kell dared chance it and risk Maxim's anger and their own guilt. The map was enchanted, though. It showed the empire as it was. Now the river glistened like a streak of oil. Now tendrils of fog, thin as pipe smoke, drifted through the miniature streets. Now the arenas stood abandoned, darkness rising like steam off every surface. What it didn't show were the fallen roaming the streets. It didn't show the desperate survivors pounding on the doors of houses begging to be let in. It didn't show the panic, the noise, the fear. King Maxim stood at the map's southern edge, hands braced against the table, head bent over the image of his city. To one side stood Tyrion, looking like he'd aged 10 years in the course of a single night. To the other stood Isra, the captain of the city guard, a broad-shouldered Londoner with cropped black hair and a strong jaw. Women might be rare in the guard, but if someone questioned Isra's standing, they only did it once. 2 of Maxim's Vestran council, Lord Cassin and Lady Rosek, commanded the map's eastern side, while Parlo and Lisanne, the Ostra, who'd organized and overseen the Essentosh, occupied the west. Each and every one of them looked out of place, still dressed for a winter's ball and not a city under siege. Kell forced himself up to the map's northern edge, stopping directly across from the king.
"We cannot make sense of it," Isra was saying. "There appear to be 2 kinds of attack, or rather, 2 kinds of victim."
"Are they possessed?" asked the king. "During the Black Night, Vitare took multiple hosts, spreading himself like a plague between them."
"This isn't possession," interjected Kell. "Oseron is too strong to take an ordinary host. Vitari ate through every shell he found, but it took hours. Oseron would burn through a shell in seconds."
He thought of Kisimir on the roof, her body cracking and crumbling under Oseron's boot.
"There's no point trying to possess them."
Unless, he thought, they are Antari.
"Then by saints," demanded Maxim, "what is he doing?" "It seems like some kind of sickness," said Isra.
The Ostra, Lisanne, shuddered.
"He's infecting them?"
"He is creating puppets," said Tyrion grimly, "invading their minds, corrupting them. And if that fails—"
"He's taking them by force," said Kell grimly. "Or killing them in the process," added Isra. "Thinning the pack, weeding out resistance."
"Any wards?" asked the king, looking to Kell. "Besides Antari blood?"
"Not yet."
"Survivors?"
A long silence.
Maxim cleared his throat.
"We've no word from either House Larini or House Emry," started Lord Cassin. "Can't your men be mustered?"
"My men are doing everything they can," snapped Maxim.
Beside him, Isra shot the lord a cold glare. "We've sent scouts to follow the fog's line," she continued evenly, "and there is a perimeter to Oseron's magic. Right now the spell ends 7 measures beyond the city's edge, carving out a circle, but our reports show that it is spreading. He's drawing power from every life he claims."
Tyrion's voice was quiet but authoritative.
"If Oseron is not stopped soon, his shadow will cover Arns." "And then Pharaoh," cut in Solinar, storming through the doorway. The captain's hand twitched toward her sword, but Maxim stayed her with a look.
"Lord Solinar," said the king coolly, "I did not call for you."
"You should have," countered the Pharaoh, as Prince Cole appeared at his heels. "Since this matter concerns not only Arns—"
"Do you think this darkness will stop at your borders?" added the Vescan prince. "If we stop it first," said Maxim.
"And if you do not," said Solinar, as his dark eyes fell on the map, "it will not matter who fell first."
Who fell first? An idea flickered at the edge of Kell's mind, fighting to take shape amid the noise. The feel of Lila's body sagging against his, staring at the empty cup cradled in Hostra's hand. "Very well," said the king. He nodded at Isra to continue.
"The jails are full of those who've fallen," reported the captain. "We've commandeered the plaza and the port cells, but we're running out of places to put them. We're already using the Rose Hall for those with fever."
"What about the tournament arenas?" offered Kell.
Isra shook her head. "My men won't go on to the river, sir. Not safe. A few tried, and they didn't come back."
"The blood sigils are not lasting," added Tyrion.
"They fade within hours.
and the fallen seem to have discovered their purpose. We've already lost a portion of the guards." "Call the rest back at once," said the king. Call the rest. There it was. "I have an idea," said Kell, softly, the threads of it still drawing together. "We are caged in," said the Pharaoh in general, sweeping a hand over the map. "And this creature will pick over our bones unless we find a way to fight back." "Make him still. Force him to be reckless." "I have an idea," said Kell again, louder. This time the room went quiet. "Speak," said the king. Kell swallowed. "What if we take away the people?" "Which people?" "All of them." "We can't evacuate," said Maxim. "There are too many poisoned by Oseran's magic. If they were to leave, they'd simply spread the illness faster. No, it must be contained. We still don't know if those lost can be regained, but we must hope it is a sickness and not a sentence." "No, we can't evacuate them," confirmed Kell. "But every waking body is a potential weapon, and if we want a chance at defeating Oseran, we need him disarmed." "Speak plainly," ordered Maxim. Kell drew breath, but was cut off by a voice from the door. "What's this? No vigil by my bed? I'm offended." Kell spun to see his brother standing in the doorway, hands in his pockets and shoulder tipped casually against the frame as if nothing were wrong. As if he hadn't spent the better part of the night trapped between the living and the dead. None of it showed, at least not on the surface. His amber eyes were bright, his hair combed, the ring of burnished gold back where it belonged atop his curls. Kell's pulse surged at the sight of him, while the king hid his relief almost as well as the prince hid his ordeal. "Right," said Maxim, voice nearly betraying him. "Your Highness," said Solinar slowly, "we heard you were hurt in the attack." "We heard you fell victim to the shadow fog," said Prince Cole. "We heard you'd taken ill before the winner's ball," added Lord Casson. Rye managed a lazy smile. "Goodness, the rumors fly when one is indisposed." He gestured to himself. "As you can see," a glance at Kell, "I'm surprisingly resilient. Now, what have I missed?" "Kell was just about to tell us," said the king, "how to defeat this monster." Rye's eyes widened even as a ghost of fatigue flitted across his face. He'd only just returned. "Is this going to hurt?" his gaze seemed to ask. Or maybe even, "Are we going to die?" But all he said was, "Go on." Kell fumbled for his thoughts. "We can't evacuate the city," he said again, turning toward the head priest. "But we could put it to sleep." Tyrion frowned, knocking his bony knuckles on the table's edge. "You want to cast a spell over London?" "Over its people," clarified Kell. "For how long?" asked Rye. "As long as we must," retorted Kell, turning back toward the priest. "Oseran has done it." "He's a god," observed Isra. "No," said Kell sharply. "He's not." "Then what exactly are we facing?" demanded the king. "It's an Oshak," said Kell, using Holland's word. Only Tyrion seemed to understand. "A kind of incarnation," explained the priest. "Magic in its natural form has no self, no consciousness. It simply is. The Isle River, for instance, is a source of immense power, but it has no identity. When magic gains a self, it gains motive, desire, will." "So Oseran is just a piece of magic with an ego?" asked Rye. "A spell gone awry?" Kell nodded. "And according to Holland, he feeds on chaos. Right now Oseran has 10,000 sources, but if we took them all away, if he had nothing but his own magic—" "Which is still considerable," cut in Isra. We could lure him into a fight. Rye crossed his arms.
And how do you plan to fight him?
Kell had an idea, but he couldn't bring himself to voice it. Not yet, when Rye had just recovered. Tyrinn spared him.
It could be done, said the priest thoughtfully. In a fashion. We'll never be able to cast a spell that broad, but we could make a network of smaller incantations, he rambled, half to himself. And with an anchor, it could be done.
He looked up, pale eyes brightening.
But I'll need some things from the sanctuary.
A dozen eyes flicked to the map room's only window, where the fingers of Oseron's spell still scratched to get in, despite the morning light. Prince Cole stiffened. Lady Rosek fixed her gaze on the floor. Kell started to offer, but a look from Rye made him pause. The look wasn't refusal, not at all. It was permission. Unflinching trust. Go, it said. Do whatever you must.
What a coincidence, said a voice from the door.
They turned as one to see Lila, hands on her hips and very much awake.
I could use some fresh air.
4. Lila made her way down the hall, an empty satchel in one hand and Tyrinn's list of supplies in the other. She'd had the luxury of seeing Kell's shock and Tyrinn's displeasure register at the same time, for whatever that was worth. Her head was still aching dully from whatever she'd been slipped, but the stiff drink had done its part, and the solid plan, or at least a step, had done the rest. Your tea, Miss Bard. It wasn't the first time she'd been drugged, but most of her experience had been of a more investigative nature. She'd spent a month aboard the Spire collecting powders for the tapers and ales she intended to take on to the copper thief, enough to bring down an entire crew. She'd inhaled her share, at first by accident, and then with a kind of purpose, training her senses to recognize and endure a certain portion, because the last thing she needed was to faint in the middle of the task. This time she'd tasted the powder in the tea the moment it hit her tongue, even managed to spit most of it back into the cup. But by then her senses were going numb, winking out like lights in a strong wind, and she knew what was coming. The shallow, almost pleasant slide before the drop. 1 minute she'd been in the hall with Kell, and the next her balance was going, floor tipping like a ship in a storm. She'd heard the lilt of his voice, felt the heat of his arms, and then she was gone, down, down, down. And the next thing she knew, she was bolting upright on a couch with a headache, and a wide-eyed boy watching from the wall. "You shouldn't be awake," Hastra had stammered as she'd thrown the covers off. "Is that really the first thing you want to say?" she'd asked, staggering toward the sideboard to pour herself a drink. She hesitated, remembering the bitter tea, but after a few searching sniffs, she found something that burned her nose in a familiar way. She downed 2 fingers, steadied herself against the counter. The drug was still clinging to her like cobwebs, and she was left trying to drag the edges of her mind back into order, squinting until the blurred lines all hardened into sharp ones. Hastra was shifting his weight from foot to foot. "I'm going to do you the favor," she said, setting aside the empty glass, "of assuming this wasn't your idea." She turned on him. "And you're going to do yourself the favor of staying out of my way. And next time you mess with my drink—" She drew a knife, twirled it on her fingers, and brought it up beneath his chin. "I'll pin you to a tree." The sound of steps hurrying toward her returned Lila to the present. She rounded, knowing it would be him. "Was it your idea?" "What?" stammered Kell. "No, Tyrinn's. And what have you done with Hastra?" "Nothing he won't recover from." A deep furrow formed between Kell's eyes. Christ, he was an easy mark. "Come to stop me, or to see me off?" "Neither." His features smoothed. I came to give you this." He held out her missing knife, knuckled hilt first. "I believe it's yours." She took the blade, examining the edge for blood. "Too bad," she murmured, as she slid it back into the sheath. "While I understand the urge," said Kell, "killing Holland was not a helpful notion. We need him." "Like a dose of poison," muttered Lila. "He's the only one who knows Oseron." "And why does he know him so well?" she snapped. "Because he made a deal with him." "I know." "He let that creature into his head." "I know." "Into his world, and now into yours."
"I know."
"Then why?"
"Because it could have been me,"
said Kell darkly. The words hung between them.
"It almost was."
The image came back to her, of Kell lying on the floor before the broken frame, blood pooling rich and red around his wrists. What had Oseron said to him? What had he offered? What had he done? Lila found herself reaching for Kell, and stopped. She didn't know what to say, how to smooth the line between his eyes. The satchel slipped on her shoulder. The sun was up. "I should go." Kell nodded, but when she turned away, he caught her hand. The touch was slight, but it pinned her like a knife.
"That night on the balcony," he said. "Why did you kiss me?"
Lila's chest tightened. "It seemed like a good idea." Kell frowned.
"That's all?"
He started to let go, but she didn't. Their hands hung between them, intertwined. Lila let out a short, breathless laugh. "What do you want, Kell? A declaration of my affection? I kissed you because I wanted to, and—" His hand tightened around hers, pulling her into him, her free hand splayed against his chest for balance.
"And now?"
he whispered. His mouth was inches from her own, and she could feel his heart hammering against his ribs. "What?" she said with a sly grin. "Do I always have to take the lead?" She started to lean in, but he was already there, already kissing her. Their bodies crashed together, the last of the distance disappearing as hips met hips and ribs met ribs, and hands searched for skin. Her body sang like a tuning fork against his, like finding like. Kell's grip tightened as if he thought she would disappear, but Lila wasn't going anywhere. She could have walked away from almost anything, but she wouldn't have walked away from this. And that itself was terrifying, but she didn't stop, and neither did he. Sparks lit across her lips, and heat burned through her lungs, and the air around them churned as if someone had thrown all the doors and windows open. The wind rustled their hair, and Kell laughed against her. A soft, dazzling sound, too brief, but wonderful. And then, too soon, the moment ended. The wind died away, and Kell pulled back, his breath ragged. "Better?" she asked, the word barely a hush. He bowed his head, then let his forehead fall against hers. "Better," he said, and almost in the same moment, "Come with me." "Where are we going?" she asked, as he pulled her up the stairs and into a bedroom. His bedroom. Gossamer billowed from the high ceiling in the Arnesian style, a cloud-like painting of night. A sofa spilled cushions, a mirror gleamed in its gold trim, and on a dais stood a bed, dripping with silks. Lila felt her face go hot. "This really isn't the time," she started. But then he was pulling her past the fineries to a door, and beyond, into the alcove lined with books and candles and a few spare trinkets. Most were too battered to be anything but sentimental. In here the air smelled less like roses than polished wood and old paper, and Kell spun her around to face the door. There she saw the markings on the wood, a dozen symbols drawn in the ruddy brown of dried blood, each simple but distinct. She'd almost forgotten about his shortcuts. "This one," he said, tapping a circle quartered by a cross. Lila drew a knife and nicked her thumb, tracing over the mark in blood. When she was done, Kel put his hand over hers. He didn't tell her to be safe. He didn't tell her to be careful. He simply pressed his lips to her hair and said, "As Tassen." And then he was gone. The room was gone, the world was gone, and Lila was tipping forward once more into darkness.
5. Alucard rode hard for the docks, Anissa shivering against him. His sister slid in and out of consciousness, her skin slick and hot to the touch. He couldn't take her to the palace, that much he knew. They'd never let her in now that she was infected. Even though she was fighting it, even though she hadn't fallen, wouldn't fall, Alucard was sure of it. He had to take her home. "Stay with me," he told her as they reached the line of ships. The Isle's current was up, leaving oily streaks against the dock walls and splashing over onto the banks. Here at the river's edge, the magic rolled off the water's surface like steam. Alucard dismounted, carrying Anissa up the ramp and onto the spire's deck. He didn't know if he hoped to find anyone aboard or feared it, since only the mad and the sick and the fallen seemed to be in the city now. "Strauss!" he called. "Lenos!" But no one answered, and so Alucard took her below. "Come back," whispered Anissa as the night sky disappeared, replaced by the low wood ceiling of the hold. "I'm right here," said Alucard. "Come back," she pleaded again, as he lowered her onto his bed, pressed a cold compress to her cheeks. Her eyes drifted open, focused, found his. "Luke," she said, her voice suddenly crisp, clear. "I'm here," he said, and she smiled, fingers brushing his brow. Her eyes began to flutter shut again, and fear rippled through him, sudden, sharp. "Hey, niece," he said, squeezing her hand. "Do you remember the story I used to tell you?" She shivered feverishly. "The one about the place where shadows go at night." Anissa curled in toward him then, the way she used to when he told her tales. A flower to the sun, that's what their mother used to say. Their mother, who'd died so long ago, and taken most of the light with her. Only Anissa held a candle to it. Only Anissa had her eyes, her warmth. Only Anissa reminded Alucard of kinder days. He lowered himself to his knees beside the bed, holding her hand between his. "A girl was once in love with her shadow," he began, voice slipping into the low melodic tone befitting stories, even as the spire swayed and the world beyond the window darkened. "All day they couldn't be parted. But when night fell, she was left alone, and she always wondered where her shadow went. She would check all the drawers and all the jars and all the places where she liked to hide. But no matter where she looked, she couldn't find it. Until finally the girl lit a candle to help her search, and there her shadow was." Anissa murmured incoherently. Tears slipped down her hollowed cheeks. "You see," Alucard's fingers tightened around hers, "it hadn't really left. Because our shadows never do. So you see, you're never alone." His voice cracked. "No matter where you are, or when, no matter if the sun is up, or the moon is full, or there's nothing but stars in the sky, no matter if you have a light in hand, or none at all. You know, Anissa? Anissa, stay with me. Please." Over the next hour, the sickness burned through her, until she called him father, called him mother, called him Barras, until she stopped speaking altogether, even in her fevered sleep, and sank deeper to somewhere dreamless. The shadows hadn't won, but the spring-green light of Anissa's own magic was fading, fading, like a fire burning itself out, and all Alucard could do was watch. He got to his feet, The cabin swayed beneath him as he went to the mantel to pour himself a drink. Alucard caught his reflection in the ruddy surface of the wine and frowned, tipping the glass. A smudge over his brow, where Lila had streaked a bloody finger across his skin, was gone, rubbed away by Anissa's fevered hand or maybe Barris's attack. How strange, he thought. He hadn't even noticed. The cabin swayed again before Alucard realized it wasn't the floor tipping. It was him. No, thought Alucard, just before the voice slid inside his head. "Let me in," it said as his hands began to tremble. The glass slipped and shattered on the cabin floor. "Let me in." He braced himself against the mantel, eyes squeezed shut against the creeping vines of the curse as they wound through him, blood and bone. "Let me in." "No," he snarled aloud, slamming the doors of his mind and forcing the darkness back. Until then, the voice had been a whisper, soft, insistent, the pulse of magic a gentle but persistent guest knocking at the door. Now it forced its way in with all its might, prying open the edges of Alucard's mind until the cabin fell away and he was back in the Emery estate, their father before him, the man's hands brimming with fire. Heat burned along Alucard's cheek from the first lingering blow. "A disgrace!" snarled Resson Emery, the heat of his anger and magic both forcing Alucard back against the wall.
"Father!"
"You've made a fool of yourself, of your name, of your house." His hand wrapped around the silver feather that hung around Alucard's neck, flame licking his skin. "And it ends now," he rumbled, tearing the sigil of House Emery from Alucard's throat. It melted in his grip, drops of silver hitting the floor like blood. But when Alucard looked up again, the man standing before him was, and was not, his father. The image of Resson Emery flickered, replaced by a man made of darkness from head to toe, if darkness were glossy and black and caught the light like stone. A crown glittered on the outline of his head. "I can be merciful," said the Dark King, "if you beg." Alucard straightened. "No." The room rocked violently, and he stumbled forward onto his knees in a cold stone cell, held down as his manacled wrists were forced onto the carved iron block. Embers crackled as the matching poker prodded the fire, and smoke burned Alucard's lungs when he tried to breathe. A man pulled the poker from the coals, its end a violent red, and again Alucard saw the carved features of the king. "Beg," said Oseran, bringing the iron to rest against the chains. Alucard clenched his teeth and would not. "Beg," said Oseran, as the chains grew hot. As the heat peeled away flesh, Alucard's refusal became a single, drawn-out scream. He tore backward, suddenly free, and found himself standing in the hall again, no king, no father, only Anissa, barefoot in a nightgown, holding a burned wrist, their father's fingers like a cuff circling her skin.
"Why would you leave me in this place?"
she asked. And before he could answer, Alucard was dragged back into the cell, his brother Barris now holding the iron and smiling while his brother's skin burned. "You should never have come back." Around and around it went, memories searing through flesh and muscle, mind and soul.
"Stop,"
he pleaded. "Let me in," said Oseran.
"I can be true,"
said his sister. "I can be merciful," said his father. "I can be just," said his brother. "If you only let us in." 6.
"Your Majesty."
The city was falling.
"Your Majesty."
The darkness was spreading.
"Maxim."
The king looked up and saw Isra, clearly waiting for an answer to a question he hadn't heard. Maxim turned his attention to the map of London one last time, with its spreading shadows, its black river. How was he supposed to fight a god or a ghost or whatever this thing was? Maxim growled and pushed forcefully away from the table. "I cannot stand here, safe within my palace while my kingdom dies," Isra barred his way. "You cannot go out there either. Move aside. What good will it do your kingdom if you die with it? Since when is solidarity a victory of any kind?" Few people would speak to Maxim Moresh with such candor, but Isra had been with him since before he was king, had fought beside him on the Blood Coast so many years ago, when Maxim was a general and Isra his second, his friend, his shadow. "You are thinking like a soldier instead of a king." Maxim turned away, raking a hand through his coarse black hair. No, he was thinking too much like a king. One who'd been softened by so many years of peace. One whose battles were now fought in ballrooms and in stadium seats with words and wine instead of steel. How would they have fought Oseran back on the Blood Coast? How would they have fought him if he were a foe of flesh and blood? With cunning, thought Maxim. But that was the difference between magic and men. The latter made mistakes. Maxim shook his head. This monster was magic with a mind attached, and minds could be tricked, bent, even broken. Even the best fighters had flaws in their stance, chinks in their armor. "Move aside, Isra." "Your Majesty, "I have no intention of walking out into the fog," he said. "You know me better than that," he added. "If I fall, I will fall fighting." Isra frowned, but let him pass. Maxim left the map room, turning not toward the gallery, but away, through the palace and up the stairs to the royal chambers. He crossed the room without pausing to look at the welcoming bed, the grand wood desk with its inlaid gold, the basin of clear water, and the decanters of wine. He'd hoped, selfishly, to find Emira here, but the room was empty. Maxim knew that if he called for her, she would come, would help in any way she could to ease the burden of what he had to do next, whether that meant working the magic with him, or simply pressing her cool hands to his brow, sliding her fingers through his hair the way she had when they were young, humming songs that worked like spells. Emira was the ice to Maxim's fire, the cool bath in which to temper his steel. She made him stronger. But he did not call her. Instead, he crossed alone to the far wall of the royal chamber where, half hidden by swaths of gossamer and silk, there stood a door. Maxim brought all 10 fingertips to the hollow wood and reached for the metal laid within. He rotated both hands against the door and felt the shift of cogs, the clunk of pins sliding free, others sliding home. It was no simple lock, no combination to be turned. But Maxim Moresh had built this door, and he was the only one who ever opened it. He'd caught Rai trying once, when the prince was just a boy. The prince had a fondness for discovering secrets, whether they belonged to a person or a palace, and the moment he discovered that the door was locked, he must have gone and found Kel, lugged the black-eyed boy, still new to his benign breed of mischief, back up into the royal chamber. Maxim had walked in on the two, Rai urging Kel on as the latter lifted wary fingers to the wood. Maxim had crossed the room at the sound of sliding metal and caught the boy's hand before the door could open. It wasn't a matter of ability. Kel was getting stronger by the day, his magic blooming like a spring tree. But even the young Antari, perhaps the young Antari most of all, needed to know that power had its limits, that rules were meant to be obeyed. Rai had sulked and stormed, but Kel had said nothing as Maxim ushered them out. They had always been like that, so different in temper. Rai's hot and quick to burn, Kel's cold and slow to thaw. Strange, thought Maxim, unlocking the door. In some ways Kel and the Queen were so alike. There was nothing forbidden about the chamber beyond. It was simply private. And when you were king, privacy was precious, more so than any gem. Now Maxim descended the short stone flight into his study. The room was cool and dry and traced with metal, the shelves lined with only a few books, but 100 memories, tokens. Not of his life in the palace, Emira's gold wedding rose, Rye's first crown, a portrait of Rye and Kell in the season's courtyard. Those were all kept in the royal chamber. They were relics of another time, another life. A half-burned banner and a pair of swords, long and thin as stalks of wheat. A gleaming helm, not gold but burnished metal, traced with bands of ruby. A stone arrowhead Isra had freed from his side in their last battle on the Blood Coast. Suits of armor stood sentry against the walls, faceless masks tipped down, and in this sanctuary Maxim threw off the elegant gold and crimson cloak, unfastened the chalice pins that held his tunic cuffs, set aside his crown. Piece by piece he shed his kingship and called up the man he'd been before. Antolveris, they'd called him, the Steel Prince. It had been so long since Maxim Maresh had worn that mantle, but there were tasks for kings and tasks for soldiers, and now the latter rolled up his sleeves, took up a knife, and began to work. 7. The difference of a single day, thought Rye, standing alone before the windows as the sun rose. One day, a matter of hours, a world of change. 2 days ago, Kell had disappeared, and Rye had carved 5 letters into his arm to bring him home. Sorry. The cuts were fresh on his skin, the words still burned with movement, and yet it felt like a lifetime ago. Yesterday his brother had come and been arrested, and the prince had fought to see Kell freed, only to lose him again, to lose himself, to lose everything. And wake to this. We heard, we heard, we heard. In darkness the change was hard to see, but the thin winter light revealed a terrifying scene. Only hours before, London had brimmed with the cheers of the Essentosh, the rippling pennants of the final magicians as they fought in the central arena. Now all 3 stadiums floated like sullen corpses on the blackened river, the only sound the steady chant of mourning bells coming from the sanctuary. Bodies bobbed like apples on the surface of the Isle, and dozens, hundreds more, knelt along the river bank, forming an eerie border. Others moved in packs through the streets of London, searching for those who hadn't fallen, hadn't knelt before the Shadow King. The difference of a single day. He felt his brother coming. Strange the way that worked. He'd always been able to tell when Kell was near, sibling intuition, but these days he felt his brother's presence like a cord in reverse, drawing tight instead of slack whenever they were close. Now the tension thrummed. The echo in Rye's chest grew stronger as Kell stepped into the room. He paused in the doorway. "Do you want to be alone?" "I am never alone," said the prince absently, and then, forcing himself to brighten, "But I am still alive." Kell swallowed, and Rye could see the apology climbing his brother's throat. "Don't," he said, cutting him off. His attention went back to the world beyond the glass. "What happens after we put them all to sleep?" "We force Oseran to face us, and we beat him." "How?" "I have a plan." Rye raised his fingertips to the glass. On the other side, the fog drew itself into a hand, brushed the window, and then pulled away, collapsing back into mist. "Is this how a world dies?" he asked. "I hope not." "Personally," said Rye with sudden hollow lightness, "I'm rather done with dying. It's begun to lose its charm." Kell shrugged out of his coat and sank into a chair. "Do you know what happened?" "I know what Mother told me, which means I know what you told her." "Do you want to know the truth?" Rye hesitated. "If it will help you to say it." Kell tried to smile, failed, and shook his head. "What do you remember?" Rye's gaze danced over the city. "Nothing," he said. though in truth he remembered the pain and the absence of pain, the darkness like still water folding over him, and a voice trying to pull him back. "You cannot die. I have come so far." "Have you seen Alucard?" Kell shrugged. "I assume he's in the gallery," he answered, in a way that said he really didn't care. Rye's chest tightened. "You're probably right." But Rye knew he wasn't. He had already scanned the grand hall as he passed through, searching. The foyer, the ballrooms, the library. Rye had scoured every room for that familiar shine of silver and blue, the sun-kissed hair, the glint of a sapphire, and found 100 faces, some known and others foreign, and none of them Alucard. "He'll turn up," added Kell absently. "He always does." Just then a shout went up, not from outside, but from within the palace. The crash of doors bursting open somewhere below, a Vescan accent clashing with an Arnesian one. "Sanct!" snarled Kell, shoving himself to his feet. "If the darkness doesn't kill them, their tempers will." His brother plunged out of the room without looking back, and Rye stood alone for a long moment, shadows whispering against the glass, before he grabbed Kell's coat, found the nearest hidden door, and slipped through. The city, his city, was full of shadows. Rye pulled Kell's coat close about his shoulders and wrapped a scarf around his nose and mouth, the way one might before braving a fire, as if a strip of cloth could keep the magic out. He held his breath as he plunged forward into the sea of fog, but when his body met the shadows, they recoiled, granting Rye a berth of several feet. He looked around, and, for a moment, felt as if he were a man expecting to drown, only to find the water 2 feet deep. And then Rye stopped thinking altogether and ran. Chaos blossomed all around him, the air a tangled mess of sound and fear and smoke. Men and women were trying to drag their neighbors toward the black stretch of the river. Some people staggered and fell, attacked by invisible foes, while others hid behind bolted doors and tried to ward the walls with water, earth, sand, blood. Still Rye moved like a ghost among them, unseen, unsensed. No footsteps followed him through the streets, no hands sought to drag him into the river, no mobs tried to sicken him with shadow. The poisoned fog parted for the prince, slipped around him like water around a stone. Was it Kell's life shielding him from harm? Or was it the absence of Rye's own, the fact that there was nothing left for the darkness to claim? "Get inside!" he called to the fevered, but they could not hear him. "Get back!" he shouted at the fallen, but they did not listen. The madness surged around him, and Rye tore himself away from the breaking city and turned his sights again to the quest for the captain of the Night Spire. There were only 2 places Alucard Emery would go, his family estate or his ship. Logic said he'd go to the house, but something in Rye's gut sent him in the opposite direction, toward the docks. He found the captain on his cabin floor. One of the chairs by the hearth had toppled, a table knocked clean of glasses, their glittering shards scattered in the rug and across the wooden floor. Alucard, decisive, strong, beautiful Alucard, lay curled on his side, shivering with fever, his warm brown hair matted to his cheeks with sweat. He was clutching his head, breath escaping in ragged gasps as he spoke to ghosts. "Stop, please." His voice, that even, clear voice, always brimming with laughter, broke. "Don't make me—" Rye was on his knees beside him. "Luke," he said, touching the man's shoulder. Alucard's eyes flashed open, and Rye recoiled when he saw them filled with shadows. Not the even black of Kell's gaze, but instead menacing streaks of darkness that writhed and coiled like snakes through his vision, storm-blue irises flashing and vanishing behind the fog. "Stop!" snarled the captain suddenly. He struggled up, limbs shaking, only to fall back against the floor. Rye hovered over him, helpless, unsure whether to hold him down or try to help him up. Alucard's eyes found his, but looked straight through him. He was somewhere else. "Please," the captain pleaded with the ghosts. "Don't make me go." "I won't," said Rye, wondering who Alucard saw, what he saw, how to free him. The captain's veins stood out like ropes against his skin.
"You'll never forgive me."
"Who?" asked Rye, and Alucard's brow furrowed as if he were trying to see through the fog, the fever.
"Rye."
The sickness tightened its hold, the shadows in his eyes streaking with lines of light like lightning. The captain bit back a scream. Rye ran his fingers over Alucard's hair, took his face in his hands. "Fight it," he ordered. "Whatever's holding you, fight it." Alucard folded in on himself, shuddering.
"I can't."
"Focus on me."
"Rye,"
he sobbed. "I'm here." Rye Maresh lowered himself onto the glass-strewn floor, lay on his side so that they were face to face. "I'm here." He remembered then. Like a dream flickering back to the surface, he remembered Alucard's hands on his shoulders, his voice cutting through the pain, reaching out to him even in the dark.
"I'm here now,"
he'd said,
"so you can't die."
"I'm here now," echoed Rye, twining his fingers through Alucard's. "And I'm not letting go. So don't you dare." Another scream tore from Alucard's throat, his grip tightening as the lines of black on his skin began to glow. First red, then white. Burning. He was burning from the inside out. And it hurt. Hurt to watch, hurt to feel so helpless. But Rye kept his word. He didn't let go. 8. Kel stormed toward the western foyer, following the sounds of a brewing fight. It was only a matter of time before the mood in the palace turned, before the magicians refused to sit and wait and watch the city fall, before someone took it in their head to act. He threw open the doors and found Hastra standing before the western entrance, royal short sword clutched in both hands, looking like a cat facing down a line of wolves. Brost, Losen, and Sar, 3 of the tournament's magicians, 2 Arnesians and a Vescan, competitors now aligned against a common foe. Kel expected as much from Brost and Sar, 2 fighters with tempers to match their size, but Kissimir's protege, Losen, was built like a willow, known for his looks as much as his budding talent. Gold rings jingled in his black hair, and he looked out of place between the 2 oaks. But bruises stained the skin beneath his dark eyes, and his face was gray from grief and lack of sleep.
"Get out of the way,"
demanded Brost. Hastra stood resolute. "I cannot let you pass."
"On whose orders?"
snapped Losen, his voice hoarse.
"The royal guard, the city guard, the king."
"What is this?" demanded Kel, striding toward them.
"Stay out of it, Antari,"
snarled Sar without turning. She stood even taller than Brost, her Vescan form filling the hall, a pair of axes strapped to her back. She'd fallen to Lila in the opening round, spent the rest of the tournament sulking and drinking, but now her eyes were full of fire. Kel stopped at their backs, relying on their fighter's instincts to make them turn. It worked, and through the forest of their limbs he saw Hastra slump back against the doors. Kel took in Losen first.
"It won't bring Kissimir back."
The young magician flushed with indignation. Sweat prickled on his brow, and he swayed a little when he spoke.
"Did you see what that monster did to her?"
he said, voice slurring.
"I have to—"
"No, you don't," said Kel.
"Kissimir would have—"
"Kissimir tried and lost," said Kel grimly.
"You can stay here, hiding in your palace," growled Brost. "But our friends are out there. Our families."
"And your bravado cannot help them."
"Vescans do not sit idly by and wait for death,"
boomed Sar.
"No," said Kel. "Your pride carries you right to it."
She bared her teeth.
"We will not hide like cowards in this place.
This place is the only thing keeping you safe." The air was beginning to shimmer with heat around Brost's clenched hands.
"You cannot keep us here."
"Believe me," said Kel, "there are a dozen other people I'd rather keep. But you were the only ones lucky enough to be in the place when the curse fell." "And now our city needs us," roared Brost. "We're the best it has." Kell curled his hand, pricking the base of his palm with the point of metal he kept against his wrist. He felt the sting, the heat of blood welling on his skin. "You're show ponies," he said, "meant to prance in a ring. And if you think that's the same thing as battling magic, you're sorely mistaken."
"How dare you?"
started Brost. "Master Kell could fell you all with a single drop of blood," announced Hostra from behind them. Kell stared at the young man with bald surprise. "I've heard the Royal Antari has no teeth," cut in Sar. "We don't want to hurt you, little prince," said Brost. "But we will," muttered Losen. "Hostra," said Kell evenly, "leave." The young man hesitated, torn between abandoning Kell and defying him, but in the end he obeyed. The eyes of the magicians flicked toward him as he passed, and in that instant Kell moved. A breath, and he was between them, one hand raised to the outer doors. "Astaro," he said. The locks within the door fell with a heavy clank, and fresh steel bars spread back and forth over the wood, sealing the doors shut. "Now," said Kell, holding out his bloodied hand, palm up as if to offer it, "go back to the gallery." Losen's eyes widened, but Brost's temper was too high, and Sar was lusting for a fight. When none of them moved, Kell sighed. "I want you to remember," he said, "that I gave you a chance." It was over quickly. Within moments, Brost sat on the floor, clutching his face. Losen slumped against the wall, holding bruised ribs, and Sar was out cold, the tails of her blonde braids singed black. The hall was a little worse for wear, but Kell had managed to keep most of the damage confined to the bodies of the three magicians. Drawn by the noise, the inner doors flew open, and the doorway filled with people, some magicians, others nobles, all straining to see into the foyer. 3 magicians laid out, and Kell standing at their center. Just what he needed. A scene. The whispers were starting, and Kell could feel the weight of eyes and words as they landed on him. "Do you yield?" he asked the crumpled forms, unsure which exactly he was addressing. A huddle of Pharaohans looked rather amused as Brost struggled to his feet, still clutching his nose. A pair of Veskans went to rouse Sar, and while most of the Arnesians hung back, Jenar, the wind mage with the silver hair, went straight to Losen and helped the grieving youth to his feet. "Come on," he said, his voice slower and softer than Kell had ever heard it. Tears were streaming silently down Losen's cheeks, and Kell knew they didn't stem from bruised ribs or wounded pride. "I didn't reach for her on the roof," he murmured. "I didn't." Kell knelt to clean a drop of blood from the marble floor before it stained, and heard the king's heavy steps before he saw the crowd part around him, Hostra on his heels. "Master Kell," said Moxham, sweeping his gaze over the scene, "I'll thank you not to bring down the palace." But Kell could sense the approval lacing the king's words. Better a show of strength than a tolerance of weakness. "Apologies, your majesty," said Kell, bowing his head. The king turned on his heel, and that was that. A mutiny subdued. An instant of chaos restored to order. Kell knew as well as Moxham how important that was right now, with the city clinging to every shred of power, every sign of strength. As soon as the magicians had been led or carried out and the hall emptied of spectators, he slumped into a chair along the wall, its cushion still smoking faintly from the incident. He patted it out, then looked up to find his former guard still standing there, warm eyes wide beneath his cap of sun-kissed hair. "No need to thank me," said Kell, waving his hand. "It is not that," said Hostra. "I mean, I'm grateful, sir, of course, but—" Kell had a sickening feeling in his stomach. "What is it now?" "The Queen is asking for the prince." "Last time I checked," said Kell, "that wasn't me." Hostra looked to the floor, to the wall, to the ceiling, before mustering the courage to look at him again. "I know, sir," he said slowly, "but I can't Find him. Kell had felt the blow coming, but it still struck. You've searched the palace?
Pillar to spire, sir.
Is anyone else missing? A hesitation, and then, Captain Emery? Kell swore under his breath. Have you seen Alucard? Rye had asked, staring out the palace windows. Would he know if the prince had been infected? Would he feel the dark magic swarming in his blood? How long? Asked Kell, already moving toward the prince's chambers.
I'm not certain, said Hastra. An hour? Maybe a little more?
Sankt! Kell burst into Rye's rooms, taking up the prince's gold pin from the table and jabbing it into his thumb, harder than necessary. He hoped that wherever Rye was, he felt the prick of metal and knew that Kell was coming.
Should I tell the king?
Asked Hastra. You came to me, said Kell, because you have more sense than that. He knelt, drawing a circle in blood on Rye's floor, and pressed his palm flat, the gold pin between flesh and polished wood. Guard the door, he said, and then to the mark itself and the magic within, Aztasen Rye. The floor fell away, the palace vanished, replaced by an instant of darkness, and then, just as swiftly, by a room. The ground rocked gently beneath his feet, and Kell knew before taking in the wooden walls, the portal windows, that he was on a ship. He found the two of them lying on the floor, foreheads pressed together and fingers intertwined. Alucard's eyes were closed, but Rye's were open, gaze fixed on the captain's face. Anger rose in Kell's throat.
Sorry to interrupt, he snapped, but this is hardly the time for a lover's—
Rye silenced Kell with a look. The amber in his eyes was shot with red, and that's when Kell noticed how pale the captain was, how still. For a second he thought Alucard Emery was dead. Then the captain's eyes drifted wearily open. Bruises stood out beneath them, giving him the gaunt look of a person who'd been ill for a very long time. And something was wrong with his skin. In the low cabin light, silver, not molten bright, but the dull shine of scarred flesh, ribboned at his wrists, his collar, his throat. It traced paths up his cheeks like tears, flashed at his temples. Threads of light that traced the paths where the blue veins should be, had been. But there was no curse in his eyes. Alucard Emery had survived Oseron's magic. He was alive, and when he spoke he was still his infuriating self. "You could have knocked," he said, but his voice was hoarse, his words weak, and Kell saw the darkness in Rye's expression, not the product of any spell, only fear. How bad had it gotten? How close had he been? "We have to go," said Kell. "Can Emery stand, or—" His voice trailed off as his eyesight sharpened. Across the cabin something had moved. A shape, piled on the captain's bed, sat up. It was a girl. Dark hair fell around her face in sleep-messed waves, but it was her eyes that stilled him. They were not curse-darkened. They were nothing. They were empty.
"Anissa?"
started Alucard, struggling to get to his feet. The name stirred something in Kell, a memory of reading scrolls tucked next to Rye in the Maresh library. Anissa Emery, 12th in line to the throne, the third child of Resen and Alucard's younger sister. "Stay back," ordered Kell, barring the captain's path but keeping his gaze on the girl. Kell had seen death before, witnessed the moment when a person ceased to be a person and became simply a body, the flame of life extinguished, leaving only a shell. It was as much a feeling as a sight, the sense of missing. Staring at Anissa Emery, Kell had the horrible sense that he was already looking at a corpse. But corpses didn't stand, and she did. The girl swung her legs out of bed, and when her bare feet hit the floor, the wooden boards began to petrify, color leaching out of the timber as it withered, decayed. Her heart glowed through her chest like a coal. When she tried to speak, no sound came out, only the crackling of embers as the thing in her continued to burn. Kell knew that the girl was already gone.
"Niece,"
said her brother again, stepping toward her.
"Can you hear me?"
Kell caught the captain's arm and hauled him back just as the girl's fingers brushed Alucard's sleeve. The fabric grayed under her touch. Kell shoved Alucard into Rye's arms and turned back toward Anissa, reaching out to hold her at bay with his will, and when that didn't work, it wasn't her will he was fighting. Not anymore. But the will of a monster, a ghost, a self-made god. He bent the ship around them, wood peeling away from the cabin walls to bar her path. She was disappearing from them, board by board, and then suddenly Kell realized he was warring with a second will. Alucard's.
"Stop!"
shouted the captain, struggling against Rye's grip.
"We can't leave her. I can't leave her, not again."
Kell turned and punched Alucard Emery in the stomach. The captain doubled over, gasping, and Kell knelt before them, quickly drew a second circle on the cabin floor.
"Rye, now!"
said Kell, and as soon as the prince's hand met his shoulder, he said the words. The burning girl vanished, the cabin fell away, and they were back in Rye's room, crouched on the prince's inlaid floors. Astra wilted in relief at the sight of them, but Alucard was already fighting to his feet, Rye straining to hold him back, murmuring, "Solace, solace, solace," over and over. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Alucard grabbed Kell by the collar, his eyes wide and desperate.
"Take me back."
Kell shook his head. "There's no one left on that ship."
"My sister!"
He gripped Alucard's shoulders hard.
"Listen to me," he said. "There's no one left."
It must have finally registered, because the fight went out of Alucard Emery. He slumped back onto the nearest sofa, shaking.
"Kell,"
started Rye. He rounded on his brother.
"And you! You're a fool, do you know that? After everything we've been through, you just walked outside? You could have been killed. You could have been poisoned. It's a miracle you didn't fall ill."
"No," said Rye slowly. "I don't think it is." Before Kell could stop him, the prince was at the balcony, unlatching the doors. Astra surged forward, but it was too late. Rye threw open the doors and stepped out into the fog, Kell reaching him just in time to see the shadows meet the prince's skin and pull away. Rye reached toward the nearest one, and it recoiled from his touch. Kell did the same. Again the tendrils of Oseron's magic retreated. "My life is yours," said Rye softly, thoughtfully. "And yours is mine." He looked up. "It makes sense." Footsteps, and then Alucard was there beside them. Kell and Rye both turned to stop him from stepping out, but the shadows were already pulling away. "You must be immune," said Rye. Alucard looked down at his hands, considering the scars that traced his veins.
"And to think, all I had to give up were my good looks."
Rye managed a ghost of a smile.
"I rather like the silver."
Alucard raised a brow.
"Do you? Maybe it will start a trend."
Kell rolled his eyes. "If you two are done," he said, "we should show the king."
9. There were moments when Lila wondered how the hell she'd gotten here, which steps and missteps she'd taken. A year ago she'd been a thief in another London. A month ago she'd been a pirate, sailing on the open seas. A week ago she'd been a magician in the Essentosh. And now she was this, Antari. Alone, and not alone. Severed, but not adrift. There were too many lives tangled up in hers, too many people to care about, and once again she didn't know whether to stay or to run. But the choice would have to wait, because this city was dying, and she wanted to save it. And maybe that was a sign she'd already chosen, for now. Lila looked around the sanctuary cell, with nothing but its cot and the symbols on the floor. Lila had been here once before, a dying prince draped around her shoulders. The sanctuary had seemed cold and remote even then, but it was colder now. The hall beyond, once quiet, sat deathly still, her breath the only motion in the air. Pale light burned in sconces along the walls, with a steadiness she'd come to recognize as spelled. A gust tore through, strong enough to rustle her coat, but the wind barely stirred the torches. The priests were all gone, most taking refuge while holding up the wards at the palace, and the rest scattered through the city, lost in the fog. Strange, she thought, that they weren't immune, but she supposed that being closer to magic wasn't always a good thing. Not when magic played the devil as well as God. The sanctuary's silence felt unnatural. She'd spent years slipping through crowds, carving out privacy in tight quarters. Now she moved alone through a place meant for dozens, hundreds, a church of sorts that felt wrong without its worshippers, without the soft and steady warmth of their combined magic. Only stillness and the voices beyond the building, urging her to come out, or let me in. Lila shivered, unnerved, and began to sing beneath her breath as she made her way up the stairs. How do you know that the Saros is coming? At the top, the main hall with its vaulting ceilings and stone pillars, all of it carved from the same flecked stone. Between the columns sat large basins, carved from smooth white wood, each brimming with water, flowers, or fine sand. Lila ran her fingers through the water as she walked by, an instinctive benediction, a buried memory from a childhood a world away. Her steps echoed in the cavernous space, and she cringed, shifting her stride back into that of a thief, soundless even on the stone. The hair bristled on the back of her neck as she crossed the hall, and a thud, like stone against wood. It came once, and then again, and again. Someone was knocking on the sanctuary door. Lila stood there, uncertain what to do. "Alos, mas en!" cried a voice. "Let me in." Through the heavy wood, she couldn't tell if it belonged to a man or a woman, but either way they were making too much noise. She'd seen the riots in the streets, the mobs of shadow-eyed men and women attacking those who hadn't fallen, those who tried to fight, drawn to their struggle like cats to mice. And she didn't need them coming here. "Damn it!" she growled, storming toward the doors. They were locked, and she had to lean half her weight on the iron to make it move, knife between her teeth. When the bolt finally slid free and the sanctuary doors fell open, a man scrambled in, falling to his knees on the stone floor. Rensatav, he stammered breathlessly, as Lila forced the doors shut again behind him and spit the blade back into her palm. She turned, bracing for a fight, but he was still kneeling there, head bowed, and apologizing to the floor. "I shouldn't have come," he said. "Probably not," said Lila. "But you're here now." At the sound of her voice, the intruder's head jerked up, his hood tumbling back to reveal a narrow face, with wide eyes unspelled. Her knife fell back to her side. "Lenos?" The spire's second mate stared up at her. "Bard?" Lila half expected Lenos to scramble away in fear. He'd always treated her like an open flame, something that might burn him at any moment if he got too close. But his face was merely a mask of shock and gratitude. He let out a sob of relief and didn't even recoil when she hauled him to his feet, though he stared at the place where their hands met, even as he said, "Das Ira." "Your eye." "It's been a long night." Lila glanced at the light streaming in through the windows. "Day. How did you know I was here?" "I didn't," he said, head ticking side to side in his nervous way. "But when the bells rang, I thought that maybe one of the priests—" "Sorry to disappoint." "Is the captain safe?" Lila hesitated. She hadn't seen Alucard, not since marking his forehead. But before she could say as much, the knocking came again at the door. Lila and Lenos spun. "Let me in," said a new voice. "Were you alone?" she whispered. Lenos nodded. "Let me in," it continued, strangely steady. Lila and Lenos took a step away from the doors. They were solid, the bolts strong, the sanctuary supposedly warded against dark magic, but she didn't know how long any of that would hold without the priests. "Let's go," she said. Lila had a thief's memory, and Tyrion's map unfolded in her mind in full detail, revealing the halls, the cells, the study. Lenos followed close at her heels, his lips moving soundlessly in some kind of prayer. He'd always been the religious one aboard the ship, praying at the first sign of bad weather, the start and end of every journey. She had no idea what or who he was praying to. The rest of the crew indulged him, but none of them seemed to put much stock in it either. Lila assumed that magic was to people here what God was to Christians, and she'd never believed in God. But even if she had, she thought it pretty foolish to think he had time to lend a hand to every rocking ship. And yet, "Lenos," she said slowly, "how are you all right?" He looked down at himself, as if he wasn't entirely sure. Then he drew a talisman from beneath his shirt. Lila stiffened at the sight of it. The symbol on the front was badly worn, but it had the same curling edges as the sigil on the black stone, and looking at it gave her the same hot and cold feeling. In the very center of the talisman, trapped in a bead of glass, hung a single drop of blood. "My grandmother," he explained. "Helena. She was—" "Antari," cut in Lila. He nodded. "Magic doesn't get passed on," he said, "so her powers never done me much good." He looked down at the necklace. "Until now." The knocking continued, growing softer as they walked. "The pendant was supposed to go to my older brother Tannic, but he didn't want it, said it was just a useless trinket, so it went to me." "Perhaps the gods of magic favor you after all," she said, scanning the halls to either side. "Perhaps," said Lenos, half to himself. Lila took the second left and found herself at the doors to the library. They were closed. "Well," she said, "you're either lucky or blessed. Take your pick." Lenos cracked a nervous smile. "Which would you choose?" Ear to the wood, she listened for signs of life. Nothing. "Me?" she said, pushing open the doors. "I'd choose clever." The doors gave way onto rows of tables, books still open on top, pages rustling faintly in the drafty room. At the back of the library, beyond the final set of shelves, she found Tyrion's study. A towering pile of scrolls sat on the desk. Pots of ink and books lined the walls. A cabinet stood open, showing shelf after shelf of glass jars. "Watch the door," she said, her fingers tripping over the tinctures and herbs as she squinted at the names, written in a kind of shorthand Arnesian she couldn't read. She sniffed one that looked like it held oil, before tipping the mouth of the bottle against the pad of her thumb. "Tiger, tiger," she sang to herself, stirring the power in her veins, unsheathing it the way she would a knife. She snapped her fingers, and a small flame burst to life in her hand. In its flickering light, Lila scanned the list of supplies and got to work. "I think that's it," she said, shouldering the canvas bag. Scrolls threatened to spill out, and vials clattered softly inside, bottles of blood and ink, herbs and sand and other things, the names of which made no sense. In addition to Tyrion's list, she'd nicked a flask of something called Sleep Sweet, and a tiny ampule marked Seer's Tea, but she'd left the rest, feeling quite impressed with her restraint. Lenos stood by the doors, one hand against the wood, and she didn't know if he needed support or was simply listening, the way a sailor sometimes did to a coming storm, not with sound, but touch.
"Someone is still knocking," he said softly, "and I think there are more of them now."
Which meant they couldn't go out. Not the way they'd come, not without trouble. Lila stepped into the hall and looked around at the branching paths, summoning to mind the map, and wishing she'd had time to study more than her own intended path. She snapped her fingers. Fire came to life in her palm, and she held her breath as the flame settled, then began to dance, subtly. Lila took off, Lenos on her heels as she followed the draft. Behind them came the short sound of something rolling from a high shelf. Lila spun, fire flaring in her hand, in time to see the stone orb shatter on the floor. She braced for an attack that never came. Instead, only a pair of familiar amethyst eyes caught the light. "Asa?" Alucard's cat crept forward, hackles raised. But the moment she made toward it, the creature shied away, obviously spooked, and darted through the nearest open door. Lila swore under her breath. She thought of letting it go. She hated the cat, and she was pretty sure the feeling was mutual. But maybe it knew another way out. Lila and Lenos followed the cat through one door and then a second, the rooms around them turning cold enough to frost. Beyond the third open door they found a kind of cloister, open to the morning air. A dozen arches led onto a garden, not groomed like the rest of the sanctuary, but wild. A tangle of trees, some winter dead and others summer green. It reminded her of the palace courtyard where she'd found rye the day before, only without a shred of order. Flowers bloomed and vines snaked across the path, and beyond the garden, there was nothing. No arches, no doors. The cloisters faced the river, and somewhere beyond the wild foliage the garden simply ended, dropping away into shadow. "Asa!" she called, but the cat had darted between hedges and was nowhere to be seen. Lila shivered and swore at the sudden cutting cold. She was already turning back toward the doors, but she could see the question in Lenos's eyes. The whole crew knew how much the stupid cat meant to Alucard. He'd once jokingly told her that it was a talisman he kept his heart inside, but he'd also confessed that Asa was a gift from his beloved younger sister. Maybe in a way both were true. Lila swore and slung the satchel into Lenos's arms. "Stay here." She turned her collar up against the cold and stormed into the garden, stepping over wild vines and ducking low branches. It was probably some kind of metaphor for the chaos of the natural world. She could almost hear Tyrion lecturing her on treading lightly as she drew her sharpest knife and hacked an obnoxious vine aside. "Here, Asa!" she called. She was halfway through the garden when she realized she could no longer see the path ahead, or behind. It was as though she'd stepped out of London entirely, into a world made of nothing but mist. "Come back, kitty," she muttered, reaching the garden's edge. "Or I swear to God I will throw you into the—" Lila trailed off. The garden ended abruptly in front of her, roots trailing onto a platform of pale stone. And at the platform's edge, just as she'd thought, there was no wall, no barrier, only a sheer drop into the black slick of the aisle below. "Haven't you heard?" Lila spun toward the voice and found a girl no taller than her waist, standing between her and the garden's edge. A novice, dressed in white sanctuary robes, her dark hair pulled cleanly back into a braid. Her eyes swirled with Oseron's magic, and Lila's fingers tightened on her blade. She didn't want to kill the girl, not if there was some part of her still inside, trying to get out. She didn't want to, but she would. The little novice craned her head, staring up at the pale sky. Bruised skin ringed her fingernails and drew dark lines up her cheeks. "The king is calling." "Is that so?" asked Lila, cheating a step toward the garden. The mist was thickening around them, swallowing the edges of the world. And then, out of nowhere, it began to snow. A flake drifted down, landing on her cheek, and Lila winced as a tiny blade of ice nicked her skin. "What the hell?" The novice giggled as Lila wiped her cheek with the back of her sleeve, as all around her snowflakes sharpened into knife points and came raining down. The fire was in Lila's hands before she thought to call it, and she ducked her head as the heat swept around her in a shield, ice melting before it met her skin. "Nice trick," she muttered, looking up. But the novice was gone. An instant later, a small icy hand slid around Lila's wrist. "Got you," said the girl, her voice still filled with laughter as shadow poured from her fingers, only to recoil from Lila's skin. The girl's face fell. "You're one of them," she said, disgusted. But instead of letting go, her hand viced tighter. The girl was strong, inhumanly strong, black veins coursing over her skin like ropes, and she dragged Lila away from the garden toward the place where the sanctuary ended and the marble fell away. Far below, the river stretched in a still black plain. "Let go of me," warned Lila. The novice did not. "He's not happy with you, Delilah Bard." "Let go!" Lila's boots skidded on the slick stone surface. 4 strides to the edge of the platform. 3. "He heard what you said about setting Kel free. And if you don't let him in," another giggle, "he'll drown you in the sea." "Well, aren't you creepy?" snarled Lila, trying one last time to wrench free. When that didn't work, she drew a knife. It was barely out of its sheath when another hand, this one massive, caught her wrist and twisted viciously until she dropped the weapon. When Lila rounded, trapped now between the two, she found a royal guard, broader than Baron, with a dark beard and the ruined remains of her mark on his forehead.
"Have you met the Shadow King?"
he boomed. "Oh, hell," said Lila, as a third figure strode out of the garden. An old woman, barefoot, and dressed in nothing but a shimmering nightgown. "Why won't you let him in?" Lila had had enough. She threw up her hands and pushed, the way she had in the ring so recently. Bodily, will against will. But whatever these people were made of now, it didn't work. They simply bent around the force. It moved right through them, like wind through wheat, and then they were dragging her again toward the precipitous drop. 2 strides. "I don't want to hurt you," she lied. At that moment, she wanted to hurt them all quite badly, but it wouldn't stop the monster pulling their strings. She scrambled to think of something. 1 stride, and she was out of time. Lila's boot connected with the little girl's chest and sent the novice stumbling away. She then flicked her fingers, producing a second knife, and drove it between the joints of the guard's armor at the knee. Lila expected the man to buckle, to scream, to at least let go. He did none of those things. "Oh, come on," she growled, as he pushed her half a step toward the edge, the novice and the woman barring her escape.
"The king wants you to pay," said the guard.
"The king wants you to beg," said the girl. "The king wants you to kneel," said the old woman. Their voices all had the same horrible sing-song quality, and the ledge was coming up against her heels.
"Beg for your city."
Beg for your world. Beg for your life.
I don't beg,
growled Lila, slamming her foot into the blade embedded in the guard's knee. At last his leg buckled, but when he went down, he took her with him. Luckily, he fell away from the ledge, and she rolled free and came up again, the woman's thin arms already winding around her throat. Lila threw her off into the approaching novice and danced back several feet from the edge. Now at least she had the garden behind her, and not the stone cliff. But all three attackers were upright again, their eyes full of shadows, and their mouths full of Oseron's words. And if Lila ran, they would simply follow. Her blood sang with the thrill of the fight, and her fingers itched to summon fire. But fire only worked if you cared about getting burned. A body without fear would never slow in the face of flame. No, what Lila needed was something of substance, of weight. She looked down at the broad stone platform. It could work. "He wants me to kneel," she said, letting her legs fold beneath her, the cold stone hitting her knees. The fallen watched darkly as she pressed both palms to the marble floor and scoured her memory for a piece of Blake. Something, anything to center her mind. But then, suddenly Lila realized she didn't need the words. She felt for the pulse in the rock and found a steady thrum, like a plucked string. The fallen were starting toward her again, but it was too late. Lila caught hold of the threads and pulled. The ground shook beneath her. The girl and the guard and the old woman looked down as fissures formed like deep roots in the stone floor. A vicious crack ran edge to edge, severing the ledge from the garden, the fallen souls from Delilah Bard. And then it broke, and the three went tumbling down into the river below with a crash and a wave, and then nothing. Lila straightened, breathless, a defiant smile cracking across her lips as a few last bits of rock tumbled free and fell clattering out of sight. Not the most elegant solution, she knew, but effective. Within the garden, someone was calling her name. Lenos. She turned toward him just as a tendril of darkness wrapped around her leg and pulled. Lila hit the ground hard and kept falling, sliding. Shadow was coiled around her ankle like a stubborn vine, no, like a hand, dragging her toward the edge. She skidded over the broken ground, scrambling for something, anything to hold on to as the edge came nearer and nearer, and then she was over and falling. Nothing but black river below. Lila's fingers caught the edge. She held on with all her strength. The darkness held on, too, pulling her down as the broken edge of the stone platform cut into her palms, and blood welled, and only then, when the first drops fell, did the darkness recoil and let go. Lila hung there, gasping, forcing her gashed hands to take her weight as she hauled herself up, hooked one boot on the jagged lip, and dragged her body up and over. She rolled onto her back, hands throbbing, gasping for breath. She was still lying there when Lenos finally arrived. He looked around at the broken platform, the streaks of blood. His eyes went saucer-wide.
"What happened?"
Lila dragged herself to a sitting position. "Nothing," she muttered, getting to her feet. Blood was still sliding in fat drops down her fingers.
"This is nothing?"
Lila rolled her neck. "Nothing I couldn't handle," she amended. That's when she noticed the fluffy white mass in his arms. Asa.
"She came when I called,"
he said shyly.
"And I think we found a way out."
5. Ash and Atonement. 1.
"Fascinating,"
said Tyrion, turning Alucard's hands over, tracing a bony finger through the air above his silver-scarred wrists.
"Does it hurt?"
"No," said Alucard slowly. "Not anymore." Rye watched from his perch on the back of the couch, fingers laced to keep them from shaking. The king and Kell studied Tyrion as Tyrion studied the captain, spotting the heavy silence with questions that Alucard tried to answer, even though he was clearly still suffering. He wouldn't say what it was like, only that he'd been delirious, and in that fevered state the Shadow King had tried to get inside his mind, and Rye did not betray him by saying more. His hands still ached from clenching Alucard's, his body stiff from his time on the spire floor, but if Kell felt that pain, he said nothing of it, and for that, amid so many things, Rye was grateful.
"So, Oseram does need permission," said Tyrion.
Alucard swallowed.
"Most people, I imagine, give it without knowing. The sickness came on fast. By the time I realized what was happening, he was already inside my head. And the moment I tried to resist—"
Alucard trailed off, met Rye's gaze.
"He twists your mind, your memories."
"But now," cut in Maxim, "his magic cannot touch you?"
"So it seems."
"Who found you?" he demanded. Kell shot a look at Hastra, who stepped forward.
"I did, Your Majesty," lied the former guard. "I saw him go and—"
Rye cut him off.
"Hastra didn't find Captain Emery. I did."
His brother sighed, exasperated. His mother went still.
"Where?"
demanded Maxim in a voice that had always made Rye shrink. Now he held his ground.
"On his ship. By the time I arrived, he was already ill. I stayed with him to see if he'd survive, and he did."
His father had gone red, his mother pale.
"You went out there alone?" she said. "Into the fog?" "The shadows did not touch me."
"You put yourself at risk," chided his father.
"I am in no danger."
"You could have been taken."
"You don't get it," snapped Rye. "Whatever part of me Oseram can take, it's already gone."
The room went still. He couldn't bring himself to look at Kell. He could feel the quickening of his brother's pulse, the weight of his stare. And then the door burst open, and Lila Bard stormed in, trailed by a thin, nervous-looking man holding, of all things, a cat. She saw, or felt, the tension humming through the room and stopped.
"What did I miss?"
Her hands were bandaged, a deep scratch ran along her jaw, and Rye watched his brother move toward her as naturally as if the world had simply tipped. For Kell, apparently, it had.
"Cassero!"
said the man trailing behind her, his gaunt eyes lighting up at the sight of Alucard. He'd clearly come from beyond the palace, but he showed no signs of harm.
"Lenos,"
said the captain as the cat leaped down and went to curl around his boot.
"Where—"
"Long story," cut in Lila, tossing the satchel to Tyrion and then registering the silver scars on Alucard's face. "What happened to you?"
"Long story,"
he echoed. Lila went to the sideboard to pour herself a drink.
"Aren't they all at this point?"
She said it lightly, but Rye noticed her fingers shaking as she brought the amber liquid to her lips. The king was staring at the thin and rather scraggly-looking sailor.
"How did you get into the palace?"
he demanded. The man looked nervously from king to queen to Kell.
"He's my second mate, Your Majesty,"
answered Alucard.
"That doesn't answer my question."
"We found each other," started Lila.
"He can speak for himself,"
snapped the king.
Maybe if you bothered questioning your own people in their own language, she shot back.
The room quieted. Kell raised a brow. Rye, despite himself, almost laughed. A guard appeared in the doorway and cleared his throat.
"Your Majesty," he said, "the prisoner wishes to speak."
Lila stiffened at the mention of Holland. Alucard sank heavily into a chair.
"Finally,"
said Maxim, starting toward the door, but the guard ducked his head, embarrassed.
"Not with you, Your Majesty."
He nodded at Kell.
"With him."
Kell looked to Maxim, who nodded brusquely.
"Bring me answers," he warned, "or I will find another way to get them."
A shadow crossed Kell's face, but he only bowed and left. Rai watched his brother go, then turned to his father. "If Alucard survived, there must be others. Let me—"
"Did you know,"
demanded Maxim.
"What?"
"When you left the safety of this palace, did you know you were immune to Oseron's magic?"
"I suspected," said Rai, "but I would have gone either way."
The Queen took hold of his arm.
"After everything—"
"Yes, after everything," said Rai, pulling free. "Because of everything." He turned to his parents. "You taught me that a ruler suffers with his people. You taught me that he is their strength, their stone. Don't you see? I will never have magic. But finally I have a purpose."
"Rai," started his father.
"No," he cut in. "I will not let them think the Maresh have abandoned them. I will not hide within a warded palace when I can walk without fear through those streets, when I can remind our people that they are not alone, that I am fighting with them, for them, when I may be struck down but rise again, and in so doing show them the immortality of hope. That is what I can do for my city, and I will gladly do it. You need not shield me from the darkness. It cannot hurt me any more. Nothing can." Rai felt suddenly wrung out, empty, but in that emptiness lay a kind of peace. No, not peace exactly. Clarity. Resolve. He looked to his mother, who was clutching her hands together. "Would you have me be your son, or the Prince of Arms?" Her knuckles went white.
"You will always be both."
"Then I will succeed at neither." He met the king's gaze, but it was the head priest who spoke.
"The prince is right,"
said Tyrion in his soft, steady way.
"The royal and city guard are cut in half, and the priests are at their limits trying to keep the palace wards up. Every man and woman immune to Oseron's magic is an ally we cannot forfeit. We need every life we can save."
"Then it's settled," said Rai. "I will ride out—" "Not alone," cut in his father, and again, before Rai could protest, "No one goes alone." Alucard looked up from his seat, pale, exhausted. His hands tightened on the chair, and he started to rise when Lila stepped forward, finishing her drink. "Lenos, put the captain to bed," she said, and then, turning to the king, "I'll go with His Highness." Maxim frowned.
"Why should I trust you with my son's safety?"
She tilted her head when she spoke, shifting her dark hair so it framed her shattered eye. In that single, defiant gesture, Rai could see why Kell liked her so. "Why?" she echoed. "Because the shadows can't touch me, and the fallen won't. Because I'm good with magic and better with a blade, and I've got more power in my blood than you've got in this whole damned palace. Because I have no qualms about killing, and on top of it all, I've got a knack for keeping your sons, both of them, alive." If Kell had been there, he would have turned white. As it was, the king went red. Alucard let out a small, exhausted sound that might have been a laugh. The queen stared blankly at the strange girl, and Rai, despite everything, smiled. The prince had only a single suit of armor. It had never seen battle, nor seen anything but a sculptor's eye, cast for the small stone portrait in his parents' chamber, a gift from Maxim to Amira on their 10th anniversary. Rai had worn the armor just the once. He'd planned to wear it again on the night of his 20th birthday, but nothing about that night had gone as planned. The armor was light, too light for a real fight, but perfect for posing, a soft-hammered gold with pearl-white trim and a cream-colored cape, and it made the faintest chime whenever he moved, a pleasant sound, like a far-off bell. "Not very subtle, are you?" said Lila when she saw him striding through the palace foyer. She had been standing in the doorway, her eyes on the city and the fog still shifting in the late morning light. But at the gentle sound of Rai's approach she'd turned and nearly laughed out loud. And he supposed she had reason to. After all, Lila was dressed in her worn boots and her black high-collared coat, looking with her bandaged hands like a pirate after a hard night, and there he was, practically glowing in polished gold, a full complement of guards behind him. "I've never been fond of subtle," he said. Rye imagined Kell shaking his head, exasperation warring with amusement. Perhaps he looked foolish, but Rye wanted to be seen, wanted his people, if they were out there, if they were in there, to know their prince was not hiding, that he was not afraid of the dark. As they descended the palace stairs, Lila's expression hardened. Her wounded hands curled into loose fists at her sides. He didn't know what she'd seen at the sanctuary, but he could tell it hadn't been pleasant, and for all her jaunty posturing, the look on her face now threw him. "You think this is a bad idea?" he said. It wasn't a question, but it sparked something in Lila, rekindled the fire in her eyes, and ignited a grin. "Without a doubt." "Then why are you smiling?" "Because," she said, "bad ideas are my favorite kind." They reached the plaza at the base of the stairs, the flowers that usually lined the steps now sculptures of black glass. Smoke rose from a dozen spots on the horizon, not the simple trails from hearth fires, but the two dark plumes of burning buildings. Rye straightened. Lila pulled her jacket close. "Ready?" "I don't need a chaperone." "Good thing," she said, setting off. "I don't need a prince tripping on my heels." Rye started. "You told my father that I could keep you alive," she said, glancing back. "But you don't need me to." Something in Rye loosened. Because of all the people in his life, his brother and his parents and his guards and even Alucard Emery, Lila was the first, the only person to treat him like he didn't need saving. "Guards," he called, hardening his voice. "Split up." "Your Highness," started one. "We're not to leave." He turned on them. "We've too much ground to cover, and last time I checked, we all had a pair of working eyes." He shot a look at Lila, realizing his error, but she only shrugged. "So put them to use, and find me my survivors." It was a grim pursuit. Rye found too many bodies, and worse, the places where bodies should have been, but where only a tatter of fabric and a pile of ash were left, the rest blown away by the winter wind. He thought of Alucard's sister, Anissa, burning from the inside out, thought of what happened to those who lost their battle with Oseran's magic. And what of the fallen? The thousands of people who had not fought against the Shadow King, but had given way. Were they still in there, prisoners of their own minds? Could they be saved, or were they already lost? "Vazir," he murmured over the bodies he found, and the ones he didn't. "Go in peace." The streets were hardly empty, but he moved through the masses like a ghost, their shadowed eyes passing over him, through him. He walked in gleaming gold, and still they did not notice. He called to them, but they did not answer, did not turn. Whatever part of me Oseran could take, it's already gone. Did he really believe that? His boots slid a little on the ground, and, looking down, he saw that a piece of the street had changed. From stone to something else, something glassy and black, like the flowers on the stairs. He knelt, brushing his gloved hand against the smooth patch. It wasn't cold, wasn't warm either, wasn't wet like ice. It wasn't anything, which made no sense. Rye straightened, perplexed, and kept looking for something, someone he could help. Silvers, that's what some were calling them, those who'd been burned by Oseran's magic and survived. The priests, it turned out, had discovered a handful already, most rising from the fever beds that lined the Rose Hall. But how many more waited in the city? In the end, Rye didn't find the first silver. The silver found him. The young boy came stumbling toward him out of a house and sank to his knees at Rye's feet. Lines danced like light over his skin, his black hair falling over fever-bright eyes. "Masveris." "My prince." Rye knelt in his armor, scratching the plate as gold met stone. "It's all right," he said as the boy sobbed, tears tracing fresh tracks over the silver on his cheeks. "All alone," he murmured, breath hitching. "All alone." "Not any more," said the prince. He rose and started toward the house, but small fingers caught his hand. The boy shook his head, and Rai saw the ash dusting the boy's front and understood. There was no one else inside the house. Not any more.
2. Lila went straight for the night market. The city around her wasn't empty. It would have been less chilling if it were. Instead, those who'd fallen under Oseron's spell moved through the streets like sleepwalkers carrying out remembered tasks while deep within their dreams. The night market was a shadow of its former self, half of it burned, and the rest carrying on in that dazed and ghostly way. A fruit vendor hawked winter apples, his eyes swimming with shadows, while a woman carried flowers, their edges frosting black. The whole thing had a haunted air, a sea of puppets, and Lila kept squinting at the air around them as if looking for the strings. Rai moved through the city like a specter, but Lila was like an unwelcome guest. The people looked at her when she passed, their eyes narrowing, but the cuts on her palms were still fresh, and the blood kept them at bay even as their whispers trailed her through the streets. Scattered throughout the market, as if someone had splashed inky water onto the ground and let it freeze, were patches of black ice. Lila stepped around them with a thief's sure footing and a fighter's grace. She was making her way toward Kala's familiar green tent at the end of the market when she saw a man pitch a basin of flaming stones into the river. He was broad and bearded, silver scars tracing his hands and throat.
"You couldn't get me, you monster!" he was screaming. "You couldn't hold me down!"
The basin hit the river with a crash, rippling the half-frozen water and sending up a plume of hissing steam. And just like that, the illusion shattered. The man selling apples and the woman with flowers and every other fallen in the marketplace broke off and turned toward the man as if waking from a dream. Only they weren't waking. Instead it was like the darkness rose inside them. Oseron rousing and turning his head, looking through their eyes. They moved as a single body, one that wasn't theirs. "Idiot," muttered Lila, starting toward him. But the man didn't seem to notice, didn't seem to care.
"Face me, you coward!"
he bellowed, as part of the nearest tent tore free and lifted into the air beside him. The crowd hummed in displeasure.
"How dare you?"
said a merchant, eyes shining dully as he drew a knife.
"The king will not stand for this,"
said a second, twining rope between her hands. The air shook with the sudden urge for violence, and realization struck Lila like a blow. Oseron gained obedience from the fallen and energy from the fevered, but he had no use for the ones who'd fought free of his spell. And what he couldn't use, Lila ran. Her injured leg throbbed as she sprinted toward him. "Look out!" she shouted, her first blade already flying. It caught the nearest attacker in the chest, buried to the hilt, but the merchant's own knife had left his hand before he fell. Lila tackled the scarred man to the ground as metal sang over their heads. The stranger looked up at her in shock, but there wasn't time. The fallen were circling them, weapons raised. The man slammed a fist into the ground, and a piece of road as wide as a market stall tipped up into a shield. He raised another makeshift wall and turned, clearly intending to summon a third, but Lila had no desire to be entombed. She dragged the man to his feet, sprinting into the nearest tent before a steel kettle thudded against the heavy canvas side. "Keep moving!" she called, carving her way through a second tent wall and then a third, before the man hauled her to a stop.
"Why did you do that?"
Lila wrenched free. "A thank you would be nice. I lost my 5th favorite knife out." He forced her back against the tent pole.
"Why?"
he snarled, eyes wide. They were a shocking green, flecked with black and gold. A swift kick to the ribs with the bottom of her boot, and he went stumbling backward, though not as far as she'd hoped. "Because you were shouting your head off at nothing but shadow and mist. A tip. Don't start a fight like that if you want to live."
"I didn't want to live."
His voice shook as he looked down at his silver-scarred hands.
"I didn't want this."
"A lot of people would love to trade places."
"That monster took everything. My wife, my father. I fought through it because I thought someone would be waiting for me. But when I woke, He made a strangled sound. "You should have let me die."
Lila frowned. "What's your name?"
"What?"
"You have a name. What is it?"
"Manel."
"Well, Manel, dying doesn't help the dead. It doesn't find the lost. A lot of people have fallen, but some of us are still standing. So if you want to give up, walk out that curtain. I won't stop you. I won't save you again. But if you want to put your second chance to better use, come with me." She turned on her heel and slashed the next tent wall, stepping through, only to slam to a stop. She'd found Calla's tent.
"What is it?"
asked Manel behind her.
"What's wrong?"
"This is the last tent," she said slowly. "Go out the flap and head for the palace."
Manel spat. "The palace. The royals hid inside their palace while my family died. The king and queen sat safe on their thrones while London fell, and that spoiled prince—"
"Enough!" snarled Lila. "That spoiled prince is searching the streets for men like you. He's hunting for the living and burying the dead and doing everything he can to keep one from becoming the other. So you can either help or disappear, but either way, get out." He looked at her long and hard, then swore beneath his breath, and vanished through the tent's flap, bells jingling in his wake. Lila turned her attention back to the empty shop. "Calla?" she called, hoping the woman was there, hoping she wasn't. The lanterns that hung in the corners were unlit, the hats and scarves and hoods on the walls casting strange shapes in the dark. Lila snapped her fingers, and the light sparked in her hand, unsteady but bright, as she crossed the small tent, searching for any sign of the merchant. She wanted to see the woman's kind smile, wanted to hear Calla's teasing words. She wanted Calla to be far, far away, wanted her to be safe. Something cracked beneath Lila's boot. A glass bead, like the ones in the trunk Lila had brought ashore, the box of gold thread and ruby clasps, and a dozen other tiny, beautiful things she'd given Calla to pay for the coat and the mask and the kindness. The beads were scattered across the floor in a messy trail that vanished beneath the hem of a second curtain hung near the back of the stall. The light slid beneath, struck gem and rug and something solid. Delilah Bard never read many books. The few she did had pirates and thieves, and always ended with freedom and the promise of more stories. Characters sailed away. They lived on. Lila always imagined people that way, a series of intersections and adventures. It was easy when you moved through life, through worlds, the way she did. Easy when you didn't care, when people came onto the page and walked away again, back to their own stories, and you could imagine whatever you wanted for them, if you cared enough to write it in your head. Baron had walked into her life and refused to walk back out, and then he'd gone and died, and she had to keep remembering that over and over, instead of letting him live on in some version without her. She didn't want that for Calla. She didn't want to look behind the curtain, didn't want to know the end of this story, but her hand reached out of its own traitorous accord and pulled the fabric back. She saw the body on the floor. "Oh," thought Lila dully, "there she is. Calla, who had drawn the eyes of Lila's name into ease, and always sounded on the verge of laughing. Calla, who had simply smiled when Lila walked in one night and asked for a man's coat instead of a woman's dress. Calla, who'd thought Lila was in love with a black-eyed prince, even before Lila really had been. Calla, who wanted Kell to be happy just as a man, not as an Avan, who wanted her, Lila, to be happy. The box of trinkets Lila had once brought home for the merchant now lay open on its side, spilling 100 spots of light onto the floor around the woman's head. Calla was lying on her side, her short, round body curled in on itself, one hand beneath her cheek, but the other hand was pressed over her ear, as if trying to block something out, and for a moment Lila thought, hoped, she was sleeping, thought, hoped, she could kneel down and shake the woman gently and she would get up. Of course, Calla wasn't a woman anymore. She wasn't even a body. Her eyes, what was left of those warm eyes, were open, the same ruined shade as the rest of her, the chalky gray of hearth ash after the fire's gone and cooled. Lila's throat closed. This is why I run. Because caring was a thing with claws. It sank them in and didn't let go. Caring hurt more than a knife to the leg, more than a few broken ribs, more than anything that bled or broke and healed again. Caring didn't break you clean. It was a bone that didn't set, a cut that wouldn't close. It was better not to care. Lila tried not to care. But sometimes people got in. Like a knife against armor, they found the cracks, slid past the guard, and you didn't know how deep they were buried until they were gone, and you were bleeding on the floor. And it wasn't fair. Lila hadn't asked to care about Calla. She hadn't wanted to let her in. So why did it still hurt this much? Lila felt the tears spilling down her cheeks. Calla. She didn't know why she said it that way. Soft, as if a soft voice could wake the dead. She didn't know why she said it at all. But she didn't have time to wonder. As Lila took a step forward, a gust of winter air cut through the tent, and Calla simply blew apart. Lila let out a strangled cry and lunged for the curtain, but it was too late. Calla was already gone. Nothing but a collapsing pile of ash and 100 bits of silver and gold. Something folded in Lila then. She sank to the ground, ignoring the bite of the glass beads where they cut into her knees, fingers digging into the threadbare rug. She didn't mean to summon fire. It wasn't until the smoke tickled her lungs that Lila realized the tent was catching. Half of her wanted to let it burn, but the rest couldn't bear the thought of Calla's store burning away like her life, nothing left, never to be seen again. Lila pressed her hands together, smothering the fire. She wiped the tears away and got up.
3. Kell stood before Holland's cell, waiting for the man to speak. He didn't even raise his gaze to meet Kell's own. The man's eyes were fixed on something in the distance, beyond the bars, beyond the walls, beyond the city. A cold anger burned in them, but it seemed directed inward as much as out, at himself and the monster who had poisoned his mind, still in his body. "You summoned me," said Kell at last. "I assumed you had something to say." When Holland still didn't answer, he turned to go. 182. Kell glanced back. What? Holland's attention was still pointedly somewhere else. "That is the number of people killed by Astrid and Athos Dane." "And how many killed by you?" 67, answered Holland without hesitation. 3 before I became a slave, 64 before I became a king, and none since. At last he looked at Kell. "I value life. I've issued death. You were a prince, Kell. I watched my whole world wither day by day, season by season, year by year. And the only thing that kept me going was the hope that I was Antari for a reason, that I could do something to help." "I thought the only thing that kept you going was the binding spell branded into your skin." Holland cocked his head. "By the time you met me, the only thing that kept me going was the thought of killing Athos and Astrid Dane. And then you took that from me." Kell scowled. "I won't apologize for depriving you of your revenge." Holland said nothing. Then, "When I asked you what you would have had me do upon waking in Black London, you told me that I should have stayed there, that I should have died. I thought about it. I knew that Athos Dane was dead. I could feel that much." The chains rattled as he reached to tap the ruined branding on his chest. "But I wasn't. I didn't know why, but I thought of who I'd been those years before they'd stripped me down to hate, of what I'd wanted for my world. That's what drove me home. Not fear of death. Death is gentle. Death is kind. But the hope that I was still capable of something more, and the idea of being free." He blinked as if he'd drifted. The words rang through Kell's chest, echoing chords. "What will happen to me now?" There was no fear in his voice. There was nothing at all. "I assume you will be tried?" Holland was shaking his head. "No." "You're in no place to make demands." Holland sat forward as far as the chains would let him. "I don't want a trial, Kell," he said firmly. "I want an execution." 4. The words landed as Holland knew they would. Kell was staring at him, waiting for the twist, the turn. "An execution?" he said, shaking his head. "Your penchant for self-destruction is impressive, but—" "It's a matter of practicality," said Holland, letting his shoulders graze the wall. "Not atonement." "I don't follow." "You never do," he thought bleakly. "How is it done here?" he asked, a false lightness in his voice, as if they were talking of a meal or a dance, and not an execution. "By blade or by fire?" Kell stared at him blankly, as if he'd never seen one. "I imagine," said the other Antari slowly, "it would be done by the blade." So Holland was right then. "How was it done in your city?" Holland had witnessed his first execution on his brother's shoulders, had followed Alox to the square for years. He remembered the arms forced wide, deep cuts and broken bones and fresh blood caught in basins. "Executions in my London were slow and brutal, and very public." Distaste washed across Kell's face. "We don't glorify death with displays." The chains rattled as Holland sat forward. "This one needs to be public. Something out in the open, where he can see." "What are you getting at?" "Oseron needs a body. He cannot take this world without one." "Is that so?" challenged Kell. "Because he's doing an impressive job of it so far." "It's clumsy, broad strokes," said Holland dismissively. "This isn't what he wants. You would know." Holland ignored the jab. "There is no glory in a crown he cannot wear, even if he has not realized it yet. Oseron is a creature of potential. He will never be satisfied with what he has, not for long. And for all his power, all his conjuring, he cannot craft flesh and blood. Not that it will stop him from trying, and poisoning every soul in London in search of a pawn or vessel, but none will do. Because he needs an Antari. And he only has 3 options. Kell stiffened. You knew about Lila?"
"Of course," said Holland evenly. "I'm not a fool."
"Fool enough to play into Oseran's hands," said Kell through clenched teeth. "Fool enough to call for your own execution. To what end? Reduce his options from 3 to 2, and he's still—"
"I plan to give him what he wants," said Holland grimly. "I plan to kneel and beg and invite him in. I plan to grant him his vessel."
Kell stared in bald disgust.
"And then I plan to let you kill me."
Kell's disgust turned to shock, then confusion. Holland smiled, a cold, rueful twitch of the lips.
"You should learn to guard your feelings."
Kell swallowed, made a thin attempt to mask his features. "As much as I'd like to kill you, Holland, doing so won't kill him. Or have you forgotten that magic does not die?"
"Perhaps not, but it can be contained."
"With what?"
"Aztozal."
Kell flinched reflexively at the sound of a blood command, then paled as the realization dawned.
"No." "So you do know the spell."
"I could turn you to stone. It would be a kinder end."
"I'm not looking for kindness, Kell."
Holland tilted his chin up, attention settling on the cell's high ceiling.
"I'm looking to finish what I started."
The Antari ran a hand through his copper hair. "If Oseran doesn't take the bait, if he doesn't come, then you'll die."
"Death comes for us all," said Holland evenly. "I would simply have mine mean something."
The second time someone tried to kill Holland, he was 18, walking home with a loaf of coarse bread in one hand and a bottle of kash in the other. The sun was going down, the city taking on another shape. It was a risk to walk with both hands full, but Holland had grown into his frame, long limbs corded with muscle, shoulders broad and straight. He no longer wore his black hair down over his eye. He no longer tried to hide. Halfway home, he realized he was being followed. He didn't stop, didn't turn around, didn't even quicken his pace. Holland didn't go looking for fights, but they still came to him, trailed him through the streets like strays, like shadows. He kept walking now, letting the soft clink of the bottle and the steady tread of his boot form a backdrop for the sounds of the alley around him, the shuffle of steps, the soft exhale before a weapon's release, a blade whistling out of the dark. Holland dropped the bread and turned, one hand raised. The knife stopped an inch from his throat and hung there in the air, waiting to be plucked. Instead, he twirled his hand and the blade spun on its edge, reversing course. With a flick of his finger, he flung the metal back into the dark, where it found flesh. Someone screamed. 3 more men came out of the shadows. Not by choice. Holland was dragging them forward, their faces contorted as they fought their own bones, his will on their bodies stronger than their own. He could feel their hearts racing, blood pounding through their veins. One of the men tried to speak, but Holland willed his mouth shut. He didn't care what they had to say. All 3 were young, though a little older than Holland himself, with tattoos already staining their wrists and lips and temples. Blood and word, the sources of power. He had half a mind to walk away and leave them pinned in the street. But this was the 3rd attack in less than a month, and he was getting tired. He loosened a single pair of jaws. "Who sent you?"
Russ Vitalis,"
stammered the youth through still-clenched teeth. It wasn't the first time he'd heard the name. It wasn't even the first time he'd heard the name from one of the would-be killers following him home. Vitalis was a thug from the Schwab, a nobody trying to carve a piece of power from a place with too little to spare. A man trying to get Holland's attention in all the wrong ways. "Why?" he demanded.
"He told us to bring him your head."
Holland sighed. The bread was still on the ground. The wine was beginning to frost. "Tell this Vitalis that if he wants my head, he'll have to come for it himself." With that, he flicked his fingers, and the men went flying backward, just like the knife, slamming into the alley walls with a solid thud. They fell and didn't get back up, and Holland took up the bread, stepped over their bodies, chests still rising, and continued home. When he got there, he pressed his palm to the door, felt the locks slide free within the wood, and eased it open. There was a slip of paper on the floor, and he was halfway to it when he heard the padding rush of steps, and looked up just in time to catch the girl. She threw her arms around his neck, and when he spun with the weight of her, the skirts of her dress fanned like petals, the edges stained from dancing. "Hello, Hal," she said sweetly. "Hello, Tal," he answered. It had been 9 years since Aulox attacked him. 9 years trying to survive in a city out for blood, weathering every storm, every fight, every sign of trouble, all the while waiting for something better. And then something better came. And her name was Talia. Talia, a spot of color in a world of white. Talia, who carried the sun with her wherever she went. Talia, so fair that when she smiled the day grew brighter. Holland saw her in the market one night, and next he saw her in the square, and after that he saw her everywhere he looked. She had scars in the corners of her eyes that winked silver in the light, and a laugh that took his breath away. Who could laugh like that in a world like this? She reminded him of Aulox, not the way he'd disappear for hours or days, come home with blood caking his clothes, but the way her presence could make him forget about the darkness, the cold, the dying world outside their door. "What's wrong?" she asked as he set her down. "Nothing," he said, kissing her temple. "Nothing at all." And perhaps that wasn't strictly true, but there was a startling truth beneath the lie. For the first time in his life, Holland was something like happy. He stoked the fire with a glance, and Talia pulled him onto the cot they shared, and then, tearing off pieces of bread and sipping cold wine, she told him the stories of the someday king, just the way Aulox had. The first time Holland had flinched at the words, but didn't stop her because he liked the way she told them, so full of energy and light. The stories were her favorite, and so he let her talk. By the third or fourth telling, he'd forgotten why the stories sounded so familiar. By the 10th, he'd forgotten that he'd first heard them from someone else. By the 100th time, he'd forgotten about that other life. That night, they lay wrapped in blankets, and she ran her fingers through his hair, and he felt himself drifting from the rhythm of the touch and the heat of the fire. That was when she tried to cut his heart out. She was fast, but he was faster, the knife's tip sinking only an inch before Holland came to his senses and forced her bodily away. He was up on his feet, clutching his chest as blood leaked between his fingers. Talia just stood there in the middle of their tiny room, their home, the blade hanging from her fingers. "Why?" he asked, stunned. "I'm sorry, Hal. They came to me in the market. Said they'd pay in silver." He wanted to ask when, ask who, but he never got the chance. She lunged at him again, tightly, swiftly, all her dancer's grace, and the knife whistled sweetly toward him. It happened so fast. Without thinking, Holland's fingers twitched, and her knife twisted in her grip, freezing in the air even as the rest of her kept moving forward. The blade sank smoothly between her own ribs. Talia looked at him then with such surprise and indignation, as if she'd thought he'd let her kill him, as if she'd thought he'd simply surrender. "Sorry, Tal," he said, as she tried to breathe, to speak, and couldn't. She tried to take a step, and Holland caught her as she fell, all that dancer's grace gone out of her limbs at the end. Holland stayed there till she died, then laid her carefully on the floor, got to his feet, and left. 5. "He wants what?" said the king, looking up from the map. "An execution," repeated Kell, still reeling. "Az-Tozal." Those have been Holland's words. "It must be a trick," said Isra. "I don't think so," started Kell, but the guard wasn't listening. "Your Majesty," she said, turning to Maxim, "surely he wants to draw Osaron in so we can escape." Az-Tozal. To confine. Kell had used the blood spell only once in his life, on a bird, a small sunflit he'd caught in the sanctuary gardens. The sunflit had gone perfectly still in his hands, but it hadn't died. He could feel its heart beating frantically beneath its feathered breast while it lay motionless, as if paralyzed, trapped inside its own body. When Tyrion had found out, the Avanessan was furious. Blood spell or not, Kell had broken the cardinal rule of power. He had used magic to harm a living creature, to alter its life. Kell had apologized profusely, and said the words to dispel what he'd done, to heal the damage. But to his shock and horror, the commands had no effect. Nothing he said seemed to work. The bird didn't revive. It just lay there, still as death, in his hands. "I don't understand." Tyrion shook his head.
"Things are not so simple when it comes to life and death," he'd said. "With minds and bodies, what is done cannot always be undone."
And then he'd taken up the sunflit and brought it to his chest and broken its neck. The priest had set the lifeless bird back in Kell's hands.
"That,"
said Tyrion grimly,
"was a kinder end."
He had never tried the spell again because he'd never learned the words to undo it. "Kell!" The king's voice jarred him out of the memory. Kell swallowed. "Holland did what he did to save his world. I believe that. Now he wants it to be over." "You're asking us to trust him?" challenged Isra. "No," said Kell, holding the king's gaze. "I'm asking you to trust me." Tyrion appeared in the doorway. Ink stained his fingers and fatigue hollowed out his cheeks.
"You called for me, Maxim?"
The king exhaled heavily.
"How long until your spell is ready?"
The Avanessan shook his head.
"It is not a simple matter putting an entire city to sleep. The spell must be broken down into 7 or 8 smaller ones and then positioned around the city to form a chain."
"How long?" Tyrion made an exasperated sound.
"Days, Your Majesty."
The king's gaze returned to Kell.
"Can you end it?"
Kell didn't know if Maxim was asking if he had the will or the strength to kill another Antari. "I'm not looking for kindness, Kell. I'm looking to finish what I started." "Yes," he answered. The king nodded and swept his hand over the map.
"The palace wards do not extend to the balconies, do they?" "No," said Tyrion. "It is all we can do to keep them up around the walls, windows, and doors."
"Very well," said the king, letting his knuckles fall to the table's edge.
"The north courtyard, then. We'll raise a platform overlooking the aisle, and hold the ritual at dawn, and whether or not Osaron comes—"
His dark eyes landed on Kell.
"Holland dies by your hand."
The words followed Kell into the hall. "Holland dies by your hand." He sank back against the map-room doors, exhaustion winding around his limbs. "It's rather hard to kill an Antari. By the blade, a kinder end. Az-Tozal." He pushed off the wood and started for the stairs.
"Kell?"
The queen was standing at the end of the hall, looking out a pair of balcony doors at the shadow of her city. Her eyes met his in the reflection in the glass. There was a sadness in them, and he found himself taking a step toward her before he stopped. He didn't have the strength. "Your Majesty," he said, bowing before he turned and walked away. 6. All day Rai had searched the city for survivors. In ones and sometimes twos he found them, shaken, fragile, but alive. Most were startlingly young. Only a few were very old. And just like the magic in their veins, there was no common factor, no bond of blood or gender or means. He found a noble girl from House Loreni, still dressed for a tournament ball, an older man in threadbare clothes tucked in an alleyway, a mother in red mourning silks, a royal guard whose mark had failed or simply faded. All now left with the silver veins of a survivor. Rai stayed with them only long enough to show they weren't alone, long enough to lead them to the palace steps for shelter, and then he was off again, back into the city, in search of more. Before dusk he returned to the spire. He'd known it was too late, but had to see, and found all that was left of Anissa, a small pile of ashes smoldering on the floor of Alucard's cabin, beyond the cage of warped planks, a few drops of silver from her House Emery ring. Rai was crossing the deck in numbed silence when he caught the glint of metal and saw the woman sitting on the deck with her back to a crate and a blade in her hand. His boots hit the wooden dock with a thud. The woman didn't move. She was dressed like a man, like a sailor, a black and red captain's sash across her front. At first glance, he could tell she was from the borderlands, the coast where Arns looked on Tevesk. She had the build of a northerner and the coloring of a local, her rich brown hair worn in two massive braids that coiled like a mane around her face. Her eyes were open, unblinking, but they looked ahead with an intensity that said she was still there, and thin lines of silver shone against her sea-tanned face. The knife in her hand was slick with blood. It didn't appear to be hers. A dozen warnings echoed in Rai's head, all of them in Kell's voice, as he knelt beside her. "What's your name?" he asked in Arnesian. Nothing. "Captain?" After several long seconds, the woman blinked, a slow, final gesture. "Jasta," she said, her voice hoarse, and then, as if the name had sparked something in her, she added, "He tried to drown me. My first mate, Rigar, tried to drag me into that whispering river." She didn't take her eyes off the ship. "So I killed him." "Are there any others on board?" he asked. "Half of them are missing," she said. "The others—" She trailed off, dark eyes dancing over the vessel. Rai touched her shoulder. "Can you stand?" Justa's face drifted toward his. She frowned. "Has anyone told you that you look like the prince?" Rai smiled. "Once or twice." He held out his hand and helped her to her feet. 7. The sun had gone down, and Alucard Emery was trying to get drunk. So far it wasn't working, but he was determined to see it through. He'd even made a little game. Every time his mind drifted to Anissa, her bare feet, her fevered skin, her small arms around his neck, he took a drink. Every time he thought of Barris, his brother's cutting tone, the hateful smile, the hands around his throat, he took a drink. Every time his nightmares rose like bile, or his own screams echoed in his head, or he had to remember his sister's empty eyes, her burning heart, he took a drink. Every time he thought of Rai's fingers laced through his, of the prince's voice telling him to hold on, hold on, hold on to me, he took a very, very long drink. Across the room, Lila seemed to be playing her own game. His quiet thief was on her third glass. It took a great deal to shake Delilah Bard, that much he knew. But still, something had shaken her. He might never be able to read the secrets in her face, but he could tell she was keeping them. What had she seen beyond the palace walls? What demons had she faced? Were they strangers or friends? Every time he asked a question Delilah Bard would never answer, he took a drink, until the pain and grief finally began to blur into something steady. The room rocked around him, and Alucard Emery, the last surviving Emery, slumped back in the chair, fingering the inlaid wood, the fine gold trim. How strange it was to be here in Rye's rooms. It had been strange enough when Rye was stretched out on his bed. But then the details, the room, everything but Rye himself had gone out of focus. Now Alucard took in the glittering curtains, the elegant floor, the vast bed now made. All signs of struggle smoothed away. Rye's amber gaze kept swinging toward him like a pendulum on a heavy rope. He took another drink, and then another and another, in preparation for the ache of want and loss and memory washing over him, a small boat pitching miserably against the waves. "Hold on to me." That's what Rye had said when Alucard was burning from the inside out. When Rye was lying there beside him in the ship's cabin, hoping desperately that his hands could keep Alucard there, and whole and safe, keep him from vanishing again, this time forever. Now that Alucard was alive and more or less upright, Rye couldn't bring himself to look at his lover, and couldn't bear to look away. So he ended up doing both and neither. It had been so long since Rye'd been able to study his face. 3 summers, 3 winters, 3 years, and the prince's heart still cracked along the lines Alucard had made. They were in the conservatory, Rye and Alucard and Lila. The captain sat slumped in a tall-backed chair, silver scars and sapphire stud both winking in the light. A glass hung from one hand, and a fluffy white cat named Asa curled beneath his seat, and his eyes were open but far away. Over at the sideboard, Lila was pouring herself another drink. Was this her 4th? Rye felt he wasn't the one to judge. However, she was pouring a little too liberally and spilled the last of Rye's summer wine onto his inlaid floor. There was a time when he would have cared about the stain, but it was gone, that life. It had fallen between the boards like a bit of jewelry, and now lay somewhere out of reach, vaguely remembered but easily forgotten. "Steady, Bard." It was the first thing Alucard had said in an hour. Not that Rye had been waiting. The captain was pale, his thief ashen, and the prince himself was pacing, his armor cast off like a broken shell onto a corner chair. By the end of the first day, they'd found 24 silvers. Most were being kept in the Rose Hall, treated by the priests. But there were more. He knew there were more. There had to be. Rye wanted to keep looking, to carry the search into the night, but Maxim had refused, and worse, the remaining royal guards had put him under an unyielding watch. And what troubled Rye as much as his own confinement when there were souls still trapped in the city was the sight of the rot spreading through London. A blackness like ice on top of the street stones and splashed across the walls, a film that wasn't a film at all, but a change. Rock and dirt and water all being swallowed up, replaced by something that wasn't an element at all, a glossy, dark nothing, a presence and an absence. He'd told Tyrion, pointed out a lone spot at the courtyard's edge, just outside their wards, where the void was spreading like frost. The old man's face had gone pale.
"Magic and nature exist in balance,"
he'd said, brushing fingers through the air above the pool of black.
"This is what happens when that balance fails, when magic overwhelms nature."
The world was decaying, he'd explained. Only instead of going soft, like felled branches on a forest floor, it was going hard, calcifying into something like stone that wasn't stone at all. "Would you stand still?" snapped Lila now, watching Rye pace. "You're making me dizzy." "I suspect," said a voice from the door, "that's the wine." Rye turned, relieved to see his brother. "Kell," he said, trying to summon something like humor as he tipped his glass at the 4 guards framing the door. "Is this what you feel like all the time?" "Pretty much," said Kell, lifting the drink from Lila's hand and taking a long sip. Amazingly, she let him. "How maddening," said Rye with a groan. And then, to the men, "Could you at least sit down? Or are you trying to look like coats of armor on my walls?" They didn't answer. Kell returned the drink to Lila's hand and then frowned as he noticed Alucard. His brother pointedly ignored the captain's presence and poured himself a very large glass. "What are we drinking to?" "The living," said Rye. "The dead," said Alucard and Lila at the same time. "We're being thorough," added Rye. His attention swung back to Alucard, who was looking out at the night. Rye realized he wasn't the only one watching the captain. Lila had followed Alucard's gaze to the glass. "When you look at the fallen," she said, "what do you see?" Alucard squinted dully, the way he always had when he was trying to picture something. "Knots," he said simply. "Care to expand?" said Kell, who knew of the captain's gift and cared for it about as much as he cared for the rest of him. "You wouldn't understand," murmured Alucard. "Maybe if you chose the right words. I couldn't make them short enough." "Oh, for Christ's sake," snapped Lila. "If you two could stop bickering for a moment." Alucard leaned forward in his chair and set the once more empty glass on the floor beside his boot, where his cat sniffed it. "This Oseran," he said, "is siphoning energy from everyone he touches. His magic, it feeds on ours by infecting it. It gets in among the strings of our power, our life, and gets tangled up in our threads until everything is in knots." "You're right," said Kell after a moment. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "It must be maddening," said Alucard, "to know I have a power you don't." Kell's teeth clicked together, but when he spoke he kept his voice civil, smooth. "Believe it or not, I relish our smallest differences. Besides, I may not be able to see the world the way you do, but I can still recognize an asshole." Lila snorted. Rye made an exasperated sound. "Enough," he said, and then, to Kell, "What did our prisoner have to say?" At the mention of Holland, Alucard's head snapped. Lila sat forward, a glint in her eyes. Kell downed his drink, wincing, and said, "He's to be executed in the morning. A public display." For a long moment, no one spoke. And then Lila raised her glass. "Well," she said cheerfully, "I'll toast to that."
8. Amira Maresh drifted through the palace like a ghost. She heard what people said about her. They called her distant, distracted. But in truth, she was simply listening, not only to them, but to everyone and everything beneath the gilded spires of the roof. Few people noticed the pitchers by every bed, the basins on every table. A bowl of water was a simple thing, but with the right spell, it could carry sound. With the right spell, Amira could make the palace speak. Her fear of breaking things had taught her well to watch her step, to listen close. The world was a fragile place, full of cracks that didn't always show. One misstep and they might fissure, break. One wrong move, and the whole of it could come crashing down. A tower of sunk cards burned to cinders. It was Amira's job to make sure that her world stayed strong, to shore the fractures, to listen for fresh cracks. It was her duty to keep her family safe, her palace whole, her kingdom well. It was her calling, and if she was careful enough, sharp enough, then nothing bad would happen. This is what Amira told herself. Only she had been wrong. She'd done everything she could, and Rye had nearly died. A shadow had fallen on London. Her husband was hiding something. Kell would not look at her. She hadn't been able to stop the cracks, but now she turned her focus on the rest of the palace. As she walked the halls, she could hear the priests in the sparring room, the crinkle of scrolls, the drag of ink, the soft murmur as they prepared their spell. She could hear the heavy tread of guards in armor moving through the lower levels, the low guttural voices of Veskans, and the sibilant melody of the Pharaohan tongue in the eastern hall, the murmur of the nobles in the gallery as they sat up still, whispering over tea, talking about the city, the curse, the king. What was he doing? What could he do? Maxim Maresh, gone soft with age and peace. Maxim Maresh, a man against a monster, against a god. From the Rose Hall, Amira heard the toss and turn of the fevered bodies still trapped in burning dreams, and when she turned her ear to the palace's east wing, she heard her son's similarly fitful sleep, echoed in turn by Kel's own restless turnings. And through it all, the steady whisper against the windows, against the walls, words muffled by the wards, breaking down into the rise and fall and hush of the wind, a voice trying to get in. Amira heard so many things, but she also heard the absences where sound should be and wasn't. She heard the muffled hush of those trying too hard to be quiet. In a corner of the ballroom, a pair of guards summoning their courage. In an alcove, a noble and a magician tangled up like string. And in the map room, the sound of a single man standing alone before the table. She went toward him, but drawing closer, she realized it wasn't her husband. The man in the map room stood with his back to the door, head bent over the city of London. Amira watched as he reached out a single dark finger and brought it to rest on the quartz figurine of a royal guard before the palace. The figurine fell onto its side with the tiny clatter of stone on stone. Amira winced, but the statue did not break. "Lord Solin-Ar," she said evenly. The Pharaohan turned, the white gold gems embedded in his profile catching the light. He showed neither surprise at her presence, nor guilt at his own.
"Your Majesty."
"Why are you here alone?"
"I was looking for the king,"
answered Solin-Ar in his smooth, susurrant way. Amira shook her head, eyes darting around the room. It felt askew without Maxim. She scanned the table as if something might be missing, but Sol-in-Ar had already righted the fallen piece and taken up another from the table's edge. The chalice and sun, the marker of the house Maresh, the sigil of Arns.
"I hope it is not out of line," he said, "to say I believe we are alike."
"You and my husband?" A single shake of the head.
"You and I."
Amira's face warmed, even as the temperature in the room fell. "How so?"
"We both know much, and say little. We both stand at the side of kings. We are the truth, whispered in their ears. The reason."
She said nothing, only inclined her head.
"The darkness is spreading,"
he added softly, though the words were full of edges.
"It must be contained."
"It will be," answered the queen. Sol-in-Ar nodded once.
"Tell the king," he said, "that we can help, if he will let us."
The Pharaohan started toward the door. "Lord Solin-Ar," she called after him. "Our standard." He looked down at the carved figure in his hand as if he'd forgotten about it entirely.
"Apologies,"
he said, setting the piece back on the board. Amira finally found her husband in their chamber, though not in their bed. He'd fallen asleep at her writing desk, slumped forward on the carved wooden table, his head on folded arms atop a ledger, the scent of ink still fresh. Only the first line was legible beneath his wrinkled sleeve.
"To my son, the Crown Prince of Arns, when it is time."
Emira drew in a sharp breath at the words, then steadied herself. She did not wake Maxim, did not pull the book from its place beneath his head. She padded silently to the sofa, took up a throw, and settled the blanket over his shoulders. He stirred briefly, arms shifting beneath his head, the small change revealing not only the next line, "Know that a father lives for his son, but a king lives for his people," but the bandage wrapped around his wrist. Emira stilled at the sight of it, lines of blood seeping through the crisp white linen. What had Maxim done? What was he yet planning to do? She could hear the workings of the palace, but her husband's mind was solid, impenetrable. No matter how hard she listened, all she heard was his heart.
9. As night fell, the shadows bloomed. They ran together with the river and the mist and the moonless sky until they were everywhere. Oseran was everywhere, in every heartbeat, in every breath. Some had escaped, for now. Others had been reduced already to dust. It was a necessary thing, like the raising of a forest, the clearing of ground so that new things, better things, could grow. A process as natural as the passing of the seasons. Oseran was the fall and the winter and the spring. And all across the city he heard the voices of his loyal servants. "How can I serve you? How can I worship? Show me the way. Tell me what to do." He was in their minds. He was in their bodies. He whispered in their heads and coursed through their blood. He was in every one of them, and bound to none. Everywhere and nowhere. It was enough. And it was not enough. He wanted more. 6. Execution. 1. Grey London. Ned Tuttle woke to a very bad feeling. He'd recently moved out of his family's house in Mayfair and into the room above the tavern. His tavern, that magical place once called the Stone's Throw and rechristened the 5 Points. Ned sat up, listening intently to the silence. He could have sworn someone was speaking, but he couldn't hear the voice any more, and, as the moments ticked past, he couldn't be sure if it had ever been real, or simply the dregs of sleep clinging to him, the urge to listen to an echo of some peculiar dream. Ned had always had vivid dreams. So vivid he couldn't always tell when something had truly happened or when he'd simply dreamed it. Ned's dreams had always been strange, and sometimes they were wonderful. But lately they'd grown disturbing, skewing darker, more menacing. Growing up, his parents had written off his dreams as simply an effect of his reading too many novels, disappearing for hours, sometimes days, into fictional and fantastical worlds. In his youth, he'd seen the dreams as a sign of his sensitivity to the other, that aspect of the world most people couldn't see, the one even Ned couldn't see, but that he believed in, fervently, determinedly, doggedly, right up until the day he met Kell and learned for certain that the other was real. But tonight, Ned had been dreaming of a forest made of stone. Kell was in the dream, too, had been at one point, but wasn't any more. And now Ned was lost. And every time he called out for help, the whole forest echoed like an empty church. But the voices that came back weren't his. Some of them were high, and others low, some young and sweet, and others old. And there at the center, a voice he couldn't quite make out, one that bent around his ears the way light sometimes bent around a corner. Now, sitting up in the stiff little bed, he had the strangest urge to call out, the way he had in the forest, but some small, well, not as small as he'd like, part of him, feared that, just like in the forest, someone else would call back. Perhaps the sound had come from the tavern downstairs. He swung his long legs over the side of the bed, slid his feet into his slippers, and stood, the old wooden floor groaning beneath his toes. He moved in silence, only that creak, creak, creak following him across the room, and then the oomph as he ran into the dresser, the eek of the metal lantern rocking, almost tipping, then humphing back into place, followed by the shh of tapers rolling on the floor. "Bugger," muttered Ned. It would have been dreadfully handy, he thought, if he could simply snap his fingers and summon a bit of fire, but in 4 straight months of trying, he'd barely managed to shift the pieces in Kell's kit of elements. So he fumbled on his robe in the dark and stepped out onto the stairs. And shivered. Something was most certainly strange. Ordinarily, Ned loved strange things, lived in the hope of spying them. But this was a type of strange bordering on wrong. The air smelled of roses and wood smoke and dying leaves, and when he moved, it felt like he was wading through a warm spot in a cold pool, or a cold spot in a warm one. Like a draft in a room where all the doors were shut, the windows latched. He knew this feeling, had sensed it once before in the street outside the 5 Points, back when it was the stone's throw, and he was still waiting for Kell to return with his promised dirt. Ned had seen a cart crash, heard the driver rant about a man he'd crushed. Only there was no body left behind, no man, only smoke and ash and the faint frisson of magic. Bad magic. Black magic. Ned returned to his room and fetched his ceremonial dagger. He'd bought it from a patron the week before, the handle etched with runes around a pentagram of inlaid onyx. "My name is Edward Archibald Tuttle," he thought, gripping the dagger. "I am the third of that name, and I am not afraid." The creak, creak, creak followed him down the warping stairs, and when he reached the bottom, standing in the darkened tavern with only the thud-thud of his heart, Ned realized where that feeling of strangeness was coming from. The 5 Points was too quiet. A heavy, muffled, unnatural quiet, as if the room were filled with wool instead of air. The last embers in the hearth smoldered behind their grate, the wind blew through the boards, but none of it made any sound. Ned went to the front door and threw back the bolt. Outside, the street was empty. It was the darkest hour, that time before the first streaks of dawn. But London was never truly still, not this close to the river. And so he was instantly greeted by the clop-clop of carriages, the distant trills of laughter and song. Somewhere near the Thames, the scrape of a fiddle, and much closer, the sound of a stray cat, yowling for milk or company or whatever stray cats wanted. A dozen sounds that made up the fabric of his city, and when Ned closed the door again, the noises followed him, sneaking in through the crack beneath the door, around the sill. The pressure ebbed, the air in the tavern thinning, the spell broken. Ned yawned, the sense of strangeness already slipping away as he climbed the stairs. Back in his room, he cracked the window despite the cold and let the sounds of London drift in. But as he crawled back into bed and pulled the covers up, and the world settled into silence, the whispers came again. And as he sank back into that place between waking and sleep, those elusive words finally took shape. "Let me in," they said. "Let me in." 2. Voices rang out past Holland's cell just after midnight. "You're early," said the guard nearest the bars. "Where's your second?" asked the one on the wall.
"The king needs men on the steps," answered the interloper. "What with the scarred fellows coming in?"
His voice was muffled by his helm. "We've got orders."
"So do I,"
said the new guard.
"And we're running thin."
A pause, and in that pause, Holland felt a strange thing happen. It was like someone took the air, the energy in the air, and pulled on it, shallowly. A tug of will, a shifting of scales, a subtle exertion of control.
Besides, the new guard was saying absently, what would you rather be doing? Staring at this piece of filth or saving your friends?
The balance tipped. The men roused from their places. Holland wondered if the new guard knew what he'd done. It was the kind of magic forbidden in this world and worshipped in his own. The new guard watched the others climb the stairs and swayed ever so slightly on his feet. When they were gone, he leaned back against the wall facing Holland's cell, the metal of his armor scraping stone, and drew a knife. He toyed with it absently, fingertips on the tip, tossing and catching and tossing it again. Holland felt himself being studied, and so he studied in return. Studied the way the new guard tipped his head, the speed of his fingers on the knife, the scent of another London wafting in his blood. Her blood. He should have recognized that voice even through the stolen helm. Maybe if he'd slept, how long had it been? Maybe if he wasn't bloody and broken and behind bars. He still should have known.
Delilah,
he said evenly.
Holland,
she answered. Delilah Bard, the Antari of Grey London, set her helmet on the table beneath a hook holding the jailer's keys. Her fingers danced absently across their teeth.
Your last night.
Did you come to say farewell? She made a humming sound.
Something like that.
You're a long way from home. Her gaze flicked toward him, quick and sharp as a sliver of steel.
So are you.
One of her eyes had the glassy sheen that came with too much drink. The other, the false one, had been shattered. It hung together by a shell of glass, but the inside was a starburst of color and cracks. Lila's knife vanished back into its sheath. She pulled off the gauntlets, one by one, and set them on the table too. Even drunk, she moved with the fluid grace of a fighter. She reminded him of Oshka.
Oshka,
she echoed, as if reading his mind. Holland stilled.
What?
Lila tapped her cheek.
The redhead with the scar and the face leaking black. She did this. Tried to drive a knife into my eye. Right before I cut her throat.
The words were a dull blow. Just a small flame of hope flickering out inside his chest. Nothing left. Ash over embers.
She was following orders,
he said hollowly. Lila lifted the keys from their hook.
Yours or Oseron's?
It was a hard question. When had they been different? Had they ever been the same? He heard the clang of metal, and Holland blinked to find the cell door falling open, Lila stepping in. She pulled the door shut behind her, snapped the lock back into place.
If you came to kill me—
No, she sneered.
That can wait till morning.
Then why are you here?
Because good people die and bad people live, and it doesn't seem very fair, does it, Holland?
Her face crinkled.
Of all the people you could kill, you chose someone who actually mattered to me.
I had to. Her fist hit him like a brick, hard enough to crack his head sideways and make the world go momentarily white. When his vision cleared, she was standing over him, knuckles bleeding. She tried to strike him again, but this time Holland caught her wrist.
Enough,
he said. But it wasn't. Her free hand swung up, fire dancing across her knuckles, but he caught that too.
Enough!
She tried to pull free, but his hands viced tighter, finding the tender place where bones meet. He pressed down, and a guttural sound escaped her throat, low and animal.
It does nothing to dwell on what's been taken from you, he snarled.
Nothing. Over 7 years, Holland's life had been distilled to one desire: to see Athos and Astrid Dane suffer. And Kell had stolen that from him, stolen the look in Astrid's eyes as he drove the dagger through her heart, stolen Athos's expression as he took him apart piece by piece. No one suffers as beautifully as you do. 7 years. Holland shoved Lila back. She stumbled, her shoulders hitting the bars. For a moment, the cell was filled with only the sounds of ragged breathing as they stared at one another across the narrow space, two beasts caged together. And then slowly, Lila straightened, flexing her hands. "If you want revenge," he said, "take it." One of us should have it, he thought, closing his eyes. He took a steadying breath and began to count his dead, starting with Alox and ending with Oshka. But when he opened his eyes again, Delilah Bard was gone. They came to collect him just after dawn. In truth, he didn't know the hour, but he could feel the palace stirring overhead, the subtle warming of the world beyond the prison's pillar. With so many years of cold, he'd learned to sense the smallest shifts in warmth, knew how to mark the passing of a day. The guards came and freed Holland from the wall, and for a moment he was bound by nothing but 2 hands before they wrapped the chains around his wrists, his shoulders, his waist. The heavy metal was hobbling, and it took all his strength to keep his feet, to climb the stairs, his stride reduced to a halting step. "On vis or," he told himself. Dawn to dusk. A phrase that meant 2 things in his native tongue: a fresh start, a good end. The guards marched Holland up and through the palace halls, where men and women gathered to watch him pass. They led him out onto a balcony, a large space stripped bare except for a broad wooden platform, freshly constructed, and on it a block of stone. "On vis och." Holland felt the change as soon as he stepped outside, the prickling magic of the palace wards giving way to nothing but crisp air and light so bright it stung his eyes. The sun was rising on a frigid day, and Holland, still stripped to the waist beneath the chains, felt the icy air bite viciously into his skin. But he had long ago learned not to give others the satisfaction of his suffering, and though he knew he stood at the center of a performance, had in fact orchestrated it himself, Holland could not bring himself to shiver and beg. Not in front of these people. The king was present, and the prince, as well as 4 more guards, their foreheads marked with blood, and a handful of magicians, similarly stained, a young silver-haired man, the wind jostling around his limbs, a pair of dark-skinned twins, their faces set with gems, a blond man built like a wall. There, beside them, his skin scarred by silver lines, stood an almost familiar man with a blue gem above one eye. An old man in white robes, a drop of crimson on his brow. Delilah Bard, her shattered brown eye catching the light. And last, just there on the platform beside the stone block, stood Kell, a long sword in his hands, its broad point resting on the ground. Holland's steps must have slowed because one of the guards drove a gauntlet into his back, forcing him forward, up the 2 short steps onto the newly built dais. He came to a stop and straightened, looking out at the darkened river beyond the balcony. So like Black London. Too like Black London. "Second thoughts?" asked Kell, gripping the sword. "No," said Holland, staring past him. "Just taking a moment to enjoy the view." His gaze flicked to the young Antari, took in the way he held the sword, one hand around the hilt and the other resting on the blade, pressing down just hard enough to draw a line of blood. "If he does not come," started Holland, "I'll make it quick."
Last time you missed my heart. I won't miss your head, answered Kell. But I hope it doesn't come to that. Holland started to speak, but forced the words down. They served no purpose. Still, he thought them. I hope it does. The king's voice thundered through the cold morning. Kneel, ordered the ruler of Arns. Holland stiffened at the word, his mind stuttering into another day, another life, cold steel and Athos's smooth voice. But he let the weight of the memories, as well as the present weight of chains, pull him down. He kept his eyes on the river, the darkness moving just beneath the surface, and when he spoke, his voice was low. The words meant not for the crowd in the balcony or for Kell, but for the Shadow King. Help me. The words were nothing but a breath of fog. To the gathered crowd, it might have looked like a prayer, given to whatever gods they thought he worshipped. And in a way it was. Antari, said the king, addressing him not by name or even title, only by what he was, and Holland wondered if Maxim Maresh even knew his given name. Vossik, he almost said. My name is Holland Vossik. But it didn't matter now. You are guilty of grievous sins against the Empire, guilty of practicing forbidden magic, of inciting chaos and ruin, of bringing war. The king's words washed around him as Holland tipped his head back toward the sky. Birds flew high overhead, while shadows threaded through the low clouds. Oseron was there. Holland gritted his teeth and forced himself to speak, not to the men around him, not to the king or Kell, but to the presence lurking, listening. Help me. You are sentenced to death by the blade for your crimes, your body committed to fire. He could feel the Oshok's magic weaving through his hair, brushing against his skin, but still it did not come. If you have any words, speak them now, but know that your fate is sealed. He heard a new voice then, like a vibration in the winter air. Beg. Holland went still. Have you nothing to say? Demanded the king. Beg. Holland swallowed and did something he'd never done, not in 7 years of slavery and torture. Please, he begged, first softly and then louder. Please, I will be yours. The darkness laughed, but did not come. Holland's pulse began to race, the chains suddenly too tight. Oseron, he called out, this body is yours. This life, what's left of it, is yours. The guards were on either side of him now, gauntleted fists forcing Holland's head forward onto the block. Oseron, he growled, fighting their grip for the first time. The laughter continued, ringing through his head. Gods don't need bodies, but kings do. How will you rule without a head for your crown? Kell was beside him now, both hands on the sword's hilt. End it, ordered the king. Wait, thought Holland. Kill him, said Lila. Be still, demanded Kell. Holland's vision narrowed to the wood of the platform. Oseron, he bellowed as Kell's sword sang upward. It never came down. A shadow swept over the balcony. One moment the sun was there, and the next they were plunged into shade, and everyone looked up in time to see the wave of black water crest overhead and come crashing down. Holland twisted sideways, still clinging to the stone block as the river slammed onto the platform. One of the guards was knocked over the edge, down into the roiling surf below, while the other held on to Holland. The icy torrent knocked the blade from Kell's hands and sent him backward across the dais, a shard of ice pinning his sleeve to the floor as the guards dove to cover the king and prince. The wave hit the steps between the platform and the balcony and splashed up, swirling first into a column before its edges smoothed and pulled together into the shape of a man. A king.
Oseran smiled at Holland. "Do you see," he said in his echoing way, "I can be merciful." Someone was moving across the balcony. The silver-haired magician came surging forward, the air like knives around him. Oseran didn't take his eyes off Holland, but he flicked his watery fingers and a spike of ice materialized, launching toward the magician's chest. The man actually smiled as he spun around the shard, the movement light as air before shattering it with a single sharp gust. Silver hair and swirling robes danced again toward Oseran, a blur, and then the magician slashed, one hand surrounded by a blade of wind. Oseran's watery form parted around the magician's wrist, then viced closed. The airborne magician slammed to a stop, pinned to the icy core of Oseran's form. Before he could break free, the Shadow King drove his own hand through the magician's chest. His fingers went clean through, icy black points glistening with streams of red.
"Janar!"
screamed someone as the wind suddenly died atop the platform, and the magician collapsed, lifeless, to the ground. Oseran shook the blood from his fingers as he climbed the steps. "Tell me, Holland," he said, "do I look in need of a body?" Using their distraction, Kell tore the icy shard free of his sleeve and threw it hard at the Shadow King's back. Holland was grudgingly, fleetingly impressed, but it passed right through Oseran's watery form. He turned, as if amused, to face Kell. "It will take more than that, Antari." "I know," said Kell, and Holland saw the ribbon of blood swirling in the column of water that formed Oseran's chest the moment before Kell said, "Azisara!" And just like that, Oseran froze. It happened in an instant, the Shadow King replaced by a statue rendered in ice. Holland met Kell's gaze through the frozen surface of Oseran's torso. He saw it first, relief turning to horror as the dead magician, Janar, rose to his feet. His eyes were black, not shadowed but solid, his skin already beginning to burn with the strength of his new host, and when he spoke, a smooth, familiar voice poured out. "It will take more than that," said Oseran again, silver hair steaming. Bodies were rising around him, and Holland understood too late. The wave. The water. "Kell!" he shouted. "The blood marks!" He was cut off by a fist as the nearest Garv drove a gauntleted hand into his ribs, the crimson smear on his helmet washed away by the first swell of the water. "Kneel before the king!" The silver-scarred man and the Maresh prince both surged forward, but Kell stopped them with a jagged slash of his arm, a wall of ice surging up and cutting them off from the platform and Oseran. Oseran, who now stood between Holland and Kell and his stolen host, his skin flaking away like curls of burning paper. Holland forced himself up despite the weight of chains. "What a poor substitute you've chosen," he said, drawing the Oshok's attention, as Kell shifted forward, blood dripping from his fingers. "How quickly it crumbles." His voice was low amid the surge of chaos, dripping with disdain. "It is not a body for a king." "You would still offer yours instead," mused Oseran. His shell was dying fast, lit by a blood-red glow that cracked along his skin. "I do," said Holland. "Tempting," said Oseran. His black eyes burned inside his skull. In a flash he was at Holland's side. "But I'd rather watch you fall." Holland felt the push before he saw the hand, felt the force against his chest and the sudden weight of gravity as the world shifted and the platform disappeared, and the chains pulled him over the edge and down, down, down into the river below. 3. Kell saw Holland fall. One moment the Antari was there, at the edge, and the next he was gone, plunging down into the river with no magic at hand, only the cold, dead weight of the spelled iron around him. The balcony was chaos, one guard on his knees fighting the fog,
while Lila and Alucard squared off against the animated corpse of Jannar, who was now nothing more than charred bone. There wasn't time to think, to wonder, to question. Kell dove. The drop was farther than it seemed. The impact knocked the air from Kell's lungs, jarring his bones, and he gasped as the river closed over him, ice-cold and black as ink. Far below, almost out of sight, a pale form sank to the bottom of the tainted water. Kell swam down toward Holland, lungs aching as he fought the press of the river, not only the weight of water, but Oseran's magic, leeching heat and focus as it tried to force its way in. By the time he reached Holland, the man was on his knees on the river floor, his lips moving faintly, soundlessly, his body weighed down by the shackles at his wrists and the steel chains around his waist and legs. The Antari struggled to his feet, but couldn't manage any further. After a brief struggle, he lost his battle with gravity and sank back to his knees, driving up a cloud of silt as the irons hit the riverbed. Kell hovered in front of him, his own coat heavy with water, its weight enough to keep him under. He drew his dagger, slicing skin, before he realized the futility. The instant the blood welled, it vanished, dissipated by the current. Kell swore, sacrificing a thin stream of air as Holland struggled to hold on to the last of his own. Holland's black hair floated in the water around his face, his eyes closed, a resignation to his posture, as if he would rather drown than return to the world above, as if he meant to end his life here at the bottom of the river. But Kell couldn't let him do that. Holland's eyes flashed open as Kell took hold of his shoulders, crouching to reach his wrists where they were weighted to the river's floor. The Antari shook his head minutely, but Kell didn't let go. His whole body ached from the cold and the lack of air, and he could see Holland's chest stuttering as he fought the urge to breathe in. Kell wrapped his hands around the iron shackles and pulled, not with muscle, but with magic. Iron was a mineral, somewhere between stone and earth on the spectrum of elements. He couldn't unmake it, but he could, with enough effort, change its shape. Transmuting an element was no small feat, even in a workroom with ample time and focus. Doing it underwater, surrounded by dark magic, while his chest screamed and Holland slowly drowned, was something else entirely.
"Focus,"
Master Tyrion chided in his head.
"Unfocus."
Kell squeezed his eyes shut and tried to remember Tyrion's instructions.
"Elements are not whole unto themselves," the Alvanessan had said, "but parts, each a knot on the same ever-circling rope, one giving way unto the next and the next. There is a natural pause, but no seam."
It had been years since he'd learned to do this, ages since he'd stood in the head priest's study with a glass in each hand, following the lines of the element spectrum as he poured the contents back and forth, turning a cup of water into sand, sand into rock, rock into fire, fire into air, air into water. On and on, slowly, painstakingly, the action never as natural as the theory. The priests could do it. They were so attuned to the subtleties of magic, the boundaries between elements porous in their hands. But Kell's magic was too loud, too bright, and half the time he faltered, shattering the glass or spilling contents that were now half rock, half glass. Focus, unfocus. The iron was cold under his hands, unyielding. Knots on a rope. Holland was dying. The watery world swirled darkly. Focus, unfocus. Kell's eyes flashed open. He met Holland's gaze, and as the metal began to soften in his hands, something flashed across the magician's face, and Kell realized suddenly that Holland's resignation had been a mask, veiling the panic beneath. The cuffs gave way beneath Kell's desperate fingers, turning from iron to sand, silt that formed a cloud and then dissolved in the river's current. Holland lurched forward in the sudden absence of chains. He rose up, the need for air propelling him toward the surface. Kell pushed off the river floor to follow. Or tried to. He lifted a few feet, only to be wrenched back down, held fast by a sudden, unseen force. The last of Kell's air escaped in a violent stream as he fought the water's sudden hold. The force tightened around his legs, tried to crush the strength from his limbs, his chest, dragging his arms out to his sides in a gruesome echo of the steel frame in the white London castle. The water before Kell shifted and swirled, the current bending around the outlines of a man.
"Hello again, Antari."
Too late, Kell understood. That last moment on the balcony, when Oseron had looked not at Holland, but at him, pushing Holland into the river, knowing Kell would save him. They'd set a trap for the Shadow King, and he'd set one for them. For him. After all, Kell was the one who'd resisted, the one who'd refused to yield.
"Now will you kneel?"
The invisible bonds forced Kell to the river floor. His lungs flamed as he tried to push back against the river. Tried and failed. Panic tore through him.
"Now will you beg?"
He closed his eyes and tried to fight against the need for air that screamed through his chest, drowning his senses. His vision flickered with spots of white light and hollow black.
"Now will you let me in?"
4. Lila saw Kell vanish over the balcony's edge. At first she thought he must have been knocked over, that surely he wouldn't have willingly jumped into the black water, not for Holland. But then she remembered his words, "It could have been me," and she realized with icy clarity that Kell hadn't told her the truth. The execution was a farce. Holland was never supposed to die. It had all been a trap, and Oseron hadn't taken the bait, and now Holland was sinking to the bottom of the aisle, and Kell was going with him. "Fucking hell," muttered Lila, shrugging out of her coat. On the balcony, Jannar had collapsed, body crumbling to muddy ash, while those who'd fallen to Oseron's spell were being subdued. A pair of silver-scarred guards fought to regain order, while a third fought the fever raging through him. The king shoved past his own guard, scouring the balcony, while Alucard shielded Rai, who had one hand to his chest as if he couldn't breathe. Because of course he couldn't breathe. Kell wasn't the only one drowning. Lila turned, mounted the balcony edge, and jumped. The water cut like knives. She gasped, shocked by the pain and the cold, and she was going to kill someone when this was over. Without the weight of her coat, her body rebelled, trying with every stride to lift her toward the surface, toward air, toward life. Instead, she swam down, lungs burning, icy water stinging her open eyes, toward the shape on the river floor. She expected it to be Holland, weighed down by chains, but the figure was thrashing freely, his red coat a muddled black in the current, his hair a tangled cloud. Kell. Lila kicked toward him when a hand caught her arm. She twisted around behind her to see Holland, now free of chains. She brought up her boot to kick him away, but the water gripped it, and his fingers tightened as he forced her back around to face the struggling figure on the river floor. For a sick, frozen moment, she thought he wanted her to watch Kell die. But then she saw it, the faint outline of something, someone, hovering in the water before him. Oseron. Holland pointed at himself and then the Shadow King. He pointed at her and then Kell, and then he let go, and she understood. They dove as one, but Holland reached the bottom first, landing in a plume of silt that caught the edges of the Shadow King like dust, catching light. Lila reached Kell's side in the cover of the clouded water and tried to pull him up, pull him free, but Oseron's will held firm. She flung a desperate hand toward Holland, a speechless plea, and the magician spread his arms and shoved. The river recoiled, flung away in every direction, carving out a column of air with Kell and Lila at its center. Kell and Lila, but not Holland. Lila drew in a deep breath, lungs aching, while Kell collapsed to the river floor, gasping and heaving up water. "Get him out," mouthed Holland, hands trembling from the force of holding the river, and Oseron at bay. With what? Lila wanted to say. They might be able to breathe, but they were still standing at the bottom of the river, Kel only half conscious, and Lila with all her strength but none of his skill. She couldn't craft wings of air, couldn't sculpt a set of stairs from ice. Her gaze went to the silt floor. The column of air swayed around them. Holland was losing his hold. Shadows grew, curling in the water around the faltering Antari, like roaming limbs, fingers, mouths. She wanted to leave him, but Kel had brought them here to this point all for Holland's bloody life. Leave him, save him, damn him! Lila snarled, and keeping one hand on Kel's sleeve, thrust the other out toward the column, widening the circle until Holland staggered forward, safely within. Safe being a relative thing. Holland drew in ragged breaths, and Kel, finally recovering his senses, pressed his palms to the damp river floor. It began to rise, a disk of earth beneath their feet, surging toward the surface as the column collapsed below. They broke the surface and scrambled onto the riverbank beneath the palace, dropping to the ground soaked and half frozen, but alive. Holland was the first to recover, but before he was even halfway to his feet, Lila had a knife against his throat. "Steady now," she said, her own limbs shaking. "Wait," Kel began to speak, but the king and his men were already on them, the guards forcing Holland back to his knees on the icy bank. When they realized he was no longer chained, half of them lunged forward, blades drawn, the other half away. But Holland made no move to strike. Lila kept her knife out all the same until the king's men had hauled their prisoner back toward the cells. In their wake, Rai came storming down the riverbank. The prince's jaw was set, his cheeks red, as if he'd almost drowned, because of course he had. Kel saw him coming. "Rai!" The prince slammed his fist into his brother's face. Kel staggered backward to the ground, and the prince reeled back in mirrored pain, cradling his own cheek. Rai grabbed Kel by the soaking collar of his coat. "I've made my peace with death," he said, jabbing a finger at Holland's retreating form. "But I refuse to die for him!" With that, Rai shoved his brother away again. Kel's mouth opened and closed, a fleck of blood at the corner of his lip, but the prince turned and marched back toward the palace. Lila brushed herself off. "You had that coming," she said, before leaving Kel on the bank, soaked and shivering and alone.
5. Gods don't need bodies, but kings do. Oseron seethed at the words echoing through his mind. Weeds to be torn out at the root. After all, he was a god, and a god did not need a body, a shell, a cage. A god was everywhere. The river rippled, and from it rose a drop, a shimmering black bead that stretched and lengthened until it had a form, limbs, fingers, a face. Oseron stood on the surface of the water. Holland was wrong. A body was merely a tool, a thing to be used, discarded, but it was never needed. Oseron had wanted to kill Holland slowly, to tear out his mortal heart, a heart he knew, a heart he'd listened to for months. He had given Holland so much, a second chance, a city reborn, and all he'd asked for in return was cooperation. They'd made a deal, and Holland would pay for breaking it. The insolence of these Antari. As for the other two, he hadn't decided yet how to use them. Kel was a temptation, a gift given and then lost, a body to break in, or simply break. And the girl, Delilah, strong and sharp, so much fight, so much promise, so much more that she could be. He wanted... No. But then, it was a different thing for a god to want and a human to need. He didn't need these playthings, these shells. Did not need to be confined. He was everywhere. It was enough. It was... Oseran looked down at his form, sculpted of dark water, and was reminded of another body, another world. Missing. No. But something was missing. He drifted up from the surface of the water, rose into the air to survey the city that would become his city, and frowned. It was midday, and yet London sulked in shadow. The mists of his power shimmered, twisted, coiled. But beneath their blanket, the city looked dull. The world, his world, should be beautiful, bright, filled with the light of magic, the song of power. It would be, once the city stopped fighting, once they all bowed, all kneeled, all recognized him as king. Then he could make the city what it would be, what it should be. Progress was a process. Change took time, a winter before every spring. But in the meantime, missing. What was missing? He spun in place, and there it was. The royal palace. Somewhere inside, the defiant huddled, hiding behind their wards as if wards would outlast him. And they would fall in time, but it was the palace itself that shone in his gaze, rising above the blackened river like a second sun, casting its spokes of reddish light into the sky even now, its echo dancing on the mirror-dark surface of the river. Every ruler needed a palace. He'd had one, of course, at the center of his first city, a beautiful thing, sculpted from want and will and sheer potential. Oseran had told himself he would not repeat that place, would not make the same mistakes, but that was the wrong word. He'd been young, learning, and though the city had fallen, it wasn't the palace's doing, wasn't his doing. It was theirs, the people's, with their flawed minds, their brittle shapes. And yes, he'd given them the power, but he knew better now, knew the power must be his and his alone. And it had been such a splendid palace, the dark heart of his kingdom. It would do better here, right here. Then perhaps this place would feel like home. Home. What a strange idea. But still, here, this. Oseran had risen high into the air now, far above the shimmering black expanse of the river, the lifeless arenas, hulking skeletons of stone and wood topped with their lions and serpents and birds of prey, their bodies empty, their banners still whipping in the breeze. Right here. He spread his hands and pulled on the strings of this world, on the threads of power in the stadium stones on the water below, and the massive silhouettes began to draw together, groaning as they came free from their bridges and holds. In his mind, the palace took shape, smoke and stone and magic prying loose, rearranging into something else, something more, and, as in his mind, so in the world below. His new palace lengthened like a shadow, rising up instead of out, tendrils of mist climbing the sides like vines, smoothing into polished black stone like new flesh over old bones. Overhead the stadium banners rose like smoke before hardening into a crown of glossy spires above his creation. Oseran smiled. It was a start. 6. Kel had always been a fan of silence.
He craved those 2 rare moments when the world calmed and the chaos of life in the palace gave way to easy, comfortable stillness. This was not that kind of silence. No, this silence was a hollow, sulking thing, a heavy quiet broken only by the drip of river water hitting the polished floor and the fire crackling in the hearth and the shuffle of Rye's restless steps. Kell sat in one of the prince's chairs, a cup of scalding hot tea in one hand, his bruised jaw in the other, his hair a mess of damp red streaks, beads of river water trickling down his neck. While Tyrrell tended to his bruised lungs, Kell took stock of the damage. 2 guards were dead, as well as another Arnesian magician. Holland was back in the cells, the Queen was in the gallery, and the King stood across the room by the prince's hearth, his face shadowed, gaunt. Hostro was by the doors. Alucard Emery, a shade Kell seemingly couldn't be rid of, sat on the couch with a glass of wine, while his shipmate, Lenos, hovered like a shadow at his back. Blood and ash still stained Alucard's front. Some of it was his, but the rest belonged to Gennar. Gennar, who'd taken it upon himself to fight, and failed. The single best wind worker in Arns reduced to a burning puppet, a pile of ash. Lila was lounging on the floor, her back against Alucard's sofa, and the sight of her sitting there, near the damned privateer instead of Kell, stoked the fire in Kell's aching chest. The minutes ticked past, and his damp hair finally began to dry, yet no one spoke. Instead, the air hummed with the frustration of things unsaid, of fights gone dormant. "Well," said the prince at last, "I think it's safe to say that didn't go as planned." The words broke the seal, and suddenly the room was filled with voices. "Gennar was my friend," said Alucard, glaring at Kell. "And he's dead because of you." "Gennar is dead because of himself," said Kell, shaking off Tyrrell's attentions. "No one forced him onto that balcony. No one told him to attack the Shadow King." Lila scowled. "You should have let Holland drown." "Why didn't you?" interjected Rye. "After all," she went on, "wasn't it supposed to be an execution? Or did you have other plans? Ones you didn't share with us?" "Yes, Kell," chimed Alucard. "Do enlighten us." Kell shot the captain a frigid look. "Why are you here?" "Kell," said the king in a low, stern way, "tell them." Kell ran a hand through his frizzing hair, frustrated. "Oseron needs permission to take an Antari shell," he said. "The plan was for Holland to let Oseron in, and for me to then kill Holland." "I knew it," said Lila. "So did Oseron, it seems," said Rye. "During the execution," continued Kell, "Holland was trying to draw Oseron in. When Oseron appeared, I assumed it had worked, but then when he pushed Holland into the river, I didn't think—" "No," snapped Rye, "you didn't." Kell held his ground. "He might have let Holland drown, or he might have simply been trying to get him away from us before claiming his shell. And if you think Oseron is bad without a body, you should have seen him in Holland's. I didn't realize he was after me until it was too late." "It was the right thing to do," said the king. Kell looked at him, stunned. It was the closest Maxim had come to taking Kell's side in months. "Well," said Rye peevishly, "Holland is still alive, and Oseron is still free, and we still have no idea how to stop him." Kell pressed his palms to his eyes. "Oseron still needs a body." "He doesn't seem to think so," said Lila. "He'll change his mind," said Kell. Rye stopped pacing. "How do you know?" "Because right now he can afford to be stubborn. He has too many options." Kell looked at Tyrrell, who had remained silent, still as stone. "Once you put the city to sleep, he'll run out of bodies to play with. He'll get restless. He'll get angry. And then we'll have his attention." "And what do we do then?" said Lila, exasperated. "Even if we can convince Oseron to take the body we give him, we have to be fast enough to trap him in it. It's like trying to catch lightning." "We need another way to contain him," said Rai. "Something better than a body. Bodies come with minds, and those, as we know, can be manipulated." He plucked a small silver sphere off a shelf and stretched it out between his fingers. The sphere was made of fine metal cords woven in such a way that they drew apart, expanding into a large orb of delicate filaments, and folded back together, collapsing into a dense ball of tightly coiled silver. "We need something stronger, something permanent." "We need an inheritor," said Tyrion softly. The room looked to the Avanessan, but it was Maxim who spoke. He was turning red.
"You told me they didn't exist."
"No," said Tyrion.
"I told you I would not help you make one."
The priest and the king locked stares for long enough that Rai spoke up. "Anyone want to explain?"
"An inheritor," said Tyrion, slowly addressing the room, "is a device that transfers magic, and even if it could be made, it is by its very nature corrupt, an outright defiance of cardinal law, and an interference,"
Maxim stiffened at this,
"with the natural order of magical selection."
The room went quiet. The king's face was rigid with anger, Rai's own features set but pale, and understanding settled in Kel's chest. A device to transfer magic would be able to grant it to those without. What wouldn't a father do for a son born without power? What wouldn't a king do for his heir? When the prince spoke, his voice was careful, even. "Is it really possible, Tyrion?"
"In theory,"
answered the priest, crossing to an ornate desk that stood in the corner of the room. He pulled a piece of parchment from the drawer, produced a pencil from one of the many folds of his white priest robes, and began to draw.
"Magic, as you know, does not follow blood. It chooses the strong and the weak as it will, as is natural,"
he added, casting a stern look at the king.
"But some time ago a nobleman named Tolek Loreni wanted a way to pass on not only his land and his titles, but also his power to his beloved eldest son."
The sketch on the page began to take shape. A metal cylinder shaped like a scroll, the length embossed with spellwork.
"He designed a device that could be spelled to take and hold a person's power until the next of kin could lay claim to it."
"Hence inheritor," said Lila. Rai swallowed. "And it actually worked?"
"Well, no," said Tyrion. "The spell killed him instantly. But," he brightened, "his niece, Nadina, had a rather brilliant mind. She perfected the design, and the first inheritor was made."
Kel shook his head. "Why have I never heard of this? And if they worked, why aren't they still used?"
"Power does not like being forced into lines," said Tyrion pointedly. "Nadina Loreni's inheritor worked, but it worked on anyone, for anyone. There was no way to control who claimed the contents of an inheritor. Magicians could be persuaded to relinquish the entirety of their power to the device, and once it was surrendered to the inheritor, it was anyone's to claim. As you can imagine, things got messy. In the end, most of the inheritors were destroyed."
"But if we could find the Loreni designs," said Lila, "if we could recreate one—"
"We don't need to,"
said Alucard, speaking up at last.
"I know exactly where to find one."
7.
What do you mean you sold it?
Kel snapped at the captain.
I didn't know what it was.
This had been going on for several minutes now, and Lila poured herself a fresh drink as the room around her hummed with Kel's anger, the king's frustration, Alucard's annoyance.
I didn't recognize the magic,
Alucard was saying for the third time.
I'd never seen anything like it before. I knew it was rare, but that was all.
You sold An inheritor, repeated Kell, drawing out the words.
Technically, said Alucard defensively, I didn't sell it. I offered it in trade.
Everyone groaned at that.
Who did you give it to?
Demanded Maxim. The king didn't look well. Dark bruises stood out beneath his eyes, as though he hadn't slept in days. Not that any of them had, but Lila liked to think she wore fatigue rather well, given her sheer amount of practice.
Maris Patrol,
answered Alucard. The king reddened at the name. No one else seemed to notice. Lila did. You know them. The king's attention snapped toward her.
What? No, only by reputation.
Lila knew a lie, especially a bad one, but Rye cut in.
And what reputation is that?
The king wasn't the one to answer. Lila noticed that, too.
Maris runs the Ferrez Strasse, said Alucard.
The Going Waters? Translated Kell, assuming Lila didn't know the words. She did.
I've never heard of it,
he added.
I'm not surprised,
said the captain.
And Merst,
started Lenos, speaking up for the first time. It's a market. Alucard shot the man a look, but the shipmate kept going, his voice soft, the accent rural Arnesian.
It caters to sailors of a special sort, looking to trade in...
He finally caught the captain's look and trailed off. You mean a black market, offered Lila, tipping her drink toward the captain. Like Sassenroche. The king raised a brow at that.
Your Majesty, started Alucard. It was before I served the crown.
The king held up a hand, clearly not interested in excuses.
You believe the inheritor is still there?
Alucard nodded once.
The head of the market took a shine to it. Last I saw it was around Maris's neck. And where is this Ferrez Strasse?
Asked Tyrion, pushing a piece of parchment toward them. On it he'd outlined a rough map of the empire. No labels, just the drawn borders of land. The sight tickled something in the back of Lila's mind.
That's the thing, said Alucard, running a hand through his messy brown curls. It moves around. Can you find it? Demanded Maxim. With a pirate's cipher, sure, answered Alucard. But I don't have one anymore. On the honor of Arns, I swear. You mean it was confiscated when you were arrested, said Kell.
Alucard shot him a venomous look. A pirate's cipher? Asked Lila. Is that a kind of sea map? Alucard nodded.
Not all sea maps are made equal, though. They all have the ports, the paths to avoid, the best places and times for making deals. But a pirate's cipher is designed to keep secrets. To the passing eye, the cipher's practically useless. Nothing but lines. Not even a city named.
He glanced at Tyrion's rough map.
Like that.
Lila frowned. There it was again, that tickle, only now it took shape. Behind her eyes, another room in another London, in another life. A map with no markings spread across the table in the attic of the Stone's Throw, weighted down by the night's take. She must have lowered her guard, let the memory show in her face, because Kell touched her arm.
What is it?
She drew a finger around the rim of her glass, trying not to betray the emotion in her voice. I had a map like that once. Nicked it from a shop when I was 15. Didn't even know what it was. The parchment was all rolled up, bound with string. But it just kind of pulled at me. So I took it. Weird thing was, after all that, I never thought to sell the thing. I suppose I liked the idea of a map with no names, no places. Nothing but land and sea and promise. My map to anywhere, that's what I called it. Lila realized the room had gone quiet. They were all staring at her, the king and the captain, the magician and the priest and the prince. What?
Where is it now?
Said Rye.
this map to anywhere?
Lila shrugged. Back in Grey London, I suspect. In a room at the top of the stone's throw.
No, said Kell gently. It's not there anymore.
The knowledge hit her like a blow. A last door slamming closed. Oh, she said, a little breathless. Well, I should have figured someone would—
I took it, cut in Kell.
And then before she could ask him why, he added hurriedly,
It just caught my eye. It's like you said, Lila. The map has a kind of pull to it. Must be the spell work.
Must be, said Alucard dryly. Kell scowled at the captain, but went to fetch the map. While he was gone, Maxim lowered himself into a chair, fingers gripping the cushioned arms. If anyone else noticed the strain in the monarch's dark eyes, they said nothing. But Lila watched as Tieran moved, too, taking up a place behind the king's chair. One hand came to rest on Maxim's shoulder, and Lila saw the king's features softening, some pain or malady eased by the priest's touch. She didn't know why the sight made her nervous, but she was still trying to shake the prickle of unease when Kell returned, map in hand. The room gathered around the table, all but the king, while Kell unfurled his prize, weighting the edges. One side was stained with long, dry blood. Lila's fingers drifted toward the stain, but she stopped herself and shoved her hands instead in the pockets of her coat, fingers curling around her timepiece.
I went back once, said Kell softly, head tipped toward hers. After Baron.
After Baron, he said, as if Baron had been a simple thing, a marker in time, as if Holland hadn't cut his throat. Nick anything else? She asked, voice tight.
Kell shook his head. I'm sorry, he said, and she didn't know if he was sorry for taking the map, or for not taking more, or for simply reminding Lila of a life, a death, she wanted so badly to forget.
Well, asked the king,
is it a cipher?
Alucard on the other side of the table nodded.
It appears to be.
But the doors were sealed centuries ago, said Kell. How would an Arnesian pirate's cipher even come to be in Grey London? Lila blew out a breath. Honestly, Kell.
What?
He snapped. You weren't the first, Antari, she said. And I'll bet you weren't the first to break the rules either. Alucard raised a brow at the mention of Kell's past crimes, but had the sense for once to say nothing. He kept his attention fixed on the map, running his fingers back and forth as if searching for a clue, a hidden clasp.
Do you even know what you're doing? Asked Kell.
Alucard made a sound that was neither a yes nor a no, and might have been a curse.
Spare a knife, Bard, he said,
and Lila produced a small, sharp blade from the cuff of her coat. Alucard took the weapon and briskly pierced his thumb, then pressed the cut to the corner of the paper. Blood magic? She asked. Sorry she'd never known how to unlock the map's secret, never even known it had secrets to unlock.
Not really,
said Alucard.
Blood is just the ink.
Under his hand, the map was unfolding, that was the word that came to mind. Crimson spreading in thin lines across the paper, illuminating everything from ports and cities to the serpents marking the seas and a decorative band around the edge. Lila's pulse quickened. Her map to anywhere became a map to everywhere, or at least everywhere a pirate might want to go. She squinted, trying to decipher the blood-drawn names. She picked out Sassenroche, the black market carved into the cliffs at the place where Arns and Faro and Vesk all met, and a town on the cliffs named Astor, as well as a spot at the northern edge of the empire, marked only by a small star and the word Is Shast. She remembered that word from the tavern in town with its twofold meaning, the road or the soul. But nowhere could she find the Ferrez Strasse. "I don't see it."
"Patience, Bard."
Alucard's fingers skimmed the edge of the map, and that's when she saw that the border wasn't simply a design, but 3 bands of small squat numbers trimming the paper. As she watched, the numbers seemed to move. It was a fractional progress, slow as syrup, but the longer she stared, the more certain she was. The first and third lines were shifting to the left, the middle to the right, to what end she didn't know.
"This,"
said Alucard proudly, tracing the lines,
"is the pirate's cipher."
"Impressive," said Kell, voice dripping with skepticism. "But can you read it?"
"You'd better hope so."
Alucard took up a quill and began the strange alchemy of transmuting the shifting symbols of the map's trim into something like coordinates. Not 1 set or 2, but 3. He did this, keeping up a steady stream of conversation, not with the room, but with himself, the words too low for Lila to hear. By the hearth, the king and Tieran fell into muted conversation. By the windows, Kell and Rye stood side by side in silence. Lenos perched nervously on the sofa's edge, fiddling with his medallion. Only Lila stayed with Alucard and watched him translate the pirate's cipher, all the while thinking she had so much left to learn. 8. It took the better part of an hour for the captain to crack the code, the air in the room growing tenser with every minute, the quiet taut as sails in a strong wind. It was a thief's quiet, coiled, lying in wait, and Lila kept having to remind herself to exhale. Alucard, who could usually be counted on to disrupt any silence before it grew oppressive, was busy scratching numbers on a slip of paper and snapping at Lenos whenever the man began to hover. Tieran had left shortly after the captain started, explaining that he had to help his priests with their spell, and King Maxim had risen to his feet several minutes later, looking like a corpse revived.
"Where are you going?"
Rye asked, as his father turned toward the door.
"There are other matters to attend to,"
he said in a distracted way.
"What could be more? A king is not one man, Rye. He does not have the luxury of valuing one direction and ignoring the rest. This inheritor, if it can be found, is but a single course. It is my task to chart them all."
The king left with only the short command to summon him when the damned business of the map was done. Rye now sprawled across the couch, one arm over his eyes, while Kell seemed to be sulking against the hearth, and Hastra stood at attention with his back to the door. Lila tried to focus on these men, their slow movements like ticking cogs, but her own attention kept flicking back to the window, to those tendrils of fog that coiled and uncoiled beyond the glass, taking shape and falling apart, cresting, then crashing like waves against the palace. She stared at the fog, searching for shapes in the shadows the way she sometimes did in clouds. A bird, ship, a pile of gold coins, before she realized that the shadows were indeed taking the shape of something. Hands! The revelation was unsettling. Lila watched as the darkness drew together into a sea of fingers. Mesmerized, she lifted her own hand to the cold glass, the warmth of her touch steaming the window around her fingertips. Just beyond the window, the nearest shadows drew into a mirror image, palm pressed to hers, the seam of glass suddenly too thin, humming as wall and ward strained and shuddered between them. Her brow furrowed as she flexed her fingers, the shadow hand mimicking with a child's slow way, close but not in time, a fraction off the beat. She moved her hand back and forth. The shadows followed. She tapped her fingers soundlessly on the glass. The other hand echoed. She was just beginning to curl her fingers into a rude gesture when she saw the greater darkness, the one beyond the wave of hands, the one that rose from the river, blanketed the sky, begin to move. At first she thought they were coalescing into a column, but soon that column began to grow wings, not the kind you found on a sparrow or a crow, the kind of wings that formed on a castle. Buttresses, towers, turrets, unfolding like a flower in sudden violent bloom. As she watched, the shadows shimmered and hardened into glassy black stone. Lila's hand fell away from the glass. "Am I losing my wits?" she said. "Or is there another palace floating on the river?" Rye sat up. Kel was at her shoulder in an instant, peering out through the fog. Parts of it were still blossoming, others dissolving into mist, caught in a never-ending process of being made and remade. The whole thing seemed at once very real and utterly impossible.
"Sankt,"
swore Kel.
"That fucking monster,"
growled the prince, now at Lila's other side,
"is playing blocks with my arenas."
Lenos hung back, his eyes wide with either horror or awe as he stared at the incredible palace. But Hastra abandoned his place by the door, surging forward to see. "By the nameless saints," he whispered. Lila called over her shoulder. "Alucard, come see this."
"A little busy,"
muttered the captain without looking up. Judging by the crease between his brows, the cipher wasn't proving quite as simple as he'd hoped.
"Blasted numbers. Sit still,"
he muttered, leaning closer. Rye kept shaking his head. "Why?" he said sadly. "Why did he have to use the arenas?" "You know," said Kel, "that's really not the most important aspect of this situation." Alucard made a triumphant sound and set the quill aside.
"There."
Everyone turned back toward the table except for Kel. He stayed by the window, visibly appalled by the shift in focus. "Are we just going to ignore the Shadow Palace, then?" he asked, sweeping his hand at the specter beyond the glass. "Not at all," said Lila, glancing back. "In fact, shadow palaces are where I draw the line, which is why I'm keen to find this inheritor." She took in the map, frowned. Lenos looked down at the parchment.
"Nas terras,"
he said softly. "I don't see it." The prince cocked his head. "Neither do I." Lila leaned in. "Maybe you should draw an X, for dramatic effect." Alucard blew out an indignant breath.
"You're quite an ungrateful bunch. You know that?"
He took up a pencil, and plucking a very expensive-looking book from a shelf, used its spine to draw a line across the map's surface. Kel finally drifted over as Alucard drew a second and a third, the lines intersecting at odd angles until they formed a small triangle.
"There,"
he said, adding a little X with a flourish at the center. "I think you've made a mistake," said Kel dryly. The X was, after all, not on the coast or inland, but in the Arnesian Sea.
"Hardly," said Alucard. "Ferrestrasse is the largest black market on water."
Lila broke into a smile. "It's not a market, then," she said. "It's a ship." Alucard's eyes were bright.
"It's both. And now," he added, tapping the paper, "we know where to find it."
"I'll summon my father," said Rye, as the others pored over the map. According to Alucard's calculations, the market wasn't far this time of year, sitting somewhere between Arnes and the northwest edge of Faro. "How long to reach it?" asked Kel.
"Depends on the weather," said Alucard. "A week, perhaps. Maybe less, assuming we don't run into trouble."
"What kind of trouble?"
"Pirates, storms, enemy ships."
And then, with a sapphire wink,
"It is the sea, after all. Do try to keep up."
"We still have a problem," said Lila, nodding at the window. "Oseron has a hold on the river. His magic is keeping the ships in their berths. Nothing in London is likely to sail, and that includes the Night Spire." She saw Lenos straighten at this, the man's thin form shifting from foot to foot.
"Oseron's strength isn't infinite," Kel was saying. "His magic has limits, and right now his power is still focused largely on the city." "Well then," sniped Alucard, "can't you magic the spire out of London?"
Kel rolled his eyes. "That's not how my power works."
"Well, what good are you then?" muttered the captain.
Lila watched Lenos duck out of the room. Neither Kel nor Alucard seemed to notice. They were too busy bickering.
"Fine," said Alucard. "I'll need to get beyond Oseron's sphere and then find a ship." "You?" said Kel. "I'm not leaving the fate of this city in your hands. I'm the one who found the inheritor, and you're the one who lost it. A trade isn't the same thing as I'm not letting you—" Alucard leaned across the desk. "Do you even know how to sail, Mas Varez?"
The honorific was said with serpentine sweetness.
"I didn't think so." "How hard can it be?" snarled Kel. "If they let someone like you do it."
A glint of mischief flashed in the captain's eyes.
"I'm rather good with hard things. Just ask."
The blow caught Alucard across the cheek. Lila hadn't even seen Kel move, but the captain's jaw was marked with red. It was an insult, she knew, for one magician to strike another with a bare fist, as if they weren't worth the use of power. Alucard flashed a feral grin, blood staining his teeth. The air hummed with magic, and the doors swung open, and they all turned, expecting the king or the prince returning. Instead there was Lenos, holding a woman by the elbow, which made a strange picture, since the woman was twice his weight and didn't look the type to be easily led. Lila recognized her as the captain who'd greeted them on the docks before the tournament. Jasta. She had to be half Vescan, broad as she was, her hair plumed in two massive braids around her face, dark eyes threaded with gold, and despite the winter cold, she wore nothing but trousers and a light tunic rolled to the elbows, revealing the silver lines of fresh scars along her skin. She'd survived the fog. Alucard and Kel trailed off at the sight of her. "Casero Jasta Feliz," said the woman, by way of grudging introduction.
"Vannes,"
said Lenos, nudging the captain forward. "Tell them." She shot him a look Lila recognized, one she'd doled out a dozen times, a look that said quite simply that the next time the sailor laid a hand on her, he'd lose a finger. "Kersla?" demanded Kel. Jasta crossed her arms, scars flashing in the light.
"Some of us are wanting to leave the city."
She spoke the common tongue, and her accent had the rumble of a big cat, dropping letters and slurring syllables, so that Lila missed every third word if she wasn't careful.
"I might have mentioned something about a ship down in the gallery. Your fellow heard me, and now I am here." "The ships in London will not sail," said the king, appearing behind her, Rye at his side. He spoke the captain's tongue like a man who'd mastered Arnesian but did not relish the taste. Jasta took a formal step to the side, bowing her head a fraction. "Hanesh," she said, "but then my ship is not here. It is docked at Tanek, Your Majesty."
Alucard and Lila both straightened at that. Tanek was the mouth of the isle, the last port before the open sea.
"Why wouldn't you sail it into London?" asked Rye.
Jasta shot the prince a wary look.
She is a sensitive skiff. Private-like.
A pirate ship, said Kell bluntly. Jasta flashed a sharp-toothed grin.
Your words, Prince, not mine. My ship, she carries all kinds. Fastest skiff on the open seas. To Vesk and back in 9 days flat. But if you are asking, no, she does not sail the red and gold. Now she does, said the king pointedly.
After a moment the captain nodded.
It is dangerous, but I could lead them to the ship.
She trailed off. For a moment Maxim looked irritated, then his gaze narrowed and his demeanor cooled.
What is it you want?
Jasta gave a short bow.
The favor of the crown, your majesty, and 100 lish.
Alucard hissed through his teeth at the sum, and Kell glowered, but the king was evidently not in the mood to negotiate.
Done.
The woman raised a brow.
I should have asked for more.
You should have asked for none, said Kell. The pirate ignored him, dark eyes sweeping the room.
How many will go?
Lila wasn't about to miss this. She raised her hand. So did Alucard and Lenos. And so did Kell. He did this while holding the king's gaze, as if daring the monarch to say no. But the king said nothing, and neither did Rai. The prince only stared at his brother's raised hand, his face unreadable. Across the room, Alucard folded his arms and scowled at Kell.
This can't possibly go wrong, he muttered. You could stay behind, snapped Kell.
Alucard snorted. Kell seethed. Jasta watched, amused, and Lila poured herself another drink. She had a feeling she was going to need it.
9. Rai heard Kell coming. One moment he was alone, staring out at the ghostly mirage of the Shadow Palace, the strange impostor of his home, and the next he found his brother's reflection in the glass. Kell's coat was no longer royal red, but black and high-collared, silver buttons running down the front. It was the coat he wore whenever he carried messages to other Londons, a coat meant for traveling, for leaving.
"You always wanted to travel beyond the city?" said Rai.
Kell ducked his head. "This isn't what I had in mind." Rai turned toward him. Kell was standing before the mirror, so Rai could see his own face repeated. He tried, and failed, to force his features smooth, tried, and failed, to keep the sadness from his voice.
"We were supposed to go together."
"And one day we will," said Kell. "But right now I can't stop Oseran by sitting here, and if there's a chance that he's after the Antari instead of the city, if there's a chance we can draw him away—"
"I know,"
said Rai, in a way that said stop, in a way that said, "I trust you." He slumped into a chair.
"I know you thought it was just a line, but I had it all planned out. We could have left after the season's end. Toured the island first, gone from the mist-strewn valleys up to Orton, and down through the Stasina forests to the cliffs at Astor, then taken a ship over to the mainland."
He leaned back, let his gaze escape to the ceiling with its folds of color.
"Once we landed, we'd have hit Hannes first, then gone by carriage to Lannar. I heard the capital there will one day rival London, and the market in Nesto near the Faroan border is said to be made of glass. I figured we'd pick up a ship there, stop at the point of Sharon, where the water's barely a seam between Arns and Vesk, so narrow you can actually walk across it, and we'd be back in time for the dawn of summer."
"Sounds like quite an adventure," said Kell.
"You're not the only restless soul," said Rai, getting to his feet. "I suppose it's time now?"
Kell nodded. "But I brought you something." He dug a hand into his pocket and came up with 2 gold pins, each emblazoned with the chalice and rising sun of the House Maresh. The same pins they'd worn during the tournament, Rai with pride and Kell under duress.
The same pin Rye had used to carve a word into his arm, its twin the one Kell had used to bring Rye and Alucard back from the Night Spire. "I've done my best to spell the two together," explained his brother. "The bond should hold, no matter the distance."
"I thought my way was rather clever,"
said Rye, rubbing his forearm where he'd carved the word into his skin. "This one requires far less blood." Kell came forward and fastened the pin over his brother's heart. "If something worrisome happens, and you need me to come back, simply take hold of the pin and say, 'Tall. Tall. Brother.'" Rye managed a rueful smile.
"And what if I get lonely?"
Kell rolled his eyes, pinning the second pendant to the front of his coat. Rye's chest tightened. "Don't go," he wanted to say, even though that wasn't fair, wasn't right, wasn't princely. He swallowed.
"If you don't come back, I'll have to save the day without you and steal all the glory for myself."
A short laugh, a ghost of a smile, but then Kell brought a hand to Rye's shoulder. It was so light, so heavy. He could feel the tether tighten, the shadows lap at his heels, the darkness whisper through his head. "Listen to me," said his brother. "Promise me you won't go after Oseran. Not until we're back." Rye frowned.
"You can't expect me to hide in the palace until it's over."
"I don't," said Kell. "But I expect you to be smart, and I expect you to trust me when I say I have a plan."
"It would help if you shared it."
Kell chewed his lip, a dreadful habit, hardly princely. "Oseran can't see us coming," he said. "If we go storming in, demanding a fight, he'll know we've got a card to play. But if we come to save one of ours—"
"I'm to be a lure?"
said Rye, pretending to be aghast. "What?" teased Kell. "You've always liked people fighting for you."
"Actually," said the prince, "I prefer people fighting over me."
Kell's grip tightened on his sleeve, and the humor died on the air. 4 days, Rye. We'll make it back in that. And then you can get yourself into trouble and— Behind them, someone cleared their throat. Kell's eyes narrowed. His hand fell from Rye's arm. Alucard Emery was waiting in the doorway, his hair pinned back, a blue traveling cloak fastened around his shoulders. Rye's body ached at the sight of him. Standing there, Alucard didn't look like a nobleman or a triad magician, or even the captain of a ship. He looked like a stranger, like someone who could slip into a crowd and disappear. "Is that what he looked like that night?" wondered Rye, "when he snuck out of my bed, out of the palace, out of the city?" Alucard stepped forward into the room, those thin silver scars dancing in the light. "Are the horses ready?" asked Kell coolly. "Almost," answered the captain, plucking at his gloves. A brief silence fell as Kell waited for Alucard to leave, and while Alucard did not. "I was hoping," the captain said at last, "to have a word with the prince." "We need to go," said Kell. "I won't be long." "We don't—"
"Kell,"
said Rye, giving his brother a short, gentle nudge toward the door.
"Go on. I'll be here when you get back."
Kell's arms were a sudden circle around Rye's shoulders, and then, just as quickly, they were gone, and Rye was left dizzy from their weight and then the loss of it. A flutter of black fabric, and the door was swinging shut behind Kell. A strange, irrational panic rose in Rye's throat, and he had to fight the urge to call his brother back or run after him. He held his ground. Alucard was watching the place where Kell had been as if the Antari had left his shadow behind, some visible trace now lingering between them. "I always hated how close you two were," he murmured. "Now I suppose I should be thankful for it." Rye swallowed, dragging his gaze from the door. "I suppose I should be, too." His attention fell on the captain. For all their time together in the last few days, they'd hardly spoken. There was Alucard's delirium aboard the ship, and the flickering memories of Alucard's hand, his voice a tether in the dark. The The Essentosh had been a flurry of witty quips and stolen looks, but the last time they'd been together in this room, alone in this room, Rye's back had been up against the mirror, the captain's lips against his throat. And before that... Rye...
"Leaving?"
he cut in, straining to keep the words light.
"At least this time you came to say goodbye."
Alucard winced at the jab, but didn't retreat. Instead, he closed the gap between them, Rye fighting back a shiver as the captain's fingers found his skin.
"You were with me in the dark."
"I was returning a favor."
Rye held his gaze.
"I believe we're even now."
Alucard's eyes were searching his face, and Rye felt himself flush, his body singing with the urge to pull Alucard's mouth to his, to let the world beyond this room disappear.
"You'd better go,"
he said breathlessly. But Alucard didn't pull away. A shadow had crossed the captain's face, something like sadness in his eyes.
"You haven't asked me."
The words sank like a stone in Rye's chest, and he staggered under the weight, a too heavy reminder of what had happened 3 summers ago, of going to bed in Alucard's arms and waking up alone. Alucard gone from the palace, from the city, from his life.
"What?"
he said, his voice cool, but his face burning.
"You want me to ask you why you left? Why you chose the open sea over my bed? A criminal's brand over my touch? I didn't ask you, Alucard, because I don't want to hear them."
"Hear what?" asked Alucard, cupping Rye's cheek. He knocked the hand away.
"The excuses."
Alucard drew breath to speak, but Rye cut him off.
"I know what I was to you. A piece of fruit to be picked. A summer fling."
"You were more than that. You are—"
"It was only a season."
"That's not—"
"Stop,"
said Rye, with all the quiet force of a royal.
"Just stop. I've never cared for liars, Luke, and I care even less for fools, so don't make me feel like more of one. You caught me off guard on the banner night. What happened between us happened—"
Rye tried to steady his breathing, then sliced a hand through the air dismissively.
"But now it's done."
Alucard caught Rye's wrist, head bowed to hide those storm-blue eyes, as he said under his breath,
"What if I don't want it to be done?"
The words landed like a blow, the air leaving his lungs in a jagged exhale. Something burned through him, and it took Rye a moment to realize what it was. Anger.
"What right have you,"
he said softly, imperiously,
"to want anything of me?"
His hand splayed across Alucard's chest, a touch once warm, now full of force as he pushed Alucard away. The captain caught himself and looked up, startled, but made no motion to advance. Alucard was standing on the wrong side of the line. He might have been a noble, but Rye was a prince, untouchable unless he wanted to be touched, and he just made it clear that he didn't.
"Rye,"
Alucard said, clenching his fists, all playfulness gone.
"I didn't want to leave."
"But you did."
"If you would only listen—"
"No!"
Rye was fighting back another deep internal tremor, the tension between love and loss, holding on and letting go.
"I am not a toy anymore. I am not a foolish youth."
He forced the waver from his words.
"I am the Crown Prince of Arms, the future king of this empire. And if you want another audience with me, a chance to explain yourself, then you must earn it. Go. Bring me back this inheritor. Help me save my city. Then, Master Emery, I will consider your request."
Alucard blinked rapidly, obviously stricken. But after a long moment he drew himself up to his full height.
"Yes, Your Highness."
He turned and crossed the room with steady strides, his boots echoing Rye's heart as it pounded in his chest. For the second time he watched someone precious walk away. For the second time he held his ground. but he could not help the urge to soften the blow, or both of them. "And Alucard," he called when the captain had reached the door. Alucard glanced back, his features pale but set as Rai said, "Do try not to kill my brother." A small, defiant smile flickered across the captain's face, laced with humor, with hope. "I'll do my best." 7. Setting Sail. 1. No wonder Lila hated goodbyes, thought Kell. It would have been so much easier to simply go. His brother's heart still echoed in his chest as he descended the inner palace stairs, but the threads between them slackened a little with every step. What would it feel like when they were cities apart, when days and leagues stretched between them? Would he still know Rai's heart? The air went suddenly cold around him, and Kell looked up to find Emira Maresh barring his path. Of course, it had been too simple. After all this, the king would grant him leave, but the queen would not. "Your Majesty," he said, expecting accusations, a rebuke. Instead, the queen's gaze fell on him, not a glancing blow, but something soft, solid. They were a cyclone of green and gold, those eyes, like leaves caught in a fall breeze, eyes that had not held his in weeks. "You are leaving, then?" she said, the words caught between question and observation. Kell held his ground. "I am. For now. The king has given me permission." Emira was already shaking her head, an inward gesture as if trying to clear her own mind. There was something in her hands, a piece of fabric twisted in her grip. "It is poor luck," she said, holding out the cloth, "to leave without a piece of home." Kell stared at the offering. It was a square of crimson, the kind stitched to children's tunics, embroidered with 2 letters, K.M. Kell Maresh. He'd never seen it before, and he frowned, confused by that second initial. He'd never considered himself a Maresh. Rai's brother, yes, and once upon a time their adopted son, but never this. Never family. He wondered if it was some kind of peace offering, newly fashioned, but the fabric looked old, worn by someone else's touch. "I had it made," said Emira, fumbling in a way she rarely did, "when you first came to the palace. But then I couldn't. I didn't think it was—" She trailed off and tried again. "People break so easily, Kell," she said. 100 different ways, and I was afraid. But you have to understand that you have always been—" This time, when she trailed off, she didn't have the strength to start again, only stood there staring down at the swatch of cloth, thumb brushing back and forth across the letters, and he knew this was the moment to reach out or walk away. It was his choice. And it wasn't fair. He shouldn't have to choose. She should have come to him a dozen times, should have listened, should have. But he was tired, and she was sorry, and in that moment it was enough. "Thank you," said Kell, accepting the square of cloth. "My queen." And then, to his surprise, she reached out and placed her other hand against his face the way she had so many times when he'd returned from one of his trips, a silent question in her eyes, "Are you all right?" But now the question altered. "Will we be all right?" He nodded once, leaning into her touch. "Come home," she said softly. Kell found her gaze again. "I will." He was the first to pull away, the queen's fingers slipping from his jaw to his shoulder to his sleeve as he left. "I will come back," he thought, and for the first time in a long time, he knew it was the truth. Kell knew what he had to do next.
and knew Lila wouldn't be happy about it. He headed toward the royal cells and was nearly there when he felt the gentle smoothing of his pulse, the blanket of calm around his shoulders that came with the priest's presence. Kel's steps faltered but didn't stop as Tyrion fell in step beside him. The Avanessan said nothing, and the silence dragged like water around Kel's limbs. "It's not what you think," he said. "I'm not running away."
"I never said you were."
"I'm not doing this because I want to go," continued Kel. "I would never